Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A lot of sharp needles flew in the clear sky. Even after 10 years, the hero could not forget that sight. The gray-eyed man looked up, those blades that obscured the sky like an iron cloud. People ran past the surprised boy. The hero recalled that also how they fell to the ground in a deadly rain. People ran down the street in panic. Whether this was a punishment for mankind done by heaven itself, if so, then God is no better than the devil. A cry was heard among the green trees that it was ready. The hero held the camera, saying that they were starting the broadcast. The guy with the mohawk poked his finger and greeted the followers, saying that he is Msuilam who will destroy everyone, and he has news that they will definitely appreciate. The brunette standing next to her waved her hand. The streamer said that they had a joint broadcast with a very special guest. The hero stared intently at the camera. Hearing how Hanul was asked, she was on the stream for the first time. The girl replied that yes, so she was a little nervous. The heroes talked to each other with a smile. Popular professions change along with time and circumstances. Even if the world is half destroyed by monsters, this does not prevent you from making money. Ilam hung with a smile on the guy's pumped-up arm. A monster streamer, MS for short, and that's how this profession appeared. The hero held the camera indifferently, thinking that people who lost their families to monsters. The man was sitting at the laptop, ordinary people who are not able to fight. The other was standing with a phone in the subway. They are very interested in monster hunters, so they support the MS they like and watch them. There was a broadcast on the screen with comments. Of course, not all MS become popular. For example, Ilam smiled broadly, saying that they promised the audience a hot dance from Hanul. When they finished hunting, the girl asked not to switch off. Be sure to subscribe, like and press the bell. The hero stared at them in surprise, mentally asking, hot dance? He lowered his gaze, thinking that they were doing their best to increase the rating. The guy with the mohawk waved his hand, saying that then they would start hunting. He pointed his finger and told me to look there. The hero turned and cursed in his mind. A gray monster slept under the tree. The hero recognized any simian. The gray ape-like beast roared. Ilam put his hands on his hips, saying that they must be disappointed that they chose some one-star monster. Let them look around. The hero looked into the camera when he heard that there was not a single hunter nearby. The brunette smiled, and the words were heard that Hanul was the most ordinary person. Pointing his finger, the streamer said that now the question is how many hunters in Korea will be able to defeat a one-star monster solo. Hanul raised her hand with a smile, saying that she knows 86 people. Ilam proudly confirmed and said that today this number will change. He will update it. With a cute thumb up, the brunette offered to cheer for MS. The man walked forward with a smile, saying that they would destroy any simian. The commenters wrote that they were crazy. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and thought, what to destroy this monster without the help of another hunter? The streamer turned around in displeasure and shouted for him to follow him. The cameraman looked at Ilam anxiously and said that he thought it was too much. The interlocutor frowned discontentedly and asked again. Squeezing the camera, the hero continued that he did not have enough combat power to fight without other hunters. Besides, the monster was simply huge. Frowning, the hero continued that, in addition, he had been very drunk yesterday. A disgruntled shout was heard with an order for the operator to be silent. Raising an eyebrow mockingly, the streamer asked what he even understood about hunting. The brunette looked at him excitedly, thinking that it seemed that he could not be persuaded. Hanul clenched her fist, charmingly saying that such a monster wouldn't even be able to scratch their MS. Ilam said contentedly that was right. Now they'll see it while the commenters were laughing. The hero grimaced in displeasure and thought that he did not like this idea. Ilam stretched his lips into a cunning smile and offered Gangshik to appreciate it. This was a talent bestowed upon him by the heavens themselves. He had never dreamed of such a thing. A fireball appeared in the hunter's palm. Fiery rays circled around the ball. Swinging his flaming weapon, the hunter used his fiery power. The ball shone brighter and brighter. The guy thought that this is a power that is not given to every person. Gangshik looked at the screen anxiously, thinking that he was right. He had no talent. People who had no gift didn't stand a chance against the monster. This world was cruel to people like him. The man held out his palm and laughed, and then he threw a fireball forward. Any simian was asleep. There was a powerful explosion. Everything disappeared in a bright flame. Ilam was smiling contentedly. The cameraman looked ahead in shock. Happily raising her hands, Hanul exclaimed that MS is very cool. Showing muscles, the hunter avoided the explosion, asking how they were. He knew that they were seeing such power for the first time. He turned to the girl with a smile and offered to drink at night. She shushed and asked what if they found out. Suddenly, an angry monster jumped on top of them. Gangshik stared ahead in fright and shouted to the guy to warn him of the danger from behind. Ilam turned around in bewilderment. The growling any simian's eyes flashed. The hunter jumped away with the girl, dodging the attack. The cameraman opened his mouth in amazement, thinking that this was the end. They were all corpses. Hanul trembled, frightenedly asking what to do. Let him get up and do something. MS replied that he couldn't. On the broadcast screen, the monster could be seen opening its mouth and roaring, the commentators taunting, saying they were waiting for this, and another telling them to shut up. Running away, Ilam pushed the girl away, ordering her to move. The brunette stretched out her hand to him in fright. A powerful blow with his paw threw her aside. The streamer stared ahead in shock. Gangshik opened his mouth, looking at it in surprise. On the TV, the silhouette of the monster could be seen in the red glow. Aniclimax's eyes glowed red. Aniclimax turned around in displeasure, asking what was going on, and then he ran away from the attacking beast with a scream. His frightened face was visible on the screen, and when he ordered the cameraman to distract him, the commentators continued to laugh. Running past the hero, the hunter told him to be the bait, but he replied that he should be her himself. Gangshik turned around in displeasure and shouted, asking where he was, let him fight. On the broadcast screen, you could see how MS cowardly ran away. The commentators laughed and said that the cameraman was running fast. Suddenly, Aniclimax jumped on the hero, attacking from above. Gangshik turned around in fright and cursed. As he ran away, Aniclimax turned to the hero and thanked him for his help. Gangshik gritted his teeth, hearing that he would never forget the precious time he spent with him, and thought that he had decided to use it as bait. Opening the door of the car, the hunter said that it was better for him, the future hunter, to survive than for such a mediocrity as he was and not to be offended. A monster flew at the surprised guy. He exclaimed that this was his excuse. Gangshik turned around in fright. He remembered how his father stroked his head, saying that God was always watching him, God would protect him. The boy looked at his dad and asked if it was true. Gangshik gritted his teeth. He jumped away, trying to dodge, and thought, then why doesn't he believe in anything now? From the blow, he slid on the ground, thinking that they say that when it is time to die, there is a light around him. Aniclimax's huge body loomed over him, Gangshik remembering his father, telling him that there was no God in this world. The hero furrowed his brows. A blue window appeared against the background of the paw, in which it was written about one viewer. Surrounded by the glow, the guy jumped, dodging the blow with his paw. Then he landed behind, not understanding what was happening. How did he do it? Looking at his hand in surprise, he wondered what kind of inscription it was. The blue window notified that God was very surprised. Gangshik read it in amazement, repeating it in his mind. He frowned, thinking that he must be dreaming and did not understand. His thoughts were interrupted by another attack from the monster. The beast with glowing eyes made a surprised sound. Then he turned, looking away. Gangshik hid behind a tree behind. Looking away, the hero reflected that he could not read his movements. Now was not the time to be distracted by anything. The fang monster was approaching. The guy thought that if he hit, he was finished. Gangshik, who was behind the tree, said that this god was also popcorn in such a situation, so he was just watching people die. Behind the hero's back was a backpack. He looked at him carefully. Opening his backpack, he saw a lot of weapons, and asked where so many came from, and then he remembered how Ilam threw him a backpack, saying that he needed support, let him take it. Looking at the objects, he said that the hunter had taken care of him at least here. The monster turned when he heard the boy call out to him. A spear flew at him. The weapon bounced off the beast's body. The guy thought that he could not die until he killed this monster with his own hands. Gangshik swung his shovel, noting that he would not die from a monster like him. Gritting his teeth, he shouted angrily. The monster looked at him questioningly. The hero realized that reality was not fairy tales. Looking at him, the guy asked, what didn't work out? The monster lifted a huge boulder above his head. Waving his hand, the hero offered to fight, but he was knocked off his feet. Shifting his gaze, Gangshik thought, is there any way? He remembered doing the exercise on the machine, thinking that since he had no ability, he had tried his best and trained every day to survive. Then he remembered sitting in front of the screen, thinking that he had been studying all night and studying the strategies of a hunter. Gangshik was running away from a monster. The inscription said that God was applauding him. The guy did not understand what applause had to do with it. His gaze was determined. He realized that now was no time to worry about hallucinations. He couldn't defeat the monster right now, and there was only one chance. Turning around, the guy gritted his teeth. The huge monster was approaching, and the guy mentally ordered the monkey to catch up. The fanged monster's eyes were glowing. A determined Gangshik shouted back at the roar. The attack threw him back. Landing behind, the hero looked at the beast's back, thinking that this was the part of his body where he could definitely hit. Clutching a spear in his hands, he decided that it was now. With a wild look, Gangshik swung and thought that this was the place. A bright flash illuminated the monster's pierced backside. Opening his mouth, he screamed. With a roar, he turned to the guy. As he clutched his weapon, Gangshik thought that this was an opportunity not to be missed. The monkey's eyes glowed yellow. The guy with the bloody spear exclaimed belligerently. A bright cut mark appeared on the monster's body. The weapon pierced his body. Frowning, the guy shouted. The fanged monster opened its mouth. Blood splashed with a death wish. A camera was lying on the ground. The broadcast with the defeated monster continued on the screen. Commentators were surprised that the cameraman killed him. His fingers touched the fur. Gangshik leaned over, breathing heavily. He looked very exhausted. The guy fell to the ground next to the animal. He stared into nowhere, saying that he couldn't believe it wasn't a dream. Moreover, he could feel his power getting stronger. A message appeared in front of him that God was pleased with the result. Gangshik was surprised to see him. He thought in amazement that after all, he had become stronger because of this tablet. The window said that the god had called another god and he had a new guest, 2 spectators. Gangshik stood up, looking at it in surprise. The sign said that the god was laughing and greeting him. There were 3 spectators. He was surprised that it was a god. Gangshik was breathing heavily next to the monster. The commentators of the broadcast were surprised that the cameraman defeated the beast. Touching the keyboard with his fingers, the man asked, "Is this possible for an ordinary person?" The girl looked at the screen, saying that let them say that this is a fake, it is impossible. Sweat was dripping down the guy's face. The words were heard that the cameraman fought with any simian and won. The guys gathered around the screen. One of them asked, seriously, that he really was not a person. Gangshik lay on the ground while the audience discussed that it would definitely make a fuss because it was a phenomenon. The guy looked at the screen in surprise. There were comments from the audience that they said that he was hot, and it was amazing. Gangshik turned around, thinking what it was. Sitting next to the defeated beast, he mentally asked, was all this being broadcast? The hero took the camera in his hands. It was written on the screen that it was watched by 8321 people. He thought it was 3 times more than usual. Gangshik frowned, realizing that this was definitely not a dream. Looking up, he saw a blue message that he had 3 viewers. The blue window hovered against the sky. The guy thought, they are gods, let them not laugh. Do they also monitor MS? Looking around his palm, the hero thought that as the audience increased, he felt stronger. Holding the screen, he thought what was being written there. Looking at the front camera, Gangshik said hello and asked, so did they see everything? Commentators confirmed that they saw him as the Simian killer, and a rescue team would arrive soon. Still surprised, the hero thanked everyone, saying that he was glad that they supported him and that he could not read all their comments as he was a little busy now, remembering that Ilam left him. He saw 3 cars and thought that the rescue team was already here, finally. Ilam's hands were handcuffed. The hero thought that, in addition, if it were not for the spectators, it would be bad. Ilam was detained in Seoul. There was a cell on the ground. The guy thought that he had disgraced himself so much in front of everyone. Let him rot in prison now. A commentator wrote if he could check the girl if she was alive. Another asked if she was dead, and a third wrote that it was all the fault of Ilam. Gangshik's eyes widened. He remembered how Hanul was doing. Turning his head, he remembered the place where she had been pushed away. Noticing the girl's lying body, he thought that she must be there. Pursing his lips, he thought about what was possible. The blue windows said that the gods were advising him to run away from there and were concerned about his actions. Another was asking him to stop. The guy thought that people who call themselves gods are no different from human spectators. The camera broadcast the lying girl. The commentators asked what he was doing now. Apparently he wanted to check her, a noble deed. Approaching the girl, Gangshik mused that they thought it was funny and said that the current situation was not suitable for broadcasting. The brunette was lying on the ground. The hero thought she was dead, although after the attack of any simian, there seemed to be no blood. Several windows appeared nearby, in which it was written that some gods were staring, some gods were worried, some gods were excited. The guy mentally asked what kind of reaction was this. Shifting his gaze, he thought that she was alive. Looking at the approaching cars, Gangshik thought that the rescue team had finally arrived and further actions should be left to the specialists. The wheel stopped. The car door opened. Rescuers ran out of there, telling them to act quickly according to the operation. One of the rescuers approached the guy and asked if he was Gangshik, who confirmed. The rescuer shook the guy's hand, saying that he was surprised. Did he really defeat the monster? Holding the camera in his hands, the hero said that he was just lucky, and thought to himself that if he had told him everything, he would hardly have believed it. A man in a protective suit said that he was lucky. He is very athletic. Let him shoot so that it does not interfere with their work. The hero said that he would be careful. Looking at the rescue team, Gangshik thought that this shoot, maybe this is a chance. Now the task is to remove his body. Holding the camera, the guy said that rescuers had arrived. As a former cameraman, he would continue to film. The screen broadcast the men surrounding the monster. A cry was heard that he was still alive. Let them start shooting after the signal. The man sitting next to the girl raised his hand, calling his comrades to provide first aid. Gangshik looked at the screen and said that he would explain for new viewers. Rescuers dealt with the monster's body. The hero said that the main goal of the rescue squad was to extract the core inside the simian monster. The men looked at the body. One of them said that he had found it. He thought it was only in the monster's body, an unknown substance that was the source of his power. The man took out the cannonball with the tool. The guy explained that if the cannonball is not removed, the monster will respawn. It can be completely killed if the cannonball is removed. Commentators wrote that at least they explained it this way. Someone asked how Hanul is doing? Turning in that direction, Gangshik replied that the rescuers had already arrived, and heard a scream. The rescuer fell face down. A window appeared that one of the gods was laughing. The next reported that one of the gods had brought popcorn. A strange purple substance rose from the girl's mouth and eyes. The same one came from under the mask of a screaming rescuer. There were splashes of purple liquid everywhere. Red eyes appeared among the purple goo. A 3-eyed semi-liquid thing was standing nearby. The guy thought that it was a monster again. The purple monster stared with red eyes. Gangshik thought intensely, is this toxic? The monster's body was dripping with purple liquid. A monster with 1 star, controls deadly poisons. Purple tentacles reached out to the girl. He hides under the wounded and poisons anyone who approaches the body, thus increasing the number of his victims. He is a very cunning and dodgy monster. Rescuers in helmets and masks saw him. One asked when the toxic managed to hide here. He waved his hand, ordering to remove the cannonball and throw the victims. Pointing his finger at his comrade, He told them to put aside their panic and follow the instructions. They had probably already seen so many deaths from monsters that what was happening was not new to them. The man clutched a red core crystal in his hand. Gangshik stared resolutely, saying that he wouldn't give up either. He opened his backpack, thinking that he could save Hanul and the man. Taking out a gas burner, he decided that it would do. Sparks of flame flew from the burner. The monster stared at him and wheezed. Turning away, he tried to slip away, and Gangshik shouted for him to try his favorite fire. The red eyes of the toxic man rounded. A man in a protective suit asked what he was doing. He would burn the corpses. What should they return to their families? Gangshik turned around and shouted that instead of giving up and waiting for them to become real corpses, it was better to take and save them now. The guy ran to the car, thinking that he did not know why he suddenly decided to be a hero, but he had to do at least something. He will need a fire extinguisher from the rescue vehicle. Gangshik held a fire extinguisher, thinking that the outsiders were spirit-type monsters whose main food was the human spirit. The toxic would kill slowly in order to squeeze as much energy out of the victims as possible. Gangshik strapped the camera to his shoulder, thinking that if he neutralized the poison, they would be able to save him. With a fire extinguisher in his hands, he ran forward. A camera hung on his shoulder. Gangshik does not know how to give up and do nothing. He has already calculated everything and set himself one specific goal. His eyebrows were knitted in concentration. He thought he was using this chance to break into the top MS. A purple monster was broadcast on the screen. Commentators wrote that the cameraman wants to jump into the fire. Let him save this broadcast to rewatch. The hero ran to the toxic engulfed in flames. He imagined the silhouette of a monster with sharp spikes in the fire, deciding that it was to avenge his parents. A simple operator without a normal MS could not do anything for revenge. He had been trying to achieve at least something for many years. But there was not a single place where he would be taken seriously. There is nothing to say about the audience and influence on people. He was a nobody to the world. Gangshik picked up the hose of the fire extinguisher. Something tells him that here it is, his opportunity to show himself. The hero thought he was ready to take a step. As he pointed the fire extinguisher at the flames, he thought that the wisdom of the weak was to become stronger. Turning to the camera, Gangshik shouted to the people that he knew he was looking crazy for starting the fire. But that fire was a weakness of toxic people and asked them not to panic. Clenching his teeth from the tension, the guy extinguished the fire, saying that fire neutralizes poison, the main weapon of toxics, and makes them weak and helpless. The purple monster was surrounded by smoke. The guy continued that the fire extinguisher was needed in order to take the opportunity and save the victim while the toxic was weak. The hero with the fire extinguisher said that since he cannot move and attack, he has only two options. Behind were the rescuers. Gangshik was telling him what to throw the prey and run away or use all his strength for the final throw. Purple tentacles surrounded the lying body. Turning around, the hero said that he had chosen the latter. The brunette arched and coughed. Gangshik frowned ahead. Hanul with white eyes stood up and screamed. Looking at the girl with sharp claws, the guy said that it seemed that he thought that he could defeat him without poison, and here was a clear example of the typical intelligence of a monster. Resolutely holding the hose of the fire extinguisher, he shouted to the monster. Then he swung it at the toxic in the girl's body. Hitting his body with a heavy object, Gangshik exclaimed that he was using a human to fight him. With a blow from the fire extinguisher, he threw the monster back, shouting that he would not get up again. The screaming brunette hit the ground. The system window reported that some god is a little stunned by his actions, but most agree with the hero. Gangshik turned gloomily, saying that this was the only way. The blue window said that some god thought he was just trying to justify himself. Approaching the lying rescuer, the guy mentally asked what the gods even know. Gangshik placed the rescuer's body on his shoulders. Men in protective suits looked at him. A man sitting at the monitor asked his friend if they were all dead already. He replied that the rescuer was alive. The sweat-covered Gangshik said that the heat of the fire neutralized the poison, and the toxic did not have enough time to suck out all the spirit. The hero noticed that the fire was growing. Looking at the rising flames, the guy thought that he had to get out of here quickly. Suddenly he noticed a girl standing behind him. She clenched her teeth angrily. The monster was still in her body. The hero thought, what if she attacked now? Tensely he held a fire extinguisher in his hand. A scream was heard. Gangshik turned around in surprise. Purple tentacles came out of the body of the screaming brunette. The monster eluded her. Looking at the substance disappearing in the distance, the guy thought that he had decided to run away. Gangshik brought the bodies of the victims to the rescuers. Some of them extinguished the fire. Others carried away the stretcher. The hero told the audience that the toxic escaped and abandoned his victims, but fortunately, everyone is alive. Holding the camera in his hands, the guy thought that although he had saved 2 people, it was a shame that he did not finish off this monster. Some do not believe in what is happening, but the monsters are really no more. I am sure that he will appear in the news. Looking at the front camera, Gangshik thanked everyone for watching the reckless cameraman's broadcast. On the screen was his face, saying that broadcasts from ILM would stop from today and probably in the news about him earlier. Bowing, the guy said goodbye until we met again. Commentators wrote words of support to him. Gangshik managed to impress a lot of viewers and finally he got off the ground, now only forward. In the blue window, information appeared that another god had joined him. Another greeted him, for spectators. There was a light building on the broadcast screen. You heard the words that someone posted a link to the operator's new channel MS? The girl looked at the monitor, saying that yes, just the funniest thing was that the link was uploaded to the ILAM website. Gangshik held the monopod with a smile, greeting the guys with a smile, and thought that the ILAM viewers were now his, nothing personal. There was a determined hero on the screen who said that he was starting the broadcast. His fingers touched the keyboard. Gangshik greeted him and said that he was starting the broadcast. The inscription said that 8,722 people were watching. The guy thought that there were so many people. For this it was really worth risking his life. Holding the camera, the guy said that he was now near the hospital. The medical examination showed that he was in perfect order. Commentators continued the discussion. The blue window told me that some god was terribly bored. Some impatient god wants cruelty for spectators. Gangshik read this in surprise, wondering what he thought was wrong with his body. However, the doctors found nothing, even strangely. He saw the reporters standing behind the barrier, and thought that the journalists were still there. He had better avoid and did not want a repeat of yesterday's nightmare. A question was heard. Does he really have superpowers? Did he really defeat any simian with his bare hands? Gangshik stood in front of reporters, confused, saying that in a sense, yes, he himself was interested in what was happening to him. The guy peeked around the corner, saying that reporters were chasing him even near the hospital and had set up camp here. It was time to get out of here. Grabbing his backpack, he rushed to run. Gangshik's eyes widened, he exclaimed, denying. There were ruins in front of him. He said in amazement that this was his home. Looking away with displeasure, he said that it looked like the monsters were trying. The hero watched as people ran away, asking where to go now, what kind of monster this time. An employee at the stretcher told me to take everything they needed and leave. Someone said that they also needed help there. Gangshik sat down, his head bowed in contrition, mentally cursing the monsters for now attacking the city. Crying girls were standing nearby. The hero thought that this world, where houses are destroyed by monsters, is considered normal. The notification said that some god is falling asleep. The god is wondering if there will be a battle. Some impatient god has passed out. There are 3 spectators. Gangshik shifted his gaze, thinking that this was the most burning problem, and what kind of spectators gods were they? Opening the zipper of the backpack, the guy thought that in addition, it seemed that when the number of spectators gods decreased, he lost his power, and the best way to attract the attention of the gods was to fight monsters. The hero imagined a warrior standing next to a dragon's body. Siegfried slew the dragon and became immortal. Gangshik imagined a man on a Pegasus, thinking that Perseus killed Medusa. There are countless stories of heroes who, with the help of some god, defeated a monster. Gangshik frowned. What would happen to him? The notices said that some gods were tired, some gods were irritated. A word of greeting was heard. Gangshik turned around and asked the blonde, is he him? He replied that he was and asked why he was sitting there. The blonde guy took a closer look and asked what exactly he was. Was he the cameraman? Turning around, the hero replied that he was, and thought that this was the man, Joseph, a monster streamer. The guy pointed his finger at him, saying that he was the same cameraman who killed any simian, right? His hands took the camera out of his bag. A few days ago, Gangshik was an unnamed operator, and today Joseph himself, the famous MS, recognized him, so strangely. Standing in front of the camera, the blonde said that he accidentally met a famous person who made a splash in the news recently. Pointing at the brunette, he said that he would take a short commercial break. Let them not switch off. Gangshik thought that he was a typical streamer. Joseph frowned, calling out to the boy. He looked dissatisfied, saying that he was ready to die just to catch the monsters and get more views. Yes, the brunette said that everything was wrong, and he thought to himself that the truth was being told. As soon as the camera turned off, the true essence of the streamers came out. The blonde squealed in displeasure. What is the tone? He knows who he is talking to. He is Joseph, the most popular streamer, Joseph. Gangshik asked wearily, what did he want? The streamer got angry, asking what he said. The brunette asked how many viewers he had right now. Confidently resting his hands on his hips, Gangshik asked, does he not understand that he has more viewers now? What is he trying to achieve? The eldest raised his finger, asking how he dared to talk to him like that, to remind him that he couldn't even use superpowers and was only pretending to be cool. His popularity is only lucky. Gangshik thought this was true, but not 100%. Pointing his finger, he calmly asked why he hadn't better worry about himself. It seems that commercial breaks are never long? The blonde man turned away, saying that it was exactly. Joseph turned to his cameraman with a shout, asking in displeasure what was he in the clouds. The advertisement was over, so he should have warned him. Let him start over so he can cut it out. Words were heard so that he would not be too himself. The audience would not get bored anyway. Pointing his finger at the camera in an open backpack, the hero said that, unlike him, he continued the broadcast. A frightened blonde man was visible on the screen. Commentators laughed at their favorite. A shout was heard demanding to give the tablet. Gangshik reached out with his hand, thinking that it was awkward. An excited Joseph held the gadget in his hands. Gangshik held the camera, saying that he was an MS operator who constantly gets into trouble. It was quite unexpected to see the real face of Joseph. The window notified that some god had gone on the air. Spectators 4. The hero's fist glowed blue. Thanks to the blonde, his broadcast attracts the gods. It was worth it. Joseph pointed his finger, exclaiming that it was just snarky, witty advice from a seasoned streamer. This is a small misunderstanding. Gangshik with a monopod smiled as he said that strategic recommendations don't exist without a reason. They usually help avoid such misunderstandings. Did he know? The blonde replied in confusion that he knew, but the hero presented the image of a toxic and the silhouette of a monster. The vast majority of monsters do not exchange information with each other. But people not only exchange information, but also create strategies. Although, there are people who prefer to remain silent. And not all monsters can be strategized. Nervous, Joseph bit his finger, and thought that he needed to calm down. He wouldn't embarrass himself in front of anyone. The essence of MS broadcast is to fight monsters. You just need to destroy a couple of monsters and the audience will have him again. Pushing the dark-haired man away with his shoulder, he told him to get out of the way. He would show how the top-notch MS works. Gangshik asked, "Does he want to kill the monster himself?" A glow appeared around the hand of the smug blonde. He asked, "Is he afraid?" It is clear that he is a hero only on the screen, and in real life he is a coward. Gangshik with the monopod indifferently wished him luck, thinking that he had a completely simple personality. But the skills were obviously a level higher than Iliam. Joseph cursed in displeasure. The cameraman filmed how he walked forward. The hero thought that perhaps he needed to find the monster that destroyed his house. He thinks that this way he can attract the gods. He had already left. No one was in sight. Gangshik looked around, thinking that he could hide anywhere. Suddenly the guy turned sharply in the other direction. A brown monster appeared among the wreckage. He was muscular, and his eyes were shining. The monster opened its mouth, surrounded by blue lightning. Joseph with zippers around his palms turned around, asking if he was too slow. These are the basics of the basics. Gangshik frowned, shouting that he was behind. The yellow-eyed monster swooped down on the blonde man from above, who said that his patience was over. And then he screamed in fright, struck by an attack in the back. A weighty stone flew into the back of the blonde's head. Gangshik frowned, thinking that his own pride had ruined him. Talented people are so careless. A huge red-haired monster towered over the brunette, who thought it looked like this one had destroyed his house. Fastening the camera on his shoulder, the hero confidently said that didn't he know what happened to his friend's ass? The monster bared his teeth. The hero rushed to run away from him, thinking that even if his strength had increased, he couldn't tell what exactly he had gotten better at. The window notified that there were 4 spectators. The hero ran to the dilapidated church building, thinking that he needed shelter to protect himself from the monster's attacks. With a resolute look, the brown-haired man ran forward. Joseph held his head, saying what a shame. Where did Simeon and that kid go? Suddenly he turned around, asking what was that roar? The blonde ran to the same building, shouting not to be told that they were really fighting. He threw open the door, asking, "Is he alive?" Suddenly Joseph's gaze became startled. Gangshik was standing next to the cross-stricken monster. The question was heard, "How is he?" When the hero turned, it became clear that he was stained with blood. His lips stretched into a smile. He asked if God had helped him. A wooden cross stood near the wall. There was a crack in its base. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. He took the object out of his eye. Then he looked around. The guy disappeared behind the column, thinking that he had lost it and needed to come up with something else. Gangshik peeked out carefully. He noticed the cross and decided that it would do. The monster turned when it heard a scream from the hero. Raising its muzzle, it saw him holding a large cross. Gangshik attacked the enemy with him. Falling, he shouted if it was looking for him. Someone ran inside, wondering if they were really fighting. The blonde man opened the front door. After that, my mouth is in surprise. Gangshik stood in front of the defeated monster. He turned around when he heard someone behind him and decided that this was to prove that his victories were not a fluke. The blonde man was indignant, shouting at the hero why the hell he used the cross, but he was only worried about the reaction of the audience. There was a graph on the screen showing the increase in revenue and the overall balance. He noted that the graphs are going up and this is a desperate story of an ordinary person with no abilities. So there is nothing more exciting than this. Holding the camera in his hands, Gangshik said that he managed to survive this time as well, thinking about the fact that this time it was easier due to the increase in the viewers of the gods. He was broadcasting live, saying that wasn't it all thanks to their support, and let them stay with them and monitor the progress of the MS operator. Joseph angrily pointed at the hero, saying that he was just distracted and that the monkey wouldn't have done anything to him anyway. Continuing to point at Gangshik, the guy said that he had a great idea and they would decide which of them was stronger. The hero wondered why he would fight him at all, but since he started first. After that, a camera appeared in front of the blonde. Confused, Gangshik asked what he was doing. The hero pointed his camera at Joseph, saying that they were fighting together against monsters, so why? He asked not to do so. But then he smiled and threw up his hands, saying that he wanted to invite him to a collab hunt. Raising a finger, Joseph explained that next week there will be a collab hunt with the best MS of Korea and they will determine who is the strongest there. With a smile on his face, the hero asked again about MS, thinking that even if his interlocutor calls her the best. Joseph, putting his hand on his chest, said that he was sure that the interlocutor had already heard about her. The hero only asked for her name. There was a silhouette of a man and new messages that some god was also interested. Another greeted him. A total of 5 viewers. He said that the MS with the most outstanding skills and talents is Soyun. Gangshik frowned, thinking that if it was really her, then being able to stream with her was already a huge success, and replied that they had agreed. Later, he walked along an empty road. A newspaper stuck to his leg. He looked to the side, saying that this was the place he had named Jincheng. In front of him was a large building, the danger zone of Gimpo Airport. The hero lowered his eyebrows. He remembered looking at the ruined street as a boy. Now he was also looking at the airport. Joseph raised his hand and called out to him, asking why he had stopped, and told him to follow him. Later, they walked past the tents. The hero was surprised by such equipment. His friend scratched his head awkwardly, asking for forgiveness for being late. Just the newcomer looked at the abandoned house. The girl looked behind her back and replied that everything was fine. The guy noticed something. Her feet did not touch the ground. The girl folded her arms on her chest. He thought that this was a real superpower, and the use of the gift in everyday life, and even continuously, took a monstrous amount of strength, and she was really very different from the rest of the MS. Looking at the hero, the girl asked that he would look like this without saying hello. The blonde man looked at Gangshik with a smile as he apologized, but the girl interrupted him, asking about him being an MS operator, and saying that she was So-yoon, hoping that he wasn't a fool and wouldn't call her sister or goddess. Frowning, she decided to get down to business and said that this program lasted 3 days and 2 nights, and if she thought she couldn't do it, let her go home now. Joseph opened his mouth in surprise, repeating about 3 days and 2 nights. The hero thought that he had already given up. Holding out his hand to the girl, Gangshik said yes and told him to start. Still holding his hand, he added that he would not let him down. They shook hands, and she said she hoped it wasn't just words. Above the girl's head, there were new reports that the heart of some god was sweetly cracking. The god was worried and ready to wait. People were standing near the entrance to one of the tents. 2 days passed. So-yoon stood holding the tablet in her hand, the hero thinking that she was definitely different from Joseph's professional approach and carefully designed schedule. There was a mannequin with a coat nearby. He assumed that it was because she was from the army. After that, the girl turned to the others, asking if Gangshik wanted to become a soldier because it suited him. The hero replied that he would think about it. Joseph was very surprised to hear from the girl that she would make him work under her command, but Gangshik refused, saying thank you for the offer, but he is more of an MS than a soldier. Sitting down at the table, the girl said that she was sorry. She thought that he would agree. After that, she folded her hands, deciding that then they would move on to the plan, saying that the number of buffalo at Gimpo Airport has critically increased and this situation has only recently begun to take on dangerous proportions, so few people know about it. Joseph turned to her with a big smile, asking if she wanted to monopolize the hunting grounds, but she asked her not to misinterpret her words, since she was not trying to monopolize them. So-yoon looked at the blonde man with displeasure, saying that a similar statement was postponed as a thorough investigation was required. The hero noted that the investigation is now complete. The girl shifted her gaze to him, saying that there were about 100 bin holes now, and her team had been working non-stop all this time to find out if there were any other unpleasant surprises in this area. Gangshik turned to the people behind the cameras, thinking that the cameraman must be having a hard time. He remembered the boy with the mohawk, thinking that he remembered how he, too, had to risk his skin when Ilam sent him out to investigate. Then he stood on the edge of a cliff, climbing the rocks in absolute solitude, looking for these riders and almost died. Gangshik looked in front of him, saying that he was sure everyone knew that hunting for buffaloes was very dangerous. He introduced the horned animals, saying that because of the rampage they put on top of each other, like a buff on a teammate, the rampage itself looks no different from an ordinary cow or buffalo, but the more of them there are, the more difficult it is to deal with them. Gangshik looked askance at the interlocutor, saying that they need to force them to rampage one bull and take advantage of the opportunity while they are exhausted by applying the buff. The blonde said that this is why it is so difficult for people with no experience to deal with them, asking if he knows the real danger of the rampage herd. With confidence, he turned to the girl, asking that it was better to kill one violent after another with long-range attacks, thinking that Gangshik, with no superpowers, should sit quietly. So-yoon turned to the blonde, saying that it was too slow and if they took it out one at a time, other monsters would appear, and the situation would get complicated. To which Joseph said that one of his shots would kill one rampage. The hero decided that this was not a bad strategy, as long as it was related to the firepower of these two, and surely So-yoon herself suggested that Joseph hunt together. Looking away, So-yoon continued, saying that it would be difficult for Gangshik to get involved. Looking at it, the hero replied that everything was fine, thinking that he was going to play the role of bait, but then everything was decided for him and the collab broadcast seemed to be over, so he would do it his way. During the battle, So-yoon summoned several black spheres. Her gorgeous appearance and hunting abilities are her two main advantages. 2 guys were holding phones in their hands. One of them asked if he had seen the broadcast of MS Gangshik. The second was surprised and asked if the MS operator was there. The hero looked into the Kamikra when the guys wondered if it was possible to hunt with the same strategy over and over again. The guy said thank you very much to everyone for coming to watch the stream. Turning off the camera, he decided that his hunting methods were very different from those of regular MS and thought that his broadcasts were unpredictable and could attract even more viewers. There were new reports that some god went on the air. The god lingered and got interested, Gangshik thought that the god viewers also wanted something new and added that there are two big problems so far. He introduced the heads of animals, saying that firstly, these are buffs of riders. One rampage cannot apply a buff to himself, but he easily focuses the rampage on another individual. Gangshik was dragging something heavy across the field at this moment, saying that a herd could buff one individual at a time, but it was unknown how powerful the monster would be if it was on a rampage of hundreds of rampage, and secondly, due to the recent territorial skirmish with another herd, they were constantly on their guard. Raising his head, the hero noted that, as expected, his instinct did not fail. After raising the door of the plane, he addressed the audience, asking if they were ready to join the hunt along with the desperate MS operator, announcing that today's lesson, take care of the rear. Later, he was running quickly with the door in his hand. At this moment, the girl attacked the beast. Gangshik said not to worry about them. The blonde also used his abilities in battle. He added that So-yoon and Jo-sip are experienced hunters, veterans among veterans, and do a great job. Holding the door, the hero also said that instead of worrying about them, don't they want to worry about their MS operator? Dots of different colors lit up on the animals. System messages indicated an increase in endurance, intelligence, physical strength, frost resistance, and gravity resistance. The buffaloes opened their mouths and roared, increasing fire resistance, increasing electrical resistance. After which one of them increased in size, the girl shouted for everyone to get ready. Hiding behind the door, Gangshik asked the audience if they were interested in why he took this large door, saying that it was a surprise event and the viewer who guessed the purpose of this thing, he would send a gift. But there was only one prize, and it would go only to the one who sent the correct answer first. After that, the hero looked at his phone, thinking that the chat was rushing at breakneck speed and whether he would have time to see. There was a chat box with different messages. Did he notice that there was already a correct answer? When he saw the desired answer option, he said that there was a winner and a camouflage answer, and the viewer should definitely unsubscribe and leave his email address, thinking that the polka-dotted princess is an interesting nickname. Raising his head again, Gangshik said that he would send the buffalo horn as a gift, if he didn't die, and asked if they wanted to know why the camouflage. Several animals gathered in one place. The guy talked about how they put buffs on one of the ram bunkers, and they themselves were resting behind him. Then he drew attention to one of them, saying that anatomically the binulas are folded in such a way that they always look at the ground and because of this they develop astigmatism. At this moment, the animals saw the door vaguely. The hero noted that if he covered his body and approached them from the front, they would take him for part of the landscape. He then accelerated at the animal, thinking that it was a one-star buffalo monster the size of a small bus, but only because of the buff, and in fact it was just a large buffalo. He lifted the door above his head, thinking that if he could handle the monkey, he could handle the cow. Then he struck such a blow that he broke off the horns. The animal fell to the ground. Gangshik thought that the blow did not kill it. Teeth flew out of his mouth in different directions when our brave man hit him with a scream. After that, he stood in front of the body, thinking that although it has not yet been scientifically proven, the modern high-tech weapons of mankind are powerless against the core and only such direct attacks and superpowers of the hunter are able to destroy the core. On the screen you could see a defeated animal and a chat. Gangshik said that this method was barbaric, but effective, but thought that in fact the situation was not the best. The girl and the blonde at that moment were fighting with another buffalo. The hero realized that he had knocked out only one of the rampage, and both MS would soon be completely exhausted and their key was the power of So-yoon and Jo-sip. He imagined himself surrounded by animals, realizing that if they retreated, the riders would definitely trample him, so he had to hurry. There are new reports that some gods are annoyed, asking if the hero can fight all the animals at once, and some gods say that Gangshik is too weak. Looking in front of him, the hero thought that only he now has the right to be irritated and if he escapes, he will lose the audience, so he needs to come up with something. A new message has notified that some god is making a serious decision and donations have been made. Then he noticed something shiny on the corpse of the animal. Gangshik leaned over and stretched out his hand. On the broadcast, it was seen how the hero took a shovel in his hand, wondering if this was a donation, but out of surprise he slammed it to the ground, asking why it was so heavy. New reports have surfaced that some gods are laughing, saying that this is the way it should be. Gangshik speculating that it is not an ordinary shovel. Gritting his teeth, he lifted it above his head, deciding that he would see what it was good for. It was trembling in his hand. The guy said that this is not a video game and this shovel will not turn into a sword. Then, turning his head, he realized that there was no other choice and he would have to kill the riders with a shovel. At this moment, his comrades were using their abilities. Both were already severely exhausted. So-yoon was hoping for reinforcements, but they would not arrive here soon. After all, they were just competitors for them. Again covered with the door, the hero said that he would try the shovel on these guys, and rushed at them to attack. He took her aside. Then he put it in front of him. It dealt a serious blow. Surprised, Gangshik looked at her, asking why she was so sharp. A red crystal was visible on the screen. Some god proudly protrudes his chest, the other raises his finger up. The number of spectators is 6. Putting it on his shoulder, the hero said that this is a great thing for digging up beds and you need to speed up. Then he rushed to the attack again. She pierced their foreheads. With one blow, it split red stones. Gangshik deftly brandished it. Frowning, He looked at the rest of the enemies, saying that the power of this shovel could destroy an entire herd. Blood flew to the sides. Gangshik advanced, leaving corpses behind. After looking around, he said that it should be easier now. The girl hovered over the monster. There were many more buffalo ahead. Gangshik noted that these small ones would be easy to deal with, and the biggest threat had been eliminated. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the herd. Joseph turned around and saw a wall of ice. The girl turned her head with a calm look. Gritting his teeth, the blonde said that this was reinforcements. They could not be in such a hurry. Then he would definitely die here. Armed men appeared nearby. The guy noted that the situation really almost got out of control. The hero raised his head when he saw new reports that some gods were looking for popcorn. Some were alarmed, and another was sweating nervously and wondered why such a reaction. Suddenly, a sound was heard behind him. He turned around, wondering what it was. The soldiers were divided into parts. A shout was heard for them to run. Something tall and white was slashing. He had 2 pairs of red eyes. This monster towered above the ground. He still could not forget that day. The boy entered the apartment and said that he was home. A woman was standing at the stove, who greeted the child and, having heard the question what was for dinner, replied that his favorite pork cutlets would be. His sister, who always greeted him with a smile, ran up to him and told him that Dad had bought her a dress and asked if it was beautiful. A man approached her and asked her to be careful. This is their kind dad and everything is as usual. Later, he raised his head to the monstrous grinding of metal. People fled in different directions. Thousands of blades fell from the sky and wiped out an entire city and disappeared. He held the dead girl in his arms, asking her to wake up. The 5-star monster took his family. The boy clenched his teeth, a transparent vision that he would never forget. Now Gangshik was also looking up. The white monster hovered in the air. He looked at them with red eyes. New reports have notified that some god promises to remember him and offers to order cremation for the remains. On the broadcast, Gangshik was seen laughing. He spread his arms to the sides in front of the monster, surprised that it was not clear why he was laughing. Then he rushed forward, pounced on the enemy. He said that he had been waiting for this moment all his life. Gangshik made a sweeping punch, but something surprised him. The enemy made several dashes back. After that, a blade appeared above his head. It headed forward. The hero was able to dodge, telling him to try better, because they are not playing giveaway. The blades sparkled brightly. The hero ran quickly, dodging attacks. The cuts left blood on his skin. He thought that he had only lived for revenge. Gangshik remembered his father and sister. Angry, he shouted that he would destroy the enemy. As he continued to move forward, he wished him dead. With his hands together, he avoided the attacks. Dust rose behind Gangshik. He thought that everything was fine and that this wound was nothing, just a scratch. There was a white monster in front of him. The guy noted that the Zero Blade not only looked like a human, it could also think and learn, and he knew that it would not be easy. Rushing forward, Gangshik dodged the attacks, reasoning that he had designed countless of his simulations and was using everything he had learned right now. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that the enemy would die by his hand. There are new reports that some god covers his face with his hand and sighs heavily. He is rooting for the hero and clarifying whether he is a maniac. Gangshik looked at these messages, thinking that they were disturbing him now. The blow left a bright trail of blood. The hero who received it dropped his phone. He fell to the ground. Raising the shovel, the hero thought that this is the 5-star monster Zero Blade, which creates as many blades as the enemies in front of it and is theoretically impossible to kill. Then he struck at the enemy, thinking that he would change this theory, because it was only the 2 of them here. But the enemy crossed his blades. Clenching his teeth, the hero looked at him. Then his attack left a bright mark, while his phone was lying on the ground. The broadcast showed how the monster fell under this attack. Gangshik looked at the shovel in surprise, realizing that it was working, and with this shovel and God's support, he could do it. A new message has appeared that the god is proud of himself and the hero. The monster turned its head. He saw a shovel. Then he made a jump. Gangshik, who remained on the ground, shouted at him that he was a coward. The guy sitting at the laptop was shocked that Zero Blade was running away. The hero chased after him, shouting that the monster that had killed so many people was now running away from him. Gangshik gritted his teeth when he heard the laughter. Joseph stood nearby, shouting that he would kill the enemy. The hero looked at his friend in surprise, asking what he was doing. Surrounded by lightning, the blonde man asked if he was the only one allowed to fight him, and called himself the Korean Thor. A glow appeared above the monster's head. After that, he was struck by lightning. Joseph held his hand in front of him with a smile, asking how did lightning taste to him. But he was surprised by what he saw. The monster remained unharmed. Gangshik gritted his teeth again and realized that Zero Blade was now fighting 2 at once. So 2 blades appeared behind the enemy's back. The guy thought that if the enemy increased the number of blades, he might not win. They immediately went to the hero. He was able to dodge the attack. Leaning on his shovel, he watched what was happening. The monster rushed into the sky. The hero was nervous. Drops of blood fell under his feet. Joseph glanced at the phone screen, worried that he might ruin everything. There was dissatisfaction with his actions in the chat. Then he just threw up his hands, saying that he thought that they worked well together. But he was frightened when he saw Gangshik walking towards him, saying that next time he would definitely succeed. He looked stupid when he said that he didn't want to and asked about compensation, because they could collaborate again. The next moment he received a punch in the face. Gangshik stood over him, replying that the waste of the rampage smelled better than his words. There were new reports of some god shrugging his shoulders. He was disappointed. Another god joined the broadcast, 11 viewers. The bright sun lit up the city street. The guy was lying in a hospital bed. He remembered the monster and his weapon, thinking that he didn't think they would meet so soon, and obviously he wasn't that strong. He also remembered his red eyes and how he had run away from him, thinking that thanks to the shovel that the god had donated to him, he would definitely destroy him. Then he looked away, surprised by the cry of crows. The rays of the sun illuminated the street of the city. The guy was looking out the window. Getting out of bed, he asked why the crows were screaming so loudly early in the morning. In surprise, he looked away and asked if it was an oracle. Imagining the monsters that the hero had already fought, he thought that there are 2 types of monsters in the world. After that, he introduced the ravens, noting that there are dangerous and harmless ones, and the second type is not particularly interested in people, so such monsters are called harmless. A 2-headed raven sat on a wooden railing. He is a monster soothsayer, reading the fate of the area. He opened his beak and made a loud sound, so the cry of the left head signifies trouble, and the cry of the right signifies prosperity. People on the street were watching the bird. The hero thought that, fortunately, the right head was screaming. There were reports that some gods were bored. Another god was suggesting that the rest should leave the stream. Gangshik lay in bed, thinking that they were acting exactly like ordinary spectators. Suddenly, he looked away anxiously, asking what had happened to his equipment. Opening the bedside table, he was delighted, calling it his charm. Taking the tablet in his hands, the guy opened the news, surprised that Zero Blade had escaped to the south. Gangshik remembered the location of the battle at the airport, noting that it was notorious for a reason, and hunters like Joseph who want to do everything big are destroyed on the spot, and the battle of a simple operator with this thing is unprecedented. But despite the fact that it escaped in the middle of the battle, Zero Blade is still a monster that humanity cannot defeat. He remembered their battle, thinking that without the help of the gods, he would surely have died without achieving anything. He then remembered the blonde, realizing that the situation had become much more complicated when Joseph Han had entered the battle. But even without him, he would surely have lost. The hero looked at his hands in surprise, thinking that he had survived after a direct confrontation with the indestructible monster. The next action he moved his legs, also thinking that this was to say that he was not so injured. Suddenly the hero frowned, wondering where his shovel was. There was a message that the god was surprised that the hero remembered her. Looking up, Gangshik apologized and asked where she was. A new message notified that the god was offended. Another patted him on the shoulder. Another was snide and offered to look for a shovel himself, if he needed it so much. Reading these messages, the hero realized that it simply would not happen. His phone was on the shelf. Gangshik decided it was better to change the scenery. On the broadcast, it was seen how Gangshik sat down in front of the camera and greeted him by saying that he was an MS operator, and was surprised by what was happening in the chat. With a smile, he replied that they seemed to have a lot of questions and he would answer the most common one. Gangshik introduced his enemy, saying that he had no superpowers, and the reason he was able to go out alone to fight Zero Blade was because he had only lived to get revenge on him all along. Remembering his dead sister in his arms, he calmly told them his past and what helped him live on. He remembered how angry he was at that moment, saying that he wasn't the only one who lost loved ones to monsters, so he didn't give up. Clenching his fist, he said that all who heard and watched him should never lose hope. Then he raised his hand, waving off the messages of the gods, saying that he was just as ordinary a person as they were, and if he succeeded, they would succeed, in thinking that, of course, he did not talk about this thing with the gods, they would still not believe it. At that moment, someone threw open the door to the ward and said that the hero did not dare to call himself normal. The man with glasses looked at him and apologized for interrupting the broadcast. The guy wondered that it was a doctor, and did they really find something and the intervention of the gods changed his body? Coming closer, the doctor said that he was definitely not ordinary. Because how can you call an ordinary person who rushes at a monster with only one shovel? Looking at the patient, he also said that everything was fine with his body and he was well trained, but he did not have any superpowers. Looking at the camera, the doctor said that they were now in a special hospital for monster diseases. Gangshik did not understand what was happening. He looked at the doctor with displeasure when he said that they took great care of patients because of their 15 years of experience, excellent equipment, and friendly staff. After that, the man smiled awkwardly, asking if he had overdone it. The hero ironically replied that he was glad that he noticed, and then the doctor said that he hoped he would understand him, because he was not just talking about it. Looking at his patient, the man asked if he was all right, which meant that the doctor could talk to him seriously, adding that a lot of people wanted to do an autopsy on the hero. At these words, the guy turned around, deciding that this should not be left to chance. The doctor then remembered Gangshik at the checkup and said that they had done several tests while he was sleeping. At the same time, other doctors looked at the testimony. The results showed that he was an ordinary person, but their friends from the government do not really believe in this. Above the head of the disgruntled Gangshik, messages appeared that the god offered to deal with the doctor. Another asked if the hero would be taken away. But turning back to the doctor, he asked if he knew where his shovel had gone, to which the doctor replied that the government was curious about what the object was, so he sent it to the laboratory. Then Gangshik remembered the past, thinking that the government never changes, and instead of rewarding him, they took his shovel. Already leaving, the doctor looked at the hero again, about to say something else. He looked into his eyes carefully, saying that they had found something unusual after all. The hero also looked into the doctor's eyes and asked again. Then the man threw him a round object. Holding it in his hand, the guy asked what this recycled core was and what was it for. The doctor presented the silhouettes of people, saying that the core can be called the foundation of the monster, and the people who can resonate with it and extract energy from it are called superhumans. The hero remembered how he was given an injection as a child, answering that he knew that he was tested for this, but the results showed that he was ordinary. He introduced Ilam and Joseph, saying that each superhuman has a monster core suitable for them, and they can only use the power of one type of core. After that, he figuratively swapped their cores, saying that if the type of core is not suitable, then the Superman cannot use his abilities. There were search results on the screen. The doctor said that of course, everyone knows which core corresponds to him, but none of the known types of cores fit the hero, and in other words, the core of a monster that has never been killed before can be suitable for him. Looking at Gangshik, the doctor asked if he was intrigued. The guy replied that this is usually called giving false hope, but the interlocutor asked if he didn't want to become a superhuman, because he believed that he was avenging his family. Gangshik remembered his enemy again, saying that a superpower is just one of the ways to destroy him, and not that superpowers help much. Turning his head, he asked that in any case, can he already be discharged from here? Withdrawing his hand, the doctor replied that he was perfectly healthy, so yes, but let him return for a second examination in a month, and even if he had to search all the databases in the world, he would definitely find a core that would suit him. Taking off his hospital clothes, the hero asked why he was so insistent on this. The hero was already leaving when the doctor said that he had incredible hidden potential. What would happen if he got superpowers? To which our guy replied that he was not interested. Scratching his head in confusion, the man wondered if there was no sense of romance. After that, he noticed a shovel in the ward and asked if it was his. Turning around, Gangshik was surprised that she wasn't there. A new message has surfaced that the god is shrugging his shoulders and advising you to be more careful next time. Another is suggesting that you go in search of adventures. And another has just joined. Putting it on his shoulder, the hero said that he would return in a month. From a great height, there was a view of the city, Uido, and the center of Seoul. The sun reflected off the windows of a tall building, the Korean branch of the Monstrosity Association. Our hero walked to its entrance, thinking that the Monstrosity Association, an international organization created by humanity to resist monsters. Upon entering, he saw many people inside, thinking that he often went here when he worked with ILA, and usually after battles there is loot that can be processed and used in everyday life. The hero introduced the meat and clothing that was obtained after the death of animals, noting that bones and skins that are used as equipment for hunters and even the meat of monsters can be edible and used to produce food. Gangshik approached one of the information windows, thinking that he could make good money on the killed monsters. The girl behind the glass looked at him as the hero said that he was here to collect his bounty. In surprise, she opened her mouth and asked again, "Is he an MS operator?" The others turned in his direction in surprise. Gangshik turned around and looked at everyone. Everyone gathered behind the hero's back, wondering that this guy is the MS operator. A man in a gas mask pointed at him, saying that he was too normal. Someone asked if it was definitely not a fake. Gangshik looked at them wearily, thinking that there would always be at least one such bastard everywhere, and replied, "Yes, he is a very normal, ordinary operator." The girl behind the glass asked with a smile how she could help him. Turning to her again, the guy said that he would like to receive a payment for the monsters killed from his recent hunt, and the girl replied that she would withdraw his share right away. Gangshik sighed heavily when he saw new reports that God was terribly bored. The other asked to be quick and thought that he needed something to live on in order to stream. At that moment, a man in a gas mask touched his shoulder, demanding to look at him, but the hero replied that he was busy. Then, he and the guy in the bandage looked at him carefully, asking if he had scared Zero Blade to death, calling it a blatant deception. Gangshik put his hand in his inner pocket, thinking that it was annoying. He took out his camera. Then he pointed the lens at people and asked why they were so suspicious, saying that they seemed to be 5 years old. Then his irritants raised their hands, demanding to turn off the camera. The hero invited him to repeat his words. Turning away from them, he thought that those people were simply non-entities. Several windows were visible on the screen. The hero said that this was the Monstrosity Association, and he was now waiting for his reward for the mission with the rioters and the Zero Blade. The men behind his back were talking about leaving, because if they made a mistake, public opinion would tear their reputation to shreds. At this moment, the girl held out a few papers and apologized for waiting. This is his share. The hero took these papers in his hand and looked carefully. Looking up, he asked her if she knew how many monsters he had killed, clarifying that there was definitely no mistake and that he would not mention that there was nothing written about even a shovel. Awkwardly averting her eyes, the girl wanted to tell about her superiors, to which the guy promised not to complain about her, thinking that they wanted to ride on his award and would not allow it. Taking out his phone, he pointed it at himself, saying that it seemed that the Monstrosity Association had changed its standards and only a trace remained of his award. There were a lot of angry messages in the chat. He was surprised. Someone was translating it into English. There were even more angry comments in the chat. The hero decided that these reactions should be enough. Someone shouted with a request to wait. Turning around, Gangshik saw a man in a suit and asked who he was, to which he was told that he was an assistant manager. The assistant remembered the soldiers on the battlefield, saying that he knew that the hero thought that the reward was unfairly small, but most of the income from that hunt was sent to the families of the hunters who died that day. Awkwardly waving his hands, he said that the association had not committed corrupt acts, it was a necessity. But the hero replied that the calculation was wrong. Holding the phone in his hand, Gangshik also said that compensation to the families of the victims should be in the department of their internal funds, asking who allowed them to seize his hard-earned share. Very nervous, the assistant tried to mention the comrades who fought with him, but received the answer that the hero did not know them. Then the man averted his eyes, thinking that if he made a mistake now, he could say goodbye to his career, mentally asking the manager what he should do. The camera was pointed at the interlocutor when the guy said that he was waiting for an explanation, but he turned around when he heard that he was called a kid hiding behind a camera. A man in military uniform looked at him, asking what he had set up in the sacred place protecting Korea. The assistant bowed to him, calling him Jin-chang. The gray-haired man opened his mouth wide again, asking, "Can't they stop this riot?" The rest of the people behind him were happy. One of them said that the man would show his class. New messages from the gods appeared in front of the hero. They asked who he was. Another offered to beat him, and the guy thought that now he had two sources of headaches. Gangshik looked at the man who was pointing his finger at him and thought about how he was not a streamer, but a pure monster hunter, and quite average in skill, but there was something special about him. Then he imagined an older time with large-scale destruction, realizing that the man belonged to the generation that witnessed the very first invasion of monsters, one of those who experienced a much more cruel nightmare than what is happening now. Jin-chang stood on the ruins, addressing the people. He led a new generation of hunters so that the past would not repeat itself, and is currently the spiritual leader of the hunters. Looking at the other person, Gangshik asked what the problem was. Then he again switched to shouting, asking what the hero wants to say, that he has survived to this day only on his own. In response, Gangshik laughed, which angered Jin-chang even more. The hero said with a smile that not a single person stood up for him when his family was dying, asking if he knew what the government did that day. Looking at the people in front of him, the guy said that they had dropped a rocket right where he lived, to which the man awkwardly replied that there was a good reason for this. Gangshik remembered himself as a child, saying that it was because Zero Blade created new swords when faced with a large number of enemies. The government's response was one powerful blow, and that was how they made excuses. The hero remembered a powerful explosion, saying that because of them, his house became a storm of fire. Afterwards, he remembered the white monster, saying that the high-tech weapon did not leave even a scratch on the Zero Blade. Gangshik then remembered his fight with him, thinking that in the end, the best way to destroy him was a one-on-one fight, which was proven on his stream. Looking at his interlocutors, he ironically asked if they had realized whether they would deign to leave him behind. Jin-chang lowered his eyebrows, replying that he understood but would not back down. Imagining the man on the ground, the man said that he had said correctly. The response to the Zero Blade attack was wrong, asking what would change if the hunters repeated the previous mistakes. Then Gangshik, frowning, replied that he was not a hunter, but an ordinary person with no superpowers. A shocked Jin-chang pointed at the guy, repeating everything about the Zero Blade, but he calmly replied that it was because he was persistent, unlike him. Turning to the assistant, the hero said that he was ready to take only a shovel as a reward and one horn rampage, warning that he would not even try to do something strange because of his shovel. But the man looked at the bag in shock. A shovel was sticking out of it, and the man wondered what Hamosu was doing here. The shovel gleamed against the black uniformed man, so as to perpetuate the greatness of the shovel that struck Zero Blade in the jaw. The association dubbed it Hima's after the great ancestor, not understanding why Himozu was here and not in the laboratory. Pulling out his phone again, Gangshik asked what was wrong, and it looked like he was surprised that his shovel was there, to which the assistant replied no. Lowering his eyes, he thought that if he answered incorrectly, then everyone would understand that they were trying to take this shovel, wondering who was calling him and why now. After that, he took the phone in his hands and saw that it was a manager. Holding the phone to his ear, the man tried to stop Gangshik. Nervous, he touched the hero, saying that the manager wanted to meet him in person and he would receive his reward. But the guy replied that he didn't have time. Messages from the gods were about when new adventures would begin. Another complained that he would have to wait again. Frowning, the hero thought that it was almost done. He turned around in surprise when his thoughts were interrupted by the shout of his name. The tall man pushed people aside, telling them to move. He clenched his teeth tightly. Ilam approached him, repeating the hero's name. Looking away, the hero noticed Ilam, decided that he would help make the stream even more interesting. He was standing in front of a guy who said he would never believe it. He was visible in the broadcast window, talking about how it was impossible for his former cameraman to scare the Zero Blade. There were reports that the restless god was slightly interested, and another brought popcorn. Grinning, Gangshik thought about the fact that the audience perked up, and the gods calmed down, on that person raises his views. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that it was possible, and it was true, and he couldn't help but believe the stream. When he saw the shovel in his bag, he said that it was all thanks to her. The rest looked at me in surprise, noting that everything was unfolding in an interesting way. The hero took the shovel in his hands, asking what happened to Togo. Then he tilted his head, asking the interlocutor that he had come here for this. Ilayam was frightened when the hero walked towards him, saying that he was very brave to come to his death just to say a few words. The guy was nervous, trying to tell the hero not to make him laugh, but he did not understand what was wrong with him, and why he was afraid of him, because he was not like that before. Remembering how Gangshik fought, he didn't understand how people could do such a thing just because of a shovel, assuming that it was something else. The hero put the shovel in front of him, asking Togo if he was ready to go to hell. Moving away, Ilayam warned that one more step, and he could not vouch for himself. Angry, Gangshik told him to do something, remembering how he had left him, to which his opponent said that I was also in the past. Ilayam recalled being in court, and other consequences said that he had been given a suspended sentence, given a huge fine, and now he was being forced to marry a girl he didn't even know. Sighing heavily, the hero called him an idiot. The opponent beat his chest, noting that the court found him not guilty. A lot of surprised messages appeared in the chat. The hero noted that the rumors about him do not lie. The guy took the phone in his hand, asking if his opponent could see him, to which he replied that he did. Then he put the phone on the bench, offering to fight like men. Gangshik threw the shovel away, adding that he wouldn't use it, and his opponent would use his superpowers, and they would only fight with his fists. Above his head, there were reports that the gods doubted his morality and clapped their hands, but he thought that his physical abilities were increased, so that he would be able to figure it out even without a weapon, asking the gods not to let him down. Ilayam opened his mouth wide, surprised at the suggestion of fighting without using a cannonball, suggesting that both of them used superpowers in battle. He threw up his hands when asked if he was seriously proposing this, replied that they were congenital. Holding the cannonball in his pocket, he thought that without it he would not win, because he would definitely not win in hand-to-hand combat, because the hero had real muscles. They stood opposite each other. Another question about what Gangshik had decided, he replied that of the two of them, only he would fight with his fists. Well, the opponent said that he could also use his superpowers if he could. A trademark smile appeared on the hero's face, and he agreed with it. A fireball appeared in Ilayam's hands, saying that he would put an end to the hero's lies, and that now he would understand why he was called a fire sniper. Opening his eyes wide, he added that the guy would die immediately. Ilayam pulled the fireball behind his back, thinking that victory was his. The flames headed towards Gangshik, saying that this would be his last stream. With a smile, looking at this, the hero wanted his opponent not to change at all. The hero dodged the flames. His opponent was shocked to see how he was able to slip between the two streams of fire. Then he smiled ominously, deciding that they had only just begun. The fireballs headed at the back. Gangshik saw them after hearing that he was finished. A powerful explosion sounded. Looking at the fire, Ilayam said that the guy could try, but he would remain a simple cameraman, and he would destroy him and his camera. Gangshik pounced out of the fire. He gritted his teeth, thinking about the fact that he had worked for him for 3 years. Seeing how frightened his opponent was, he knew that he knew his fighting style by heart. The hero struck. Blood gushed from Togo's nose. Viewers in the chat were surprised at how easily the hero dodged. They said that the flames seemed to bypass him. Gangshik raised his hand for a punch when he saw the message that the gods were feeling refreshed and no longer bored, and thought about how he lacked the gods' help. Another blow knocked the opponent off his feet. He fell to the ground. The hero shook off his hand and, remembering the words about marriage, condoled with that girl. Ilayam lost consciousness. The guy also told him not to expect to take money from him for new teeth. People standing nearby were stunned that the fire sniper had lost. Gangshik picked up the phone, telling the audience that it was a summary of the lesson he had taught the bandit, reminding them that last week's winner was the princess and the pea, a reward he would send tomorrow. Several feathers fell from the sky. The hero glanced at his shoulder, and the birds sat on him. Those birds were also seen in the audience. They said that it was an oracle. But Gangshik himself looked displeased, asking about what they were doing here, thinking that they still looked like fledglings. Stroking the bird, he still thought that perhaps this meant good luck, so something good was definitely waiting for him. So, looking at the bird, I decided that it was much nicer than the captious gods. Someone watched him from afar, surprised that he had defeated Ilayam. Noticing the bird on his shoulder, he also noted that the guy had befriended the oracle. Clenching his fist, the man decided that he could not just stand and watch, and therefore he had to detain him. Gangshik glanced to the side as he heard the request to talk. The hero took a shovel, answering that the count of Allah is over. As he knocked the dirt off the shovel, he realized that the association had no interest in offending him. Looking confused, the interlocutor said that the situation with the shovel was a mistake, and the culprit had already been severely reprimanded, and they apologized, to which he replied that it was a waste of time. The man stretched out his hand, asking him to wait. The interlocutor shrugged his shoulders, saying that he had heard that there were problems with housing while fleeing, and that he slept in the bathrooms of spas, only as an apology they could provide a place of residence, to which he clarified whether they were aware of how much he earned. The facade reflected the rays of the sun. The hero thought that it was the peregrine falcon who wanted to get only one thing, and it was the horn that raged, because he needed to send it to the winner from the stream. The interlocutor continued to follow him, saying that the more income, the higher the taxes, and they can help with that, to which Gangshik replied that he was not chasing money, and a large fortune would not help him defeat the Zero Blade. The man was very nervous, saying that he understood everything. The oracle glanced at him as he heard the offer to accept the house, for which the association would not ask for anything in return. The bird began to croak. The guy thought that this head was responsible for bad predictions, and that perhaps the oracle felt something bad from the proposed house. Looking at her intently, Gangshik remembered that he had been told how an oracle only predicted events that would occur nearby. Looking up, Gangshik wondered what bad things could happen. Looking around, the hero thought that he was tired of getting into trouble, and he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. There was a sound above his head as he realized that he just had to stay away. Something hit the ground. Gangshik looked ahead carefully. Winged monsters appeared in front of him. They had sharp claws on their paws. Someone said that it was a pig wing. The man pointed to the hideout, telling him to run to it, while the hero wondered if the association was sufficiently protected from the attacks of monsters. Seeing how the monsters were chasing people, he decided that only 50%, because now most of the hunters are outside the city. People ran to the shelter. He decided that even without them, it could be dangerous in the association. The iron doors closed. Gangshik noted that everyone was only concerned about their own safety, and they left the rest of the people to die. The crowd broke into the doors, asking to open them. Gritting his teeth, the hero noted that nothing was changing. One of the girls was very scared. A pigwing attacked her, and she asked for help. The monster almost grabbed her. Blood spurted to the side. Gangshik cut off his paw with a shovel. Pigwing fell to the ground. The hero grabbed the girl, who recognized him as the operator MS, and said that he had to leave immediately. The rescued woman ran away, hearing that it was not safe near the shelter, and she had to go to the forest. The guy turned on the camera. Looking at the approaching monsters, he said that this would be the second part of the stream. The shovel began to glow. Commentators were happy that the stream appeared again, and were surprised that these monsters came out in the afternoon, while the hero said that he was the one who was fighting for the lives of ordinary people. He pulled the shovel behind his back when there were reports that the gods were interested and that he had 13 viewers, told them to like, comment, and also subscribe. Gangshik rushed towards the monster. The shovel plunged into the head. Pigwing fell to the ground. Looking at the sky, the guy noted that even he couldn't handle that many. Looking at the approaching monsters, I noticed that each one was the size of an elephant, and it would be difficult to kill them one by one. Gangshik paid attention to the paw when he thought about finding a weak point. Their nose caught his attention, and he remembered that they feed on waste, smells even from a great height. The monsters approached him. The swing passed over his head. The guy cut off the clawed paw, thinking that if he chopped off at least one at a time, it would make his job much easier. The wounded pig wing crashed into another. The shovel trembled in his hands, and he thought of how wonderful it was that he could cut bones so easily. On the broadcast, a severed limb was visible. The guy said that the heavy bodies of these creatures maintain balance thanks to massive paws, and by depriving them of support and balance, he can neutralize them. Running away from another monster, he thought that they would need time to recover. It was beneficial for him, because the sedentary pig wing was not dangerous. As he struck another blow, he thought that he needed to keep up the pace. His attack was visible on the broadcast. The audience was surprised at how easily he did it. The oracle croaked again. Well, he saw that the left head was again warning of the threat. Gangshik slowed down in front of the monster that could grab him. He looked at the bird with a smile, noting the incredible accuracy and excellent work. Then he looked to the side, hearing cries for help. Monsters surrounded Iliam, but the hero thought that he had long since escaped. There were reports that the gods became interested. Gangshik looked at him questioningly, not understanding why there were so many monsters circling around that guy. The hero looked at him intently. Seeing the frightened face of the guy, I thought that perhaps the monsters appreciated his smell. Iliam looked behind his back when he heard from the hero that even the pig wings understood what he really was, and asked him to do something in return. The broadcast showed how monsters surrounded him. Commentators noted that not everyone knows that he is a bad person. Leaning towards the ground, Gangshik came up with something. He took a handful of stones. Then he threw them forward. The stones hit the monsters. They lagged behind the guy. Iliam looked at the hero, surprised that he had saved him. He looked wounded, and decided that although he didn't know why he needed it, he could now get to the shelter. The monsters turned in his direction again. Iliam was approaching the hideout when the people inside did not understand why he was running towards them. He knocked, demanding to open the door, but he was told that there was no room. Let him look for another shelter, and that he was a provoking factor. The guy turned around when he was told that the monster was behind. The pigwings pounced on him. Observing this, Gangshik pointed out that he was right, and the monsters were indeed flying after him, and now the rest who had forgotten their hunting duty would get what they deserved. Pigwings slammed into the wall of the hideout. Watching how people tried to repel their attacks, the hero thought that, as expected, even without normal protection, the building was still standing, but the monster would break through, and it was only a matter of time. He pointed his camera, telling the audience to thank Ilam for luring the monsters to cover. Rushing forward, he added that they would also help those who could not hit him. On the broadcast, you could see how people repelled the attacks of monsters. The commentators were worried about the hero. They said that he was too good a person, and this was the main problem. But the guy himself saw that their best hunters cooperated behind the wall, and that if there were more of them, everything would be faster. Ilam rose from the ground, saying that he was alive. The guy opened his mouth wide. Pigwing was already approaching him as he thought about taking advantage of the chaos and sneaking into the hideout. Gangshik raised his head when he heard a scream. The monster caught the guy, which surprised him. Hanging head down, he asked him for salvation. Gangshik rushed towards him, telling him to prepare to land. A sweep slashed his paw. Ilam fell to the ground screaming. The hero himself landed on his feet. He saw a guy lying on top of the monster, noting his good luck. Pigwing stared at the slashed paw. The hero looked in the direction of the shelter, hearing the requests of people to let them in. He was not surprised, because he believed that they were already inside. Looking at this, he realized that no one would open it voluntarily, and it could be a real disaster. There are reports that the gods are laughing and advising you to drop everything and run. The wounded Pigwing rushed at him. But a smile appeared on Gangshik's face as he thought about this being a chance. People knocked on the doors, asking to open it. They saw a monster chasing the hero. He frowned and told everyone to disperse. The crowd began to disperse. Pigwing didn't understand what was happening. Gangshik managed to jump away before the monster crashed into the wall. A passage appeared in the wall. Standing on top of the monster, the guy told the others to run inside. The man in the suit pointed at him, not understanding what he was doing. Gangshik grabbed him by the jacket when he was talking about how all the monsters were coming here now. Looking into his eyes, the hero told him to do his job and help people. Then he pointed to the street, calling the rest of the hunters and saying that they still had a chance. The monsters were gathering near a gap in the wall. Gangshik noted that they were too large, so they would climb one by one, and there were a lot of people here, and therefore they would definitely cope with one monster. One of the best frowned, saying that the hero was right, and one by one they would easily deal with them. The hunters attacked the Pigwing. With a smile on his face, Gangshik pointed out that although they are not field hunters, they are excellent fighters. Glancing at the monster that had flown by, he noted that they lacked firepower, and the rest of the monsters would have to be taken care of by himself. Pigwing rushed to the woman with the child. The hero managed to protect them. Their faces were broadcast along with words of gratitude. Commentators were delighted while the guy himself was very happy. He then introduced the monster, reflecting on how the Zero Blade becomes stronger the more enemies surround it, and it only needs to be fought one-on-one. Rushing into battle, Gangshik decided that he needed a strong base so that no one would get between him and Zero Blade. The crowd watched his heroism. Then he looked at the appreciative comments, deciding that they would all raise faith in society. Gangshik stood up in front of the people, thinking that they would become his strength. He struck with a shovel. Taking her out of the monster, the guy wondered if he would also succeed with the others. Gangshik glanced away as he heard the address addressed to himself. A woman with a child smiled, saying words of gratitude, to which he replied that he was doing what he had to do. Others were greatly annoyed to hear that if he hadn't broken through the wall for them, they would have already perished. Picking up the phone, Gangshik replied that he was very glad that no one was seriously hurt, deciding that a little humanism would raise the stream in popularity. The oracle croaked again. It was the left head again. Pigwing broke through the ceiling. Gangshik turned to him. Blood spurted during the strike. Its splashes flew past the hero's face. The claw caught the guy. He gritted his teeth. He raised his hand to the wound. Pigwing stretched out his paw again, but he quickly removed her from the hero's attack. Gangshik's eyes grew larger in surprise. He had to dodge the enemy's attack, thinking that he was different from the rest. Seeing his bright eyes, the hero decided that this was their leader. Pigwing sprang forward. Gangshik held back his onslaught. Then he grabbed the horns. The guy struck with a shovel, saying that for him the monster was just a fat boar. He opened his mouth and growled. Blood fell on the hero. Pigwing burst through the ceiling. Gangshik was holding on to his fang. The monster headed down again. Holding on to it, the hero said that this could not be. There are holes in several floors of the building. The two of them again broke through several floors. Debris fell to the floor. People gathered near the breach. They looked down, wondering that the building had a basement, and wondered if the hero had survived. Gangshik raised his hand. The guy tried to get to his feet, but frowning, he realized that he could not keep his balance. His trembling hand was visible on the broadcast. Commentators were worried about his condition. Something was bursting out of the rubble. Pigwing stood up, letting out a roar. Seeing the approaching hero, he thought that he had to dodge. Claws appeared near the face. The monster clenched its paw. Gangshik was surprised to hear that he was in trouble. There was a dark sphere near his hand. The girl hovered over the monster, checking with the guy that he was not going to throw all the work on her. Dark-haired got on the stream when she hoped that Gangshik was not one of those men. The hero raised his shovel, repeating these words. Gangshik clenched his fist. Pigwing felt the pressure. The hero slashed a blow. He was standing on top of a defeated monster. Folding her hands, the girl noted that they were now even. Putting the shovel on his shoulder, the hero replied that he was glad of it. Messages appeared above him that the gods were pleased with the way things had turned out, and he thought they were back to their own again. Gangshik turned around after hearing that he was rumored to have been hospitalized, and Soyun didn't expect to see him here. The interlocutor went down to him when he replied that he was recovering very quickly. Gangshik looked at the girl when she wanted to say something and asked if everything was okay. She looked away, saying that she was thinking about her younger sibling, and that he was a fan of his streams, and he didn't even watch her. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, realizing that her brother was subscribed to him. Soyun rose above the ground again, saying that there was no time to talk because her comrades were waiting for orders, to which he said that he would get out himself. The girl climbed through the breach. The guy looked behind him. Looking at the shelves around, he replied that the rumors that the association keeps secret documents in the basements are true. Gangshik walked along them, marveling at their number. Something caught his attention. Rescuers pulled people out from under the rubble. The hero looked into the camera, telling viewers that the stream was over and he needed treatment. He saw the winner in the comments, answering that she did not have to worry, and he remembered her prize. There were reports that the god was wondering if there would be anything else of interest today, and he thought about the fact that he had already mentioned the treatment. Gangshik remembered his fights, realizing that if it weren't for the gods, he wouldn't have achieved all of this, and he wondered how much stronger he could become. Heading forward, he decided that the adventures that were so desperately awaited were still ahead. New reports indicated that the gods were delighted, with only 13 spectators. The guy looked to the side, hearing that he was called like a kid with a spear. The man pointed at him, recognizing him as the operator MS, and displeased asked that he could do anything now, since he had cool things, but the hero thought that he was one of the hunters who was outside the city. Gangshik showed him a shovel, saying that it was not a spear, to which he replied that it was not important and asked about the price. Gangshik placed her on his shoulder, thinking that fate was constantly guiding such guys, and asked the gods what he should do, assuming that the adventure would be delayed for a while. There were reports that the gods were up to it, and he received a donation. Gangshik frowned, surprised that the gods were serious about a new adventure. Then he clenched his fist, wondering what it was like this time, because he didn't see anything new yet. The interlocutor brought his finger to his face, asking if he could hear him well, because he wanted to solve everything amicably, and the hero replied that the shovel was not for sale. The interlocutor tilted his head and repeated that he would pay any money, and that he would handle a shovel better than a hero. Taking the phone in his hands, Gangshik replied that if he didn't leave behind, he would turn on the camera, to which the guy replied that he didn't care. The hero was glad that he didn't mind. Both looked at the man nearby, who asked the other person what he was doing. The man came closer, asking the man in the cap that he was trying to take things away from the hero. Then he looked away, saying that the reputation of hunters was suffering because of people like him. His attention was attracted by the same shovel. Both looked at her fascinated. Gangshik believed that things were getting better, but judging by their looks, things only got worse. Intercepting it, the hero decided that he would have to get out of it himself and solve the problem here and now. He stabbed it into the ground. He noticed something. The shovel had a handle with a ring. He thought that this was the same donation. A message appeared asking God if he liked them. Gangshik grabbed the hilt, thinking that she had to do something, because it was hardly just for beauty. Many people gathered around, and surprised by them, he asked them if they knew the legend of Excalibur. Spreading his hands, the guy said that he would give a shovel to someone who would pull it out of the ground with his bare hands and without superpowers. Frowning, the guy added that those who could not get on their knees and begged for forgiveness. People rushed to the shovel. Gangshik turned on the camera. Everyone hid their faces, asking to turn it off, saying that it was unfair. Holding the camera in his hand, the hero suggested that they plan to escape after the failure, noting that the recording will be just for such a case, so if they are afraid, then let them not even try. One of them rolled up his sleeves, saying that he would do it. The guy grabbed the hilt, saying that now it was his. Veins appeared on his hands, willingly defeated. He trembled, not understanding why she was so heavy, because she did not even move. The man pushed him away, telling him to leave. He also grabbed the handle, not understanding why it didn't work. The girl told him not to waste time. Gangshik, who was watching this, thought about how they could try as much as they wanted, but they still couldn't after hearing that something was wrong and that there was a cue. Later, everyone looked at the hero, calling him a fraud, and that there was some kind of cunning mechanism there. The guy sighed heavily, hearing the demands to pull them out so that they could look, and agreed. When he saw the message that the gods were laughing, he didn't understand why they had such a reaction. That's when the shovel glowed. He assumed that now he might not be able to pull it out himself. Taking a step forward, he saw a message that she would only succumb to a pure soul, not understanding what it meant. Gangshik grabbed the hilt. People gritted their teeth, saying that this was the end of him, and that if they failed, so did he. But the hero dodged, told the audience that his shovel was just very heavy. Placing his other hand on it, he began to count down. Gangshik ripped the shovel out of the ground. The ground beneath them began to crumble. There are reports that the gods are laughing and wondering what the hero thinks about it. He pursed his lips, not understanding what was happening, remembering that they used to say that Korea was not threatened by earthquakes. But with the advent of monsters, everything changed. He looked at his shovel, realizing that this shake was entirely his fault. The guy pointed to something with his hand. The ground under the hero's feet opened. he said that it split right where the shovel was. Sighing, Gangshik was glad that there was no major damage in sight. He looked at the ring, thinking that it was the one that created the earthquake and wondering how it worked. The hero frowned in displeasure when he saw the message that this was a surprise from the gods. The guys opened their mouths, asking about the earthquake and noting that it started when the boy pulled out a shovel. Holding the camera in his hand, the guy decided that in such a situation the main thing was to behave impudently and loudly. Turning it on himself, the hero told the audience that the earthquake happened right now, which is just amazing, suggesting that it was not a mere coincidence, and said that those who want to know the truth should stay with him. Later, sitting on a bench, he thought that this place was cursed, and he needed to leave here. The bird flew up to his hand. The sign of the store shone brightly. The hero was standing at the cash register. Later, he approached one of the tables. People were sitting nearby. He leaned back in his chair and was glad that the day was over. Then I looked at the city. They said that now it is so quiet and calm, as if nothing had happened. Gangshik twisted his arm, surprised that he had recovered in such a short time. Looking at his dinner, the guy realized that if it weren't for these forces, he would be dead. A smile appeared on his face as he wondered why he was lucky. He was confused by the silence around him. Then he picked up the food, deciding that it was time to eat, because the gods would not tell him anything anyway. There was a message that some god was laughing. A man sitting nearby looked at him. On his tablet, news appeared that monster attacks were becoming more frequent. People looked up, and he heard that dozens of pigwings had attacked the Monster Slayer Association's hideout today. Gangshik was eating noodles after hearing that he was the hunter who had contributed the most to the victory. Having swallowed it, he heard that the young hunter did not have superpowers, but incredible agility and strength, and a monstrous destructive shovel was used as a weapon, and everyone would be watching him closely. As I finished eating, I heard that this could be an act of heroism or an ordinary game for the public. Gangshik glanced to the side as the host wondered what he was hiding. He was sitting irritably at the table when the god told him to move and asked him to let him finish his meal. Another god invited a friend, and there were 14 spectators. The guy looked away, surprised by another god. Then he hit the table, deciding that he could not just sit. Clenching his fist, the hero said that it was time to go, and that the princess on the pea should wait for him. The bright sun illuminated the streets of the city. This road is dedicated to a man who died with the words, "Soul," on his lips, and the avenue is named after him. People in bulletproof vests were placed on the streets. As the association is not far away, you could even see it from here, and therefore it is safe, calm, and also because of this, real estate in this area is considered the most expensive in the country. Gangshik looked around, wondering if the pea princess lived somewhere here. Looking at the white facade of the house, he thought about the fact that you need to be an oligarch or the child of a national hero to live here, interested in who she is. He turned when he heard the demands to stop. The guards pointed to him, saying that there was no need to walk here. The guy covered himself with a shovel, answering that he was not up to anything bad. The man shot with the words that the unknown was armed. The oracle flew from his shoulder. Gangshik only had time to look at his shovel. He was struck by a discharge of electricity. Later, a security guard approached, apologizing for not recognizing the operator MS, asking how he was feeling. The hero smiled, answering that everything was fine, and he would do the same, deciding that it was better not to raise a scandal. The interlocutor gave a thumbs up, saying that it may sound strange, but he is a big fan of his. Putting the shovel in his bag, the hero replied that he had come here on business, asking permission to enter for a while, to which the man asked what it was about. He was surprised to see the horn. Gangshik put his hand behind his head when he realized that this was a prize for the winner from the stream, and that he was doing a great job delivering a package for a fan in person. Opening the door for him, the guard noted that this was not allowed, but for the hero who saved people from the invasion of monsters, he would make an exception once. The arrow pointed upwards. Looking at her, the guy thought that a fan helped him, and his life had changed a lot. The screen displayed the 8th floor. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. He walked down the corridor, surprised that it was an apartment building and not a palace. When he saw door 801, he wondered what it was like. There were reports that the gods craved romance. Looking up in confusion, Gangshik told them that they couldn't fool around here, and that it might end up with something more serious than a stun gun. Pressing the doorbell, he offered to just leave the gift and leave. Throwing the horn, he immediately ran away. The hero was looking around the corner. The man approached the gift. The guy was noticeably surprised. The girl looked around. She saw a horn on the floor. Picking him up, she was glad that he had really been sent. Gangshik was embarrassed, thinking that her nickname suited her. He looked at the girl, realizing that she was beautiful. The oracle began to croak. The guy grabbed the bird, asking what it was doing. He restrained the bird when the viewer asked who was there. The girl looked around the corner. Looking at the staircase, she noted that the sound was coming from here. As he descended, Gangshik didn't understand why he was running away, because it wouldn't be difficult for him to say a few words of congratulations. The guard waved at him, asking that he was already leaving, and he replied that he was and thanked him for his help. Turning around, the guy also asked not to tell anyone that he was here. When he saw the message that the gods were laughing at him, saying that he would never find a girlfriend, he thought that they were just mocking him. Gangshik fell to the ground. He looked up in displeasure, In front of him was Soyun. Raising her hand, she recognized the hero, asking what he was doing here. Getting to his feet, he only asked if she was too interested in him. Pointing to him, the interlocutor said that he lives here, and therefore he should answer, adding that trouble always follows him. Gangshik held out his hand in front of him, asking for calm, saying that he had come here to give the prize to a female spectator. The girl frowned, and he asked her not to look like that. The guy went on. Soyun turned around, saying that when he met Zero Blade, it felt like he didn't care about his life. The hero silently lowered his head after hearing that she saw such people go missing too often, asking him to be careful. Frowning, he replied that he would try. Looking ahead seriously, he thought that he had no choice. The oracle tried to escape from his hands. Taking cover from his attacks, Gangshik apologized to the bird. She sat on his shoulder, and he noticed that they looked somehow different, asking what they had eaten. The birds closed their eyes as he inquired about what they were eating and offered sausages, as well as asking where the monster's core went. There were reports that the gods did not consider this bird to be an oracle, throwing the blame on each other. The bird pretended not to hear him when he asked who to talk to. It flew off his shoulder as he demanded to spit out the cannonball, asking if she knew how much it cost. He chased after her, saying that he would catch her, and then the bird would not get off just like that. The viewer watched him through the window. Pigwings were flying over the city, and an alarm was sounded asking them to evacuate to the nearest shelter. A woman with a child hurried to one of them when the doors were already closing. The monster landed in front of her. The monster did not allow me to go to the shelter. It opened its mouth, letting out a roar. The woman covered the child with herself. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The man struck the monster. She looked up when she was asked if she was injured. Gangshik plunged a shovel into the monster and heard that he was recognized as the operator MS. On the broadcast, he was visible from a height. The guy waved to the oracle, asking if he had filmed everything. A camera was attached to the bird. Seeing a message from the gods, who hoped that this was not the end, he replied to them that they were impatient. Standing, the monsters went to them in the afternoon, telling them to prepare their donations. The hero grabbed the shovel tighter. He then pulled her behind her, saying that they were starting their monster stream. Gangshik's face was displayed on the screen. The man knitted his eyebrows, asking what was wrong with him, to which his interlocutor replied that the guy was a walking problem, impudent and arrogant. He glanced at the speaker, hearing that the hero was too popular, noting that he was still too strong and not in association. His attention was attracted by a shovel that they allegedly seized, noting that it was definitely unusual. Frowning, the interlocutor agreed to take it away, to which his boss was indignant at such an expression. Pointing his finger, he noted that they are not villains, offering to reward the hero who saved their city. He was confused and did not understand. Smiling ominously, the man offered to reward him and returned the shovel back. The light came out of the windows of the house. It was residence number 44 in a hunting city that did not accept people. Walking along the table, the man asked his interlocutor for his opinion on the idea, saying that it was the best reward for a hero. Imagining how he put a shovel on his shoulder, he noted that no one knew what could happen to him, and they would not be to blame. Several people were standing at the line of the defense sector, and they were allowed to enter, opening the passage B3. The passage opened in front of people, who were indignant that everything was going too slowly. The guy glanced at the soldiers, calling them lazy. One of them got angry, asking what he said, but his comrade advised him to keep himself together, because there was nothing they could do anyway. The soldier looked ahead, noting that if it weren't for their superpowers, he would have taught a good lesson in manners. Looking at the hunters, he remembered hearing that their scouts had found traces of explosives, upset that it had happened a week before the end of his service. The other stared ahead and asked the sergeant what had happened. In the distance, they saw a cloud of dust. Gangshik was walking down the street of the city when he heard that the assault squad was looking for healers, and another was planning a military operation on the 3-star monster. The girl sitting at the computer said that because of the explosives, the gates were raising the alarm level to the second, and due to the absence of the first squad, they were asking for more reinforcements, so they hoped for responses. The armored man replied that he was not interested in 1-star ones, because they would not recoup the cost of equipment. Gangshik smirked, noting that nothing had changed. A high wall sheltered the city, and he noted that it was the same as before. The hero frowned, sitting in the reception room in the association room 24 hours ago, clarifying whether he was given a home. The man sitting opposite replied that they wanted to present it as a reward. Gangshik looked at him intently after hearing that every hunter dreamed of such a thing, and clarified where he was. Raising his finger, the man replied that it was a luxurious house that was located in the new hunter city, and it was the perfect place to exchange information and purchase first-class goods. Gangshik tensed, thinking that this was the same city and this was a new building. He introduced it, reflecting on how it was originally a prosperous county of Korea, but its location on the plain made it an easy place for monsters, and hunters began to flock there to protect it. Looking at the interlocutors, I thought that this was too generous a reward. He raised his hands, saying that he was very big and very handsome, but the hero decided that they were clearly up to something. Now, holding the card in his hand, he decided that he would look at this suspicious house. Gangshik looked up as he saw the stamp that the gods were looking forward to adventure, asking them to find his home first. Then he smiled, asking if they had prepared gifts for the housewarming. But he looked away when he saw the answer, so that he could continue to dream. The guy looked behind him, hearing someone's exclamation. The blonde man pointed at him, surprised at such a coincidence, and offered to meet the hero. He put his hand on his shoulder. The audience was surprised that he had no shame at all. John himself said that the guy behaved bravely in the battle with the pig wings. Gangshik was visibly annoyed, heard that he must still be still there, and the suggestion of a joint stream to the spa, and thought that only 10 seconds had passed, and he was already about to hit him. The guy smiled broadly, saying that he was sorry that he was too busy to help back then. The hero was surprised to hear that he knew about his move, and asked how he knew it. Glacier pointed at the girl, saying that his younger sister is a real information maniac who is aware of all the rumors about hunters. The girl looked away in embarrassment, saying that it was nice to meet her, but she heard that she had closed the lens. Gangshik bowed and noted that it was not easy with them. The guy was still shouting that she was covering the lens. Then he again put his hand on the hero's shoulder, offering to suggest the way, but heard a question about what he was up to. He snatched the card, wondering why he thought so. The blonde man laughed through a smile, saying that you shouldn't be rude to a person who wants to help. White clouds floated over the skyscrapers, and he noted that although the hero did not trust him, he knew this place very well. Gangshik followed him, saying that it was empty, to which Gangshik replied that many had gone to fortify the city's defenses due to the bombers' advance. Joseph turned around in fright when he heard his name. Then he covered his face with his hand, telling the girl to turn off the camera. A man in a cloak was heading towards him. He gritted his teeth, indignant that the guy was still doing this. Joseph leaned over to him, calling him a buddy and asking how things were going outside the city. Frowning, he replied that he was not his friend, demanding to stop with clown streams and join the assault squad. He pointed at Gangshik and said that he already had a case planned for today with this young man. A tall guy approached him, specifying that it was also MS, doing stupid things on camera, and demanded to see his hunter card. The hero was there, not understanding why he should do this. Then, putting his hands on his belt, the interlocutor laughed, calling him impudent. He then shook his head, noting his several victories over low-level monsters. His blade was at the hero's head with the words that people like him already consider themselves cool. Gangshik glanced at the sword. The interlocutor smirked, saying that they could not be compared to real hunters, killing small fish within the city, and that the hero should stop being impudent, because they can only shoot their streams thanks to their squads. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the suggestion to check. Gangshik withdrew his sword, offering to find out which one was the clown. Joseph stared at the two of them in fright. The girl pointed at them, ordering them to disperse quickly. The hero went to the side when his opponent said that he had a nice conversation with a colleague. There was nothing wrong with that, while the guy thought that the assault squads are a group of hunters dealing with monsters that cannot be killed alone. He turned, thinking of the words that they were fighting for justice. The latter glanced in his direction, and he added that in fact they were no better than thugs. Later, they found themselves in front of a new house. The blonde noted that it was just right to live alone here. Gangshik got angry when the other person said that if he had killed Zero, he would have been on the avenue too. The hero put his hand in his pocket, and thanking him for the help, said that he could walk, to which Joseph replied that they walked for a long time and asked about tea. Looking at him angrily, the hero only offered to knock out his teeth. The interlocutor pointed to him, calling him a humorist, and decided that they would drop in later. The girl apologized. An oracle flew over the guy as he remarked that it looked like this was his house and asked for his opinion. The bird looked at the house. Then she sat on the hero's shoulder and croaked. The house seemed to be surrounded by a dark aura. Grinning, the guy noted that he thought it was not an easy house. The sun shone on the roof of the house. Gangshik went inside. He carefully peeked out of the corridor. Then he opened the door. The hero withdrew the shovel, giving a battle cry. The bedroom was empty. There was no one in the bathroom either. The rays of the sun illuminated the dark wall as he continued to search for someone. Gangshik later lay down on the bed. The oracle glanced at the boy as he addressed him. Putting his hands behind his head, he said that he had searched the whole house and found nothing. Heads looked at each other when they heard that you can't scare people just like that. The bird screamed again. Getting out of bed, the guy said that he would be back soon, and they should quietly look after the house. But the oracle flew up to him. The hero waved the bird away, not understanding what was happening now. Gangshik looked out the window when he heard that the defensive line had been broken. Words were heard all over the street that the hunters must prepare for battle. There were reports from the gods that they were very interested. The guy gritted his teeth in annoyance, because he had just arrived, and there were already some monsters. A blow rang out behind him. The hero looked behind him. A powerful explosion sounded, and words were heard that the bombers were already in the city. The rescuer glanced at the rubble, saying that there was a wounded man here. Removing the iron sheet, he asked the hero how he was. The guy looked up when asked if he could get up. Another rescuer raised his hand, saying to prepare for evacuation and that the monsters were coming. Gangshik was visibly annoyed, asking that the explosion was due to the explosives. He saw that his house was completely destroyed. The bird flew above him, still screaming. Smiling nervously, the guy was surprised that another misfortune awaited him right now. The hooves struck the ground. A monster appeared above him. Fire appeared in his mouth. Gangshik was shocked, saying that they had just met, and suggested that they at least get to know each other first. The monster's attack knocked him back. The guy plunged the shovel into the ground. He tried to hold on to the hilt. Closing his eyes, he knew that his strength was running out. An oracle appeared above him. The bird was surrounded by a barrier. The hero loosened his grip, noticing that the wind was dissipating. He frowned, noting that it might be a chick, but it was still a 2-star monster. So, going after the bird, he asked it to continue in the same vein. The oracle was in front of the monster. He took a deep breath. The bird was surrounded by a barrier. The monster struck. A few feathers flew aside. He raised his paws, trying to reach her. Gangshik approached him, asking where he was looking. The monster looked at him. Gangshik chopped off his hands, calling him an overgrown bull. The bull opened its mouth and howled. The hero said what kind of house it was for him. He fell to the ground. The guy attacked the enemy. He struck again, saying that it was because he had almost killed him. There was blood left on the shovel. Blood got on his face. Raising his head, the hero shouted about his home. The crystal was lying near the bull's body. Gangshik said that he had just moved in, not understanding why this was happening to him. He picked up the crystal. Then he held it out, thanking the oracle, and called the stone a snack. The bird's eyes became larger. The hero looked to the side when she screamed again. Several of the same monsters ran at him. The guy said that this was too much. Looking through binoculars, the man saw a crowd of bombers running at the operator MS, anticipating his death. His friend put away the camera and said that he had had enough. He pointed to the side, having heard that this was the most interesting thing, and replied that it did not matter now, and the hero needed help. Watching the monsters pounce on Gangshik, he told him that they wouldn't last a minute. He tore out his friend's camera, adding that it was impossible to take away someone else's prey. He did not understand his logic. He turned on the camera, noting that the interlocutor would not live long with such attitudes. Then he threw it back. Pointing behind his back, he told him to shut up and take pictures. Gangshik gritted his teeth. This guy noted that the only thing more interesting than the birth of a hero can be his fall. The oracle dispelled the gusts of wind. There were messages from the gods that they were sorry, and they would meet the hero in the next life, to which he was indignant at such a wake. Gangshik could hardly hold off the onslaught. He followed the bird, marveling at the heartlessness of the gods. The monster was above him as he said that they would deal with each one in turn. The blow knocked the guy down. Gritting his teeth, he noted that it was really on the verge. When he saw a message from the gods that he had had enough and that they were waiting for the arrival of the valiant hero, he said that they were not helping. The new report indicated that one good god is chastising others and saying that such behavior is inappropriate. Smiling up, the hero was surprised that someone took his side. Gangshik looked up when he saw that the good god was saying that he had almost unlocked the bonuses for his efforts. Imagining his shovel, he remembered that they had given it last time, which meant that he could not miss the opportunity to get something else. A confident smile appeared on his face, and he decided that he would continue. Opening his mouth wide, the hero shouted that he would fight to the last, and they would see who the grave was waiting for here. Despite the counter, he saw that he had 15 spectators, and some god joined in, deciding that his chances of survival had just increased. Looking at the bird, he asked it to stop the breathing attack for at least a second. Then he rushed at the enemies. Flames were gathering in the monster's mouth. Putting his hands behind his head, the hero opened his mouth wide, letting out a battle cry. He was surrounded by a ray of light when the good god invited a friend, and the guy reached the maximum number of viewers, receiving an incentive bonus. He looked up, surprised at this. The bird froze in the air. The monster also froze in place. Looking at them, he thought that time had stopped. Bright flashes appeared in the sky. They turned out to be dice. The cubes appeared near Gangshik's face. After that, they began to quickly circle around. Looking at them, the guy saw that the gods offered to choose a number, and they were very interested in what he would make. The light from them became brighter. The numbers 1 and 7 fell out on the dice. Covering himself with his hand, the hero said that exactly what he had planned had happened. In a moment, he was in a beam of light. He only shouted, looking up. An aura appeared around the shovel. The guy grabbed her tightly, telling her that some god had lent his powers, and chakra was temporarily available to him. Smiling broadly, Gangshik felt that he was overwhelmed with energy and could do anything. The monsters stood opposite. Their eyes shone brightly. He said that he would deal with them first. The blow knocked the monster off his feet. The enemy's body was torn in half. Others looked at the scattering blood. Looking at them, the hero noted that he saw. Looking more closely, he realized that he could see their every move. Once above them, Gangshik remarked that it was amazing. The aura still surrounded him. Smiling confidently again, he said that he would be done with it. The monsters rushed to attack. The person watching this did not understand how this was possible. The person behind him waved at him, saying that he was disturbing people's eyes, to which he only clarified that it was not a dream. A swing sliced the bull's head. The defeated lay under his feet. Looking at him menacingly, the hero told them to offer resistance and go to help to their friend. A sweep sliced through the monster. A trace remained on the ground under it. Gangshik turned around, breathing heavily. Then he put the shovel on his shoulder. When the chakra time was over, he noted that he had done everything. The hero looked around, noting that the hunters were gathering here and that the entire area had already been cleared. The uniformed men looked at him in surprise, saying that he had defeated those bulls himself. Gangshik looked up after seeing the gods preparing fireworks and telling him to be ready, and told them that they were completely insane. Frowning, Dingling realized that it was the operator MS. The guy brought his hand to his face, thinking that hunters have the same protection as ordinary people, so everyone follows the rules of a safe long-range attack. Remembering the past battle, he understood that one blow from the monster could die, but the hero used a melee technique against bulls, calling him a psycho. Gangshik had a shovel on his shoulder when he thought about the fact that he had killed the 2-star monster himself, and therefore his level should be at least above average. The hero stood in front of the ruins, saying that this was his home, clarifying what was left of it. Looking around, he could not find the oracle. The bird was sitting on top of the defeated enemy, and he realized that it was already trying to steal its cannonball. Then he put his hand on his head, noticing that he was not feeling well and perhaps he was overexerting. But when I looked down, I realized that the ground was slipping from under my feet. Something was tearing the earth. A tower rose to the sky. Gangshik opened his mouth in shock, realizing that it was artillery. There were many barrels sticking out of the turret. People appeared behind him when the guy suggested that it was too big and that, most likely, that was why the oracle was screaming. The military created a barrier in preparation for shelling. Gangshik looked at them angrily, saying that there was no need to provoke her, but just get away. But they smiled contentedly, wondering how much they would get for it. Several groups surrounded themselves with barriers. The guns headed in their direction. Looking at it, the hero told everyone to run, because this is an unusual 2-star artillery. Volleys were fired, a message from the gods that it was too late, and now they were waiting for the denouement. People looked up in shock. Explosions scattered them around. Several shells were directed towards the hero. He gritted his teeth and swore. Gangshik covered himself with his hands. Looking up, he was surprised that everything flew past him. The man ran away from the shells, asking for help. The shell was behind him, and he screamed. But suddenly the shell stopped near his face. Soyun stopped them all, and the man shouted that he was alive. The girl spread her arms, and everyone was happy that the goddess had saved them. Continuing to restrain them, she said that she could not do this for long, and everyone should retreat immediately. People fled in panic. Making a gesture with her hand, Soyun said that she would bring everything back. The shells changed direction. With a wave of their hand, they went back to the tower. Smoke was coming from the artillery. Frowning, Soyun saw that there were scratches on the car, deciding that something was wrong, as if it hadn't even been hit. Gangshik raised his head when he heard him leave here. Remembering how volleys flew over him, he did not understand why the tower did not attack him. The oracle flew over the hero. People rose from cover, noticing that the shelling had stopped, and assumed that the ammunition had run out. The man made a move, saying that they could attack. The cannons headed for them. Fear appeared on his face. They fled again, shouting that she was on alert. There were reports from the gods that they had prepared an observation log, and another suggested touching it, and everyone wondered what would happen next. Looking at the people running away, Gangshik decided that he was not perceived as a target. Someone was looking at him through the screen. A bird perched on his shoulder screamed, and the boy was surprised that this was a good omen. The guy pointed forward, saying that the operator was going to the artillery. Gangshik headed towards the tower. Everyone could see that it was still not attacking. Coming closer, he saw that she was not interested in him at all. He brought his hand to his face thoughtfully, wanting to know why. Doors opened in front of him. He opened his mouth in surprise, and the gods were impatient and hurried him. A camera was attached to the oracle. After looking into it, the guy told the audience that this was the first time they were seeing what was inside the tower. Smiling, he decided to go inside. There was only darkness on the screen and the question of whether he was heard. Gangshik turned on the flashlight. He saw a lot of machinery around him. Absolutely shocked, he looked around at the insides of the area. The mechanisms moved, making a sound. Frowning, the hero did not understand how to explain this, because he cannot just stand and be silent during the stream. Then he pointed to them, greeting them at his house and calling it sweet home, deciding that the easiest way to exaggerate it. Gangshik smiled at the message that the gods were delighted and wanted to inspect everything. Something caught his attention. There was a monster that looked like a bubble nearby, and the hero assumed that this was a 2-star monster for Delaria. Frowning gloomily, he did not understand what he was doing here. Then he looked ahead, not understanding why there was a house here. Standing in front of the door, Gangshik told the audience that this thing was very similar to his house, which was recently blown up, and offered to check what was inside. The guy looked inside. He saw the bed, thinking that the house was no different from what the government had given him, wondering that they had seriously thought of putting him here. He smiled, saying that the Fortaleria had recreated an exact replica, but he did not understand what was going on here. His hand was surrounded by a light with messages from the gods that he was very stupid, and it was because of the chakra, and realized that human energy is the main food of Fortaleria. He then lowered his head, noting that the tower had reacted to the chakra that was his incentive bonus. When he went outside, he told viewers that it was already quite late, and so he ended the stream, and if they wanted to know all the secrets of the place, they had to like and subscribe. Gangshik went to bed. The gods got bored and began to sing a lullaby. Even in his sleep, he furrowed his brows. A glow surrounded his body, and it was noted that while he was sleeping carelessly inside the Fortaleria, some changes were taking place in his body. His eyes were closed. Donations are something that the gods give just on a whim, but the bonus for effort is a more serious act on the part of the gods, putting their pride and honor at stake. Gangshik opened his eyes. He looked at his reflection, surprised at the sight of his body. While he was looking at his hand, it was noted that the last gift had a short-lived effect, but the guy experienced the power of the god. His body transformed to accept the power of chakra. Spreading his hands, he noted that he considered the actions of the incentive bonus to be over, but apparently not quite. Then he grabbed the box. The monster and the bird were surprised when he lifted the box above his head. Gangshik clenched his fist contentedly, saying that his body was simply unrecognizable. Later, he stood at the exit, telling the others to do so. The blue monster stared at him silently. Smiling, he asked for a ride. People surrounded the hero, asking if what was happening on the stream was true. He thought that they had been waiting for him all night. Looking at the people around him, Gangshik replied that he didn't have anything to say yet. I decided that I had to leave here. Moving quickly between people, he thought that he could no longer use the full power of chakra like during the fight with the bulls. But his body still remembered that state and could repeat something. Everyone turned, wondering how he had rushed so fast. Turning around, Gangshik didn't think it would be so easy. The guy crashed into something. Raising his head, he apologized. In front of him, he saw a huge man. They shook hands, and the man apologized back. He pointed at himself, saying that his name was Ho Yang. Then he smiled broadly, adding that he was the deputy commander of the Soul Capture Squad, and he had a proposal for a hero. After presenting various things, Gangshik heard that he would be given equipment made from a 4-star monster and the position of commander of the capture squad. Looking at the guy, the man offered to join them. People around were surprised, saying that they had heard that the invaders had decent salaries. Looking at the hero, they were sure that he would agree. Looking seriously at the interlocutor, the guy thought that such equipment does not even have a price. But these are just toys compared to his shovel. After that, he remembered Zero. Gangshik frowned, realizing that he needed to be alone to kill him. Walking around the other person, he thanked him for the offer, but refused, saying that in order to defeat the Zero Blade, he had to act alone. People were shocked that he had just abdicated the title of commander of the capture squad. Ho Yang smiled broadly. Turning around, he noted that the guy thinks like a real hunter. A month earlier, someone opened the door to Seoul City Hall. The man stood up from the table and greeted him. He went to the others, suggesting that they go straight to the point. Then he sat down on the sofa, asking how everything was going. The man pointed at the man, saying that thanks to their secret cooperation with the ministry, things were going well, who added that everything was going according to his plan, although many were worried about something. He then showed the ring, saying that they were just 3-star monsters, asking if they trusted the assault squad. The interlocutor smiled in confusion, trying to say that this was not so. Another man frowned and said that according to intelligence, they were showing mutation and strange behavior, someone could double their size. Aleke looked away, saying that this was still within expectations and that their main task was to prevent the information from spreading. After introducing people defeating monsters, he added that this is a good deal, especially considering that there are more and more hunters who refuse to cooperate with the government. After imagining how the hunter struck, he noted that such individualists are even more dangerous than the monsters themselves, because it threatens to rebel. The interlocutor glanced at the man sitting next to him, saying that recent events are proof of this, because independent hunters are becoming a problem, and they can reduce their number. Aleke put his foot on top of his leg when he pointed out that it was good that he was the one in charge of this operation. Putting his hands on his head, the man said that they would make sure that there were no problems, to which the second added that they would rely on him. Smiling, the guy told them to prepare hymns of praise. The oracle flew by with a camera on his chest. The hero waved, greeting the audience. He saw a message from the Monster Association, saying that something unusual was in store for them today, asking if they remembered last summer. Seeing the comment, the guy was convinced that they remembered him. A car drove by when he said that every year around this time, the 3-star evil cat bras get out of control. After seeing comments that many hunters were already there, he replied that these monsters didn't interest him. Looking to the side, Gangshik said that his main task was to learn how to deal with the 3-star monsters alone. An explosion sounded behind my back, to which the commentators drew attention. Turning around, the guy asked what it was. He saw a car that was driving towards the river. Frowning, he realized that she was rushing back. Monsters ran after her. People fought them off from the back. The guys fired beams, not understanding where they came from, because they were told that mutants were at the top of the river. The crowd of monsters stopped. They were more worried that if they were caught up, they would be killed. Grabbing a shovel, Gangshik asked about what was going on. He rushed towards the car, realizing that only he could stop this invasion. The driver turned the steering wheel, telling him to get out of the way, but the hero pushed away from it. Gangshik raised the shovel above his head. The impact on the ground scattered the monsters. He took a deep breath, because he was afraid that the earthquake would not work, to which the gods asked him to underestimate their donations. The hero looked behind him. A crowd of monsters headed towards him. The shovel was surrounded by an aura with messages from the gods that they were sending a donation and asking to answer the phone. The monsters had already pounced on him when he did not understand what kind of call he was talking about. With a shovel, he noted that he was now in the wrong position. The swing cut the enemy in half. Gangshik glanced up, seeing that it was urgent and worth taking a look at the hilt. New details have appeared inside the ring. Waves emanated from the fertility as he took the call. Something glowed red. The monsters inside watched what was happening. One of them frowned as he said, "Boom." Then he pressed the red button. Looking up at the sky, he didn't know what to expect next. Then he looked away, not understanding how he could believe in the phone on the handle of the shovel. Something flew over his head. The hero had to avoid explosions. He was breathing heavily as he turned to the fertility. But when he saw the result of the attack, he noted that it still helped. Looking at the hilt again, he realized that he now had a connection, calling it a great donation. Introducing the guns, the hero added that they would help him more than once in the future. Grinning, Gangshik said that if there was such an infestation in the city center, then he was sure that the situation was much worse near the river, suggesting that if the operator MS showed up in the middle of the fight and saved everyone, he would be puffed up to the skies. The people in the back got up, not understanding what it was and where the shells were flying from. Looking at the many corpses, they were surprised that the guy just left without taking anything, because although the monsters were damaged, they were still worth something. One of the monsters tried to move, and they noticed it. Squeezing his palm, the man told his friend that this could help them earn some small things. But he gritted his teeth when he heard the offer to leave, because he had a bad premonition. The monster watched the car drive away. Then he clung to his kinsman. His scales became denser, legs are stronger. Opening its mouth, the monster let out a scream. Air bubbles rose up. Bright eyes could be seen in the depths. Explosions sounded near the upper reaches of the river. The monsters ran ashore. So-yoon fought with the others. The guy noted that they had never had such a thing before. The girl gritted her teeth, saying that they were several times larger than last year. Looking at the crowd of monsters, she noticed strange mutations that she had not seen before. Glancing at Hoyan, the girl said that the bulk of the population needed to be eliminated before the situation became even worse. The man was rushing forward. He opened his mouth and let out a cry. An aura surrounded the shield, so a barrier appeared in front of him. The others stood behind him, and he told the squad to hold the line. Holding back the onslaught, Hoyan noticed that it was much easier to deal with monsters last summer. Then he looked at his comrades, realizing that their squad would go first. Turning to one of them, he asked if they had figured out what was going on, to which he replied that the government's response was the same as last year. Frowning, Hoyang asked about what that meant. They saw the monster clinging to another. Another one was moving forward quickly. The man said that in addition to the fact that they evolved by devouring each other, speed species have also appeared. The attack was deflected from the enemy's shell. All of them went to people. There were more and more new mutations. The man was surrounded by monsters, and he called for help. An open mouth appeared above his head. The guy closed his eyes in fear. So-yoon knocked the enemy back and saved him. Raising his head, Hoyang thanked him for saving the soldier. She nodded in response. Then she created a dark sphere, saying that there was no longer any delay. The monsters came together. The girl clasped her hands. Blood splatters scattered to the sides. Hiding from them, the man said that it was incredible. So-yoon and he noticed something. A new crowd was already approaching. Someone's footsteps were heard. A man came up to them, saying that there was a lot of effort, but the sight was pitiful. Anicap threw up his hands, asking if they were worthy of fighting under the banner of Seoul after that. Frowning, Hoyang cursed at him. He just grinned. Then he raised his hand, ordering the assault squad to sort it out here. The vehicles raised the launchers. Many shots were fired. Volleys appeared over the monsters. Iron bars pierced them. The soldiers put their hands forward when they heard the order. The monsters were approaching them. Lightning surrounded their bodies. The crowd was struck by chain lightning. Others loaded the cars. The man finished off the monster with lightning. Holding up the phone card, Anicap said that these hunting grounds are now under the control of the assault squad. 80% of the loot will be transferred to them. Standing at the head of the detachment, he repeated the percentage of prey. People were indignant, considering it a joke and talking about their losses. Hoyang gritted his teeth in annoyance. He took a step forward by addressing Anicap. The latter, looking at his approach, asked what was the matter, assuming that he wanted to thank him for saving him. The man grabbed him by the jacket and was sure that he knew everything in advance. Opening his mouth wide, he demanded an answer. The man smiled at him, saying that it was a ridiculous idea. Then he remembered military equipment, noting that there was too much of it. The soldier then said that there were too many lightning hunters for an annual hunt. Hoyang stared into his eyes, saying that it was impossible to prepare so quickly without knowing the scale of the disaster in advance. Anicap threw his hand away, replying that talented people are always envied, and there is no need to compare an assault squad and crooked thugs. So-yoon stood between them, demanding that they stop. Frowning, she noted that this was not the time for quarrels. The guy looked at the hunter, who said that everything was ready, and they were waiting for orders. He turned around, answering that it was time to lure the monsters out. Hoyan was indignant, saying that they weren't done yet. The hunters moved forward when they heard the command to act according to the plan. Monsters rose from the water. Lightning struck them. People went into the water. They knelt down on the command to get ready. A glow appeared in the water. The water began to boil. The monsters attacked the hunters. One of them ordered them not to be distracted and to focus on their task. Other hunters behind them attacked the enemy, covering the cold. Lightning struck the monster. The fin appeared from under the water. The body of the huge monster was approaching them. When they saw the splash, they said that it had appeared. The chief appeared in front of them. Frowning, Ho-young called him their main target. The monster's eyes shone brightly. Looking at him, Ilike ordered him to move on to stage 2. A man with a reinforced harpoon stepped forward. He and the others fired a harpoon. Harpoons pierced the monster. Their chains were tightened. The hunters continued to shoot. Looking angrily at this, Ho-young wondered what they were thinking. Seeing how the hunters held harpoons, he said that it would not help to buy time, and the mutants simply dragged them into the water. There was a lightning sign on the device. Smiling ominously, Ilike ordered a bolt of lightning to be fired. Electricity surrounded the monster's body. The girl was angry, saying that they would fry him with an electric shock fired through the harpoons, saying that it would not be enough. Ilike gathered energy in his hand. Then he directed it forward, determined to show the power of the storm. The beams struck the enemy through. So-yoon was visibly surprised, and when asked by her friend if they had always had such destructive power, she replied that they were using some kind of equipment to temporarily enhance their abilities. Ilike's ring was still emitting light, and he ordered the core to be removed before regeneration could begin. Then a man took a look who said that this year's situation is very different from last hunt, and there may be more than one such giant here. Smiling, he replied that they knew about it. Another giant appeared above the water. Looking at the interlocutor, Ilike said that he could stand and watch. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. Ilike, oh damn, washed his face, thinking that it was too, and everything was according to plan. Commentators wrote that their preparation, as always, is impressive. He was on the broadcast, standing with the hunters. The guy raised his hand, thinking about the fact that he had shown his strength to the masses. After that, he presented the silhouette of a man, deciding that in order to gain his father's recognition, it was necessary to prove that the second squad was doing a good job even without him. Several hunters grabbed the equipment, hearing that they needed to remove the core before regeneration began. One of them approached Ilike. This one addressed him as commander. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the guy said that he left everything to them, and everything should go well, so he had to act according to the plan. The guy approached the helmet, adding that he needed to show the other squads something that could not be compared with them. He raised his hand above his head, telling the others that from now on they were under his command. Heading to the car, Ilike said that he wanted to get out of this stench as soon as possible. He was asked about where to take him. Frowning, he replied that he wanted to meet his father. Later, he was reflected in the rearview mirror. The assistant congratulated him and was sure that the lieutenant colonel would be pleased with the results. Ilike glanced at the phone. Pressing the earpiece, he told the interlocutor to report on the situation. Standing by the monster, he replied that they were now working on extracting the core of one chieftain, and 2 was almost defeated. Smiling, the guy noted the good work. Looking to the side, the commander thanked him. Harpoons were sticking out of the monster. Someone said that 2 was also defeated. Pointing at it, the hunter told the others to deal with the core quickly, but to be careful because the monster was still alive. People surrounded him and saw that he was still moving. The third beast watched as the hunters drew the cannonball, discussing that the second division would now represent the entire assault squad, but his comrade demanded that he stop talking and concentrate. Taking the cannonball in his hand, he announced that the extraction was complete. The monster behind him opened its mouth. The guy looked up in fright, surprised that there was another one here. The monster swallowed him. Then it broke out of the water. Ho-young was shocked. The commanding hunter was visibly nervous, asking where the cannonball was. The others began to run away when they saw the monster approaching. Frowning, Ho-young and So-yoon said that the chief had evolved. A huge monster came out of the water. Raising his head, the commander ordered the soldiers to assemble and attack him. They fired harpoons, but the harpoons could not penetrate his skin. The hunter trembled with fear. Then lightning entered the battle in my squad, but the lightning did not cause damage. The monster just looked at them carefully. A wave of his hand scattered the hunters. Scraps of uniform fell around the commander. The monster rushed towards him. Trembling, he watched him approach. Hearing the sound, he looked away uncomprehendingly. Ho-young covered him with a shield, telling him not to give up. Gritting his teeth, the man spoke of the fact that he could only restrain him. Then he turned to the rescued man, telling him to unite with the remaining soldiers. He would try to buy their time, and they might succeed. The commander looked at him in shock. Not seeing the huge claw, he replied that there was no way they could handle this thing. The hunter decided to run away, saying that if the man wanted, he could stay. He turned, demanding that he come back. The monster clenched his fist. Ho-young looked at this in amazement. The blow threw him back. The man seems to have lost consciousness. The monster froze for a moment. So-yoon tried to restrain him. It was hard for the girl, and now she understood the power of the evolved mutants. The mutant glanced in her direction. Then he raised his hands, letting out a roar. Clenching her teeth in anger, she was surprised that he had freed himself from her telekinesis. The clawed paw was already approaching her. When she saw him, she knew he was going to get her. Blood spurted to the side. Gangshik chopped off his hand. The girl looked at the hero in surprise. He smiled, specifying that it was a 2-core leader. The monster grabbed the severed hand, and the hero said that the audience had been waiting for it enough. He held the shovel out in front of him, saying that Operator MS was starting the hunt. Ho Young put his hand to his head, asking how long he was unconscious. A girl standing next to him replied that it was about 5 minutes, to which he asked how he had survived. Seeing the guy fighting the monster, she pointed at him. Frowning, Gangshik thought about his body moving differently, assuming that the chakra had returned. There were reports that the gods were surprised that his body remembered this village and were impressed. Once above the enemy's head, he also noted that it was a little different from the previous time. Then he opened his mouth, letting out a scream. The hero struck. The severed hand fell to the ground. Taking the weapon behind his back, the guy noted that this was more than enough. The monster narrowed his eyes. A new arm appeared in place of the cut arm. Gangshik was shocked by such an incredible regeneration. The monster clung to an already dead relative, and the hero suggested that cannibalism speeds up recovery. Frowning, he decided to check it out. The guy raised the shovel in front of him. Then he plunged it into the ground. The monster felt something. Earthen spikes pierced into him. Blood gushed out of the enemy. The hero smiled, asking how he felt about this. But he was surprised by what he saw. The enemy brought the monster to his mouth. His wounds were healing. Seeing the recovery, the guy realized that with each regeneration, he became more dangerous. But he saw something he didn't expect. In place of the hands, a fish head and a bone sword appeared. Gangshik noted that the monster is beginning to become impudent. Paying attention to the corpses of his relatives, the guy realized that he was in a too disadvantageous position. Then he saw the monster raise his hand, decided that he needed to change his position. Gangshik blocked the attack with a shovel, holding back the onslaught. Even he had time to think. But he noticed something. Looking at the handle of the shovel, the hero thought that this could help him. Fortaleria watched him through the screens. The monsters were talking about something. One of them glanced away. The mechanism moved the rocket. Gangshik unleashes a punch. He cut off the limb again, but the bone sword reappeared in its place. Looking at it, the hero noted that the regeneration was incredibly fast, suggesting that it was perhaps too far from the Fortaleria. The oracle filmed what was happening from a height. What was happening was visible on the broadcast. Suddenly the bird screamed. Looking up, he saw that it was a good sign. A whistle was heard in the sky. The guy looked up in surprise. There was an explosion. Ho Yang covered himself with his hand, asking where the shell had come from. Smoke rose along with the hit. Gangshik hid behind piles of earth, saying that he almost died. Looking around, he noted that this attack was different from the previous one, and perhaps they depended on distance. He saw the monster behind him. There were many wounds on his body. His eyes shone brightly. Gritting his teeth, the hero noted that the explosion only bought him time. He remembered Ailike's attack, realizing that to finish it off, he would need the power of the core. So, as he stared at the enemy, he wondered if he had such power. An aura appeared around him with a message that the gods were advising him to remember the actions of the chakra and concentrate. Gangshik remembered how he defeated the previous enemy. Gripping the handle of his shovel tighter, he thought of the feeling he had felt that time. The monster rushed towards him. The hero looked at him intently. Then he raised the shovel like a spear. Opening his mouth wide, he let out a battle cry. The shovel hit the enemy through. The monster's eyes widened. There was a hole left in his body. The core glittered in the sun. Hoyan looked shocked. Soyun was visibly surprised, saying that perhaps this was the true strength of the operator MS. Light was coming from the hero's hand. Looking at her, he said that it was incredible. The corpse of the monster was shown on broadcast. The core was apparently shining brightly. The oracle took him in his beak. Gangshik saw this, demanding not to dare, but the bird had already swallowed it. The central headquarters of the assault detachment was located in the middle of the forest. The commander of the second detachment stood in front of the commander, and he asked what had happened. Ailike knitted his eyebrows and apologized. The interlocutor tapped his fingers in irritation and noted that he had misunderstood his question. The brunette introduced the main character and muttered that there was some unforeseen factor. Yu Yuang, the head of the assault squad, arched his eyebrows and reminded him that there were a lot of people involved this time, so his son had a rather pathetic excuse for the disaster. Ailike gritted his teeth as he realized that he already knew. The commander of the Mian assault squad was standing behind the head, and the guy assumed that she was the one who reported everything. The man looked at his son and said that his post seemed to be a burden on him, and it was worth thinking about. An image of the main character appeared in front of them on the screen, and he clarified whether it was the same cameraman MS. Ailike opened his mouth in shock when the interlocutor asked if this guy could replace him. The brunette spread his arms and shouted that this man had tarnished the name of their squad. Yu Yuan looked at him menacingly and demanded to shut up. An overwhelming energy emanated from him, and the man said that it was his son who was to blame for their shame, and no one else. The guy gritted his teeth, listening to the accusations that he had dragged in so many soldiers, destroyed everything, and even played a whole spectacle. Ailike narrowed his eyes and apologized. Miyun looked at the boss enthusiastically and thought that he was incredibly good, even when he was angry. She leaned over to him and asked if he thought that her son had already realized everything. The woman looked at the guy with a smirk and assured him that he knew how to clean up well. The interlocutor gritted his teeth and thought that he hated her. Ailike clenched his fist, and said that he had to take steps to make sure nothing else hurt the squad. At these words, he turned around, mentally asking them to wait for what he would do. The head closed his eyes with a sigh and muttered that he had a long way to go, and this pride could still backfire, and the woman asked if she should put things in order. They looked at the screen, and the man stated that there was another task for her related to him. Yu Wang leaned on his arm and asked him to find out everything about the main character, because it is better that he is their ally than an enemy. The interlocutor looked at the boss and noted that he had a high opinion of him. Mi Yun's eyes widened as she guessed that it was Kim Mushin, and since the guy didn't have superpowers, then he could only kill a 2-star monster with combat skills. The head looked at the photo of the man and added that it would be nice if they involved his youngest son in this, and the interlocutor promised to deal with this issue separately. The building of the Korean branch of the Monstral Association was lit up by the sun. The representative stood on the podium, flanked by reporters, who asked if he was aware of the mutations of the malevolence, and if Fortress had dropped a bomb on the Han River. The men pulled out microphones, clarifying what they planned to do with the battle tower. The defendant was sweating and asked to calm down and ask questions one by one. A bespectacled boy approached him and whispered that cameraman MS had cut off communications and was not answering calls, and he was indignant that the guy was ignoring them, and they couldn't even approach him because of Fortress. He looked angrily at the tower outside the window, wondering what the protagonist was thinking. Inside the structure were projectiles and mechanical arms, and Gangshik began recording a special release. The guy pointed to the slime and introduced it to Fortress. He poked her with his finger and declared that she was not only cute. The brunette turned his camera to the entire squad of clones that were sitting on different levels of the tower. Gangshik noticed the ringing phone as he talked about the creature. He unlocked it, thinking that he seemed to only allow urgent notifications. His eyes rounded. The news of Nanburade's arrival was revealed on the screen, and he was delighted that the monster had finally appeared in western China, after which he was presented with messages that one god was packing for his journey, and another was looking for his passport. A raven with a camera sat down next to him and croaked, and the hero said that his plans had changed, and he urgently needed to go to China. The guy presented the map and remembered that because of the monsters, travel abroad was severely limited, and aerial vehicles had become a rare first-class pleasure. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and decided that he needed an airplane. Gangshik pointed to the camera with a smile and shouted that now the announcement is for those who will be able to help him with the flight the fastest. The girl on the other side of the monitor rounded her eyes in surprise. The guy looked into the lens and said that this man would be invited here, to Fortress. The viewer began to type quickly, muttering that she would never miss such a chance. The main character looked at the chat, thinking that he might have gone too far, although there are not many air vehicles in the country anyway. He shuddered in surprise and rounded his eyes. In the comments there was a message from Thumbelina that one of her acquaintances says that the government is trying to contact the hero, and perhaps they will be able to agree. The guy looked at the missed calls on the lock screen and thought that he didn't pick up the phone because he didn't want to be drawn into new problems. But how does Thumbelina know? The brunette remembered the rich house and assumed that she was really an unusual girl. The head of the association gritted his teeth as he looked at the screen where the protagonist asked the interested parties of the state to contact him. The man looked at the guy and exclaimed why he was silent, whether there was any sense in it. Anicap turned wearily to him and said that the assault squad was taking full responsibility. He lowered his head while the old man ordered the secretary to call one of the impudent fellows. After a while, the head put the phone to his ear and was about to introduce himself, but the main character suggested omitting this part. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows and asked if he had a plane. The interlocutor jumped up and said that the guy did not understand how the world worked, since he did not realize the scale of his request. Anicap abruptly snatched the phone from his hands. He smiled and said that the plane would be provided by the assault squad. The main character narrowed his eyes when he recognized this voice. The commander clenched his fist tightly and forced out gratitude for his help that time, and since he was indebted to him, maybe they could come to an agreement. The guy smirked as the bird flew over him and replied that it sounded great. The helicopter was flying over western China. The pilot turned around and said that he saw his destination, so let him be ready. The main character was in the passenger seat. He looked out the window, looking at the other country from above. The helicopter raced forward, and the brunette thought that this was very different from what he knew about the state. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows and noted that he didn't expect the assault squad to provide him with equipment. He remembered Anicap and suggested that he wanted to save his reputation after the recent events with the carp. The guy smirked and decided that it didn't matter, because the main thing was to get to the goal. They began to decline. The brunette rounded his eyes and asked him to wait a second. He looked back at the helicopter and shouted that there was nothing here. The man looked at him and replied that everything was according to the coordinates, and as soon as he finished, let him contact him, and then he would arrive. The brunette glanced at the departing helicopter, hoping that the pilot would really return. The hero looked at the incoming call on the phone and noted that the number was Chinese. He held the phone, muttering that there was a feeling that if you answered, you wouldn't be able to get around the problems later, so it was better to just score and start streaming. The raven flew over the owner with the camera, and he greeted the audience. A rider was watching him from the hill while the guy was shouting that he had flown in from Korea, and now their cameraman was out. The brunette pointed to himself with a smirk and said that he would go anywhere for non-berate, and at this time someone was going downstairs after him. The main character turned around inquiringly when he was shouted to stand still. A man on a horse loomed over him. He frowned and demanded to know what kind of boy he was from. Gangshik gritted his teeth and was indignant that he had almost been killed, and realized that he didn't understand a word. The man glanced at him and shouted that this was the last warning, but the brunette just wanted him to speak Korean. The tip of the hero's shovel began to glow after receiving a donation from one of the gods. The interlocutor knitted his eyebrows and demanded to report on his belonging. The streamer's eyes widened, noting that he now understood him, thinking that the gods were a little by this situation. The stranger grabbed the hilt of his sword and warned that he would have to eliminate it if he did not introduce himself. The brunette gritted his teeth in displeasure. He took out a shovel and released his energy, asking if he was sure he could do it. The interlocutor shuddered in surprise and stared at him. Gangshik put the weapon back and said that he was only there to deal with non-berate, and he was definitely not an enemy. The man arched his eyebrows and was surprised that he was talking about the devil of heaven, and also noted that his clothes and speech did not correspond to a person who knew martial arts. The brunette looked at him and asked him to take his word for it, and he noticed the difference in the name of the monster. The long-haired man laughed, not understanding how he was going to fight the monster if his only fighting skill was zeal. The warrior narrowed his eyes, remembering that the head had said that a man from afar would soon arrive. The bird sat on the owner's shoulder, and the man was surprised that the soothsayer they revered behaved like this. The rider stood in front of the guy and said that his clan listened to the predictions of these birds, and if she predicted their fate, then he would do everything possible to find the devil of heaven. The main character narrowed his eyes, trying to understand if this was a trap. The other man gripped the hilt of his sword. He knitted his eyebrows and said that he understood that it was difficult for him to trust him like that, but they just wanted the guy to help them. The man swung his blade, activating the flaming sword Sura. An explosion rang out in front of him. Gangshik stared at the stranger as rocks were thrown at him and thought that it was the power of the two-star monster Tolst. The swordsman frowned and said that if he wanted to get rid of him, his blade would not leave a trace of his body, but there was no point in him plotting. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, thinking that it would be difficult to search for non-berate alone in the desert, so he would just get it over with quickly. He stretched out his hand and introduced himself. Hujin folded his hands and called himself the 13th son of the Ha clan. The brunette's eyes widened and thought that he had been told something completely different. The guy followed the rider, looking around. The streamer looked around, doubting that it was China. In the settlement there were guards in primitive armor that did not correspond to their generation. The poor villagers looked at him with fear in their eyes. The videos showed destroyed buildings, and viewers were horrified by this situation. A servant came up to Hujin and greeted him, and the main character thought that it would be hard. The long-haired man looked back at him and said that this was the pride of his clan that had existed for 500 years. In front of them stood the royal flame pavilion. The brunette threw back his head and opened his mouth in surprise, exclaiming that this is a completely different world. The guard looked at the swordsman and asked who was with him, and he replied that he was their guest of honor who wanted to meet with the head. Gangshik looked at them with interest. The soldiers looked at each other uncertainly. Hujin frowned and was indignant that they were keeping him waiting. He looked back at the voice that said it wasn't like that. Namgung Unran opened the doors and invited them in, saying that the head had given permission. The men followed her inside. The protagonist looked around in amazement, thinking that it was just as stunning here as it was outside. He noticed that there were many young girls around, as if they had been gathered from all over the village. Unran stopped by the elevator, and Hujin was surprised that the head allowed them to use it. The woman smiled and noted that the brunette was their important guest. The long-haired man looked at the streamer and exclaimed that he was really special, because very few people had seen this thing, and he would also ride it. The main character knitted his eyebrows, watching the conductor. She was also staring at the tip of his shovel. The number 15 flashed on the scoreboard. The guy stopped in front of the high doors, and she said that they were waiting for him here. The streamer looked ahead resolutely. On the throne sat a man who greeted him with a laugh. The man smirked and greeted him into the Ha Huchang world. Then he waved his hand and said that the other two could go. Hujin and Unran bowed and walked out. After that, the brunette was left alone with the head of the clan. He rubbed his chin and muttered that he hadn't been nervous for 60 years. But now he remembered what it felt like. The guy narrowed his eyes, thinking that he looked quite young for such numbers. The man chuckled and asked if he was surprised that he looked so much younger than his years. Huchang flashed the ring on his finger and said that the monster core is not just a source of superpowers, but if it is processed, it is possible to unleash the abilities of one's own body along with other powers. A screen with a photo of Yu Yuan appeared in front of them, and the head said that he looked like him. The main character looked around and guessed that the interlocutor controlled all the information and managed the village. The guy knitted his eyebrows and asked if he could establish the location of non-berate, because for him now this is the most important thing. The man snapped his fingers, noting that the young man was in a hurry, and he had forgotten about it. The brunette frowned when the interlocutor said that his soldiers were now looking for the monster and would arrive soon. He had to wait a little. He pointed to the girl he called his daughter and said that she would take care of him after a long journey. The stranger looked up and introduced herself as Hulin. Then she pointed behind the curtains and invited the hero to enter. Gangshik glanced sideways at the head and thought that he did not yet understand what he was up to, but he would play along, and the man muttered that a good rest is important before a significant event. The brunette narrowed his eyes, ready to do anything to catch the monster. Hu Chang grinned slyly. The guy was sitting on the sofa next to the girl. He looked at her, wondering if she was going to sit there like this. The girl rounded her eyes in shock when the streamer said that he would like to be alone. Hu Lin looked at him with a frightened look and asked him not to expose him, as the head instructed her to take care of him warmly. Her pupils sparkled. Violet energy appeared around the girl, and she demanded to take a look at her. The brunette frowned, feeling the influence of the force. The interlocutor stared at him point blank. Then she lifted his face by the chin and asked him to show him the secret he was hiding. The guy sweated and asked again. Gangshik frowned and was indignant that she was talking some nonsense. The girl rounded her eyes, not understanding why she could not read his thoughts. The hero frowned, guessing that she was trying to get into his head with the help of superpowers, and the gods were outraged by the impudence of the stranger. The brunette stood up and said that it would be better for her to explain himself. He knitted his eyebrows and released his energy. The girl recoiled in surprise. His magic touched her mind. A memory appeared before the hero's eyes, where the head orders his daughter to bring his shovel, because they have invested all their resources to drag him to us, so there is no miscalculation. Hu Lin lowered her gaze and muttered that she didn't want to do it anymore. The man leaned over to her and asked if she really didn't care about the starving people, or her naive brother. She closed her eyes when Hu Chang warned that she had better make the right choice. The main character froze in surprise, clearly hearing her mental cry for help. The girl looked at him in confusion, and the brunette realized that he had just seen her memories. The brunette stood over her, having learned from the hints of the gods that the ability of the chakra allowed even this. He knitted his eyebrows and invited her to speak frankly. The clan leader turned around when he was addressed. The brunette came out to him and demanded an explanation. The interlocutor sweated and pretended that he did not understand what he was talking about, and he was afraid that nothing had worked. Hu Chang put his hand in his kimono and suggested that his daughter's hospitality was not up to his standards. The streamer frowned to be indignant, but a bullet flew near his face. Hu Lin flinched in fright. Her father took out a pistol and remarked with a grin that he no longer needed to be nice once the guy understood everything. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows and thought that shooting just like that was too much. He pointed a shovel at his opponent and said that he was the first to start it. They stood opposite each other, and the head noted that it doesn't matter how strong a young man is, as long as a person can be killed by just one bullet. The man stretched out his hand and demanded to give him the shovel. The interlocutor looked at him and asked if he really thought that this would solve all the problems. Hu Chang grimaced in annoyance and shouted that he had seen for himself that there was no hope here anymore. He introduced the poor and said that this land, abandoned by the state, would soon be taken by starvation. The man remembered how he came to the officials and tried to negotiate, but it was not profitable for them to support them. The clan leader smiled as he introduced the protagonist, and said that with this shovel, they could slay the heaven devil, and then their requests would be heard. The brunette stared at him in bewilderment, and asked if this was the reason for spreading false information that the monster was here. The interlocutor frowned and confirmed. His eyes widened as the guy announced that he was giving her away. Gangshik threw the tool in the air and warned that it was a little heavy. It pierced the man's leg with a blade. He bulged his eyes and screamed. The head was sweating and pointed his gun at him in indignation. At that moment, the protagonist's fist flew into his face. Several teeth left the jaw. Hu Chang flew back towards his throne. It slid off the back, leaving a trail of blood. Hu Lin looked at her father worriedly and called out to him. Hu Jin burst into the room apologetically and shouted that he was worried when he heard the noise. He frowned and froze. The warrior saw the head on the throne in a blackout, his daughter, and the main character. The long-haired man rounded his eyes and cried out. Hu Chang was lying unconscious. The brunette gritted his teeth and thought that the situation was becoming overgrown with problems. The swordsman looked at him angrily and said that he trusted him, and now let him not hope to return alive. He pointed his sword at the boy and shouted that there was no excuse for him. Fiery energy emanated from Hu Jin. The main character gritted his teeth and wondered if it was worth just knocking him out. The interlocutor frowned and said that Hu Chang was the cold and intimidating head of the family, but still his father. He rushed to the attack to destroy his father's killer. Suddenly, the girl jumped out in front of the main character and asked her brother to stop. He shuddered in surprise at the sight of his elder sister. His sword plunged into the floor. Gangshik looked ahead warily. The long-haired man frowned and asked what she was doing, and why she took the side of the villain and enemy of the head of their house. The girl arched her eyebrows. She came closer and said that her father was not a good man. Hu Lin ran her hand over his cheek, activating her power, and asked him to look into her eyes. Her pupils narrowed and flashed purple. The main character looked at her in amazement, thinking that the iron core is simply incredible, because it is an opportunity not only to read thoughts, but also to broadcast them. Hu Jin was sweating, frozen in place. Then he knelt down and asked if what he had seen was true about how his father ruled the village and wanted to kill the guest. The swordsman raised his head and turned to Gangshik. Then he bowed and muttered that he was very ashamed, and he was generally indebted to him. Flames raged around the pavilion building. Corpses lay on the ground, and screams were heard everywhere. Unran led her black wolf band and rebelled. She narrowed her eyes and grinned. Hujin and Gangshik looked down, trying to figure out what was going on, and the brunette wondered who these people were. The swordsman gritted his teeth and explained that it was their family's personal guard, led by Unran, but it was unclear why they would rebel. The woman with a grin stretched out her hand and shouted that the main character should give them the shovel, and then they would spare him. The brunette clenched the grip, indignant that everyone considered his weapon to be their property, and Hujin exclaimed that he would try to keep the escape route. He and the girl looked in surprise at the hero, who offered him to stay and protect his only sister. The streamer smirked as he released his energy, and the long-haired man warned that these people were the top of their house, so it was too dangerous. However, the guy asked to trust him. He stepped on the handrail, taking aim, and added that if he had any doubts about it, then let them just watch. A powerful attack fell on the soldiers below, scattering them. The men flew into the air screaming. Hujin opened his mouth in surprise and asked what kind of power it was. The brunette turned around at him with a smirk and noted that if he wanted to get rid of him, it would have been over long ago. He remembered how the swordsman had warned him in the desert. With that, the streamer jumped down, shouting for the warrior to protect the one he cared about. Gangshik smiled in anticipation. At this time, the soldiers tried to pull his shovel out of the ground, but they did not succeed. The protagonist landed next to the tool, knocking enemies away, and clenched the handle. They looked at him in confusion, discussing that everyone who claimed that this guy had no abilities was wrong. His enemies drew their swords, determined to deal with him in cold blood and ruthlessly. Everyone surrounded the hero and rushed to attack, intending to kill him. The brunette waved his shovel and noted that it would now be considered self-defense. Unran's eyes widened and muttered that she thought the head was bluffing. But were the rumors that the kid had fought the devil of heaven true? Hu Chang himself sat on the throne with a squashed face and knocked out teeth. Hu Jin glanced at him and suggested that his sister go to safety. The girl arched her eyebrows and stopped him. The ring on her thick finger began to glow, and she exclaimed that the core was activated. The long-haired man opened his mouth in surprise and realized that he was not dead. Their father's arm had swollen veins. A sharp bone protruded from his body. Then the paws appeared. Red eyes were found under the torn clothes. The creature jumped, pushing off the floor. It was a huge spider, and Hu Jin exclaimed in horror that the true form of the core was the devourer, who used the head as a vessel to awaken. The swordsman held out his hand and asked his sister to hide behind him. The guy took out his sword and said that the monster had just hatched, which meant that it had not yet reached full 3-star strength. The monster struck him sharply with its paw. The long-haired man sweated and gritted his teeth. He was thrown aside. The girl looked around anxiously and called out to him. Hu Jin frowned and tried to get up. As Hulin stretched out her hand towards him, the spider had already swung for a strike. The warrior's eyes widened and called out to her. The locket on his chest shone. He managed to instantly get in front of the monster by swinging his blade. His sister looked at him excitedly. One of the spider's legs was cut off and a cut appeared on its snout. Hu Jin clenched the handle as he tried to deal with the power of the flames. The pendant on his neck throbbed, and the guy realized that his connection with the core had strengthened. Was this really the power of the head? The spider hovered over them, screaming that it was in pain. The long-haired man gritted his teeth, saying that he needed to finish him off before he recovered. He pointed his blade at the enemy. However, the monster suddenly jumped, dodging. The spider jumped from the balcony, wailing that it was in pain. The monster flew down, determined to kill them, but first he had to find a new vessel. The spider loomed over the battle below. He turned his attention to Unran. The woman turned around questioningly, noticing the shadow. Her subordinates staggered when something fell to the ground next to them. The monster attacked the leader of the rebellion, and everyone immediately switched to her. The main character frowned, not understanding where the devourer came from. Unran called for help, wrapped in cobwebs. The spider jumped up and squeaked. The woman was completely tied up, and only her muffled voice could be heard. The warriors stared at the monster, trying to gather their strength. The monster was without a paw, and they decided that there was no need to be afraid, because it had a huge wound. The soldiers pointed their swords at the enemy, planning to catch him. The spider narrowed his eyes and realized that he needed time. He jumped high again, trying to escape. Gangshik watched as the warriors rushed after the monster. The brunette arched his eyebrows and asked if they were just going to chase after him without coming up with a plan. After a while, the soldiers came to an abandoned building where the devourer had disappeared. They ran inside confident of victory, because the monster was weak now. Their bodies immediately began to be covered with cobwebs. The enemy sat on the ceiling, controlling his threads. In the blink of an eye, the invaders were tied up. Those who did not fall into the trap looked dumbfounded at what was happening and tried to understand where the monster got such intelligence. Their comrades were unconscious and in the web. This cocoon was lifted up to the terrible creature. She had an Unran face, only almost completely white. The monster evolved to fuse with her body, and only then did the soldiers realize that their mistress had become a monster. They drew their swords and rushed to attack. The veins on the woman's body swelled with indignation. With a predatory grin, she pierced them with her claws. Blood splashed on the walls of the building. One of the men tried to crawl out, leaving a trail behind him. He turned around in fright and called for help. Suddenly, a sharp blade cut a thin thread. The main character stood in front of the man and muttered that he knew so. The bird soared from above, filming what was happening on camera. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and said that this thing didn't look like an ordinary devourer. The monster grinned, and the guy recognized him as Unran, while the viewers of the stream advised him to run. The brunette glanced discontentedly at the ringing phone and wondered who else was there. The military circled in a helicopter, and the man demanded that the guy immediately stop streaming and not disgrace their huge nation. The man was sweating and threatened that the guy should turn off the live broadcast if he wanted to live. The protagonist frowned in annoyance and dropped the challenge, unhappy that he was being distracted at such a moment. Suddenly, one of the bird's heads opened its beak and screamed. Gangshik frowned, noting that even during the battle with the carp, she hadn't warned of the bad omen, which meant that things were even worse now. He barely had time to jump away and dodge the monster's attack. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that it was even good that the monster had managed to deal with all the rebels, and he didn't even have to do anything. Planes with a coat of arms circled above it, in which the hero recognized Red Dragon, the fourth strike force in world statistics. Spotlights were shining from above, and the guy noted that it would be better for them to do their own thing. The soldier gritted his teeth and exclaimed that the hero would be next after the monster if he hung up. His subordinates put on combat gloves. They leaned out of the helicopter, and the commander ordered to quickly eliminate the monster, and then take the shovel from this impudent streamer. Spider threw back her head as the spotlight was shined on her. The man smirked and said that the 3 stars didn't matter, because the bug couldn't attack them in the air. The soldier stretched out his hand, concentrating the charge in his glove. Then they began to shoot from all the helicopters on order. Flashes flashed in the sky above the monster. The core in the monster's chest began to shine. An explosion rang out on the ground, raising sand and dust. The soldier looked down and laughed. He grinned and said that this was all the power of a great country. Suddenly, the helicopter next to it was attacked and began to fall. The commander turned around in fright and asked what was happening. Spider opened his mouth, concentrating energy. Then she shot a new powerful beam, so the main character had to try to stay on his feet. The guy hid behind a wall and asked if it was a blowtorch shockwave. The monster continued to create new charges. After that, a powerful shot was heard. The military screamed when a nearby helicopter was shot down. The man turned pale, not understanding what kind of thing it was, since he was using the blowtorch shockwave. The equipment began to circle, trying to dodge on the orders of the commander. The spider gritted her teeth and shot out a web. Sticky threads wrapped around the helicopter. The blades could no longer rotate because of the substance. The commander sweated and screamed, feeling himself falling down. The helicopter crashed to the ground. Suddenly the second head of the bird opened the key and screamed. The main character grabbed her, mentally asking her to be silent, because he did not understand where a good omen could be here. He remembered the monster's attacks and realized that the monster could use the blowtorch ability, and perhaps the absorbed girl had the same power. Besides, this spider was endowed with intelligence and understood when and how to use its skills better. The monster loomed over the downed helicopter, and Gangshik decided that he had no reason to fight it. The brunette looked around and said that he had to run. He knitted his eyebrows as the gods began to insist that they were expecting a revival of martial arts. But the guy muttered that he definitely wouldn't be able to do it this time, and he wasn't some philanthropist to do that. Gangshik narrowed his eyes and fell silent when he saw the notification that a god was preparing a donation. The streamer smirked and said that it was a completely different matter now. He came out and took out a shovel, saying that the collaboration of a Korean streamer was beginning. The commander crawled to the ground, groaning. He raised his head, gritting his teeth, and thought that this could not be. The helicopters and his subordinates were suspended from a spider's web, and the man couldn't believe that Red Dragon's strike force had been wiped out by a single monster. The members of the squad hung upside down. The protagonist introduced Unran and thought that the reason for their defeat was her mind and memory, as her experience in fighting as a person with superpowers and knowledge of modern technology did not leave them a chance. The spider grinned and frowned. She suddenly turned sharply at the sound. The main character attacked sharply, but she managed to dodge. The brunette gritted his teeth, thinking that he wanted to quickly destroy her core. The monster's eyes widened and felt a strange sensation. It paid attention to the shovel in the guy's hands and realized that she should not fall under its blade. Spider remembered Hoojin and their fight, and decided that he must first absorb the others to become stronger, and then destroy those who had harmed him. The monster sweated and grinned. Then he leaned on all his paws. The main character looked at him in surprise. The spider immediately jumped up and soared into the sky. The guy frowned and cursed. The brunette watched as the enemy returned to the pavilion where Hoojin and Hulin were. He gritted his teeth, trying to run after him, but he couldn't move. The hero looked around and realized that his shovel had become heavier. The brunette opened his mouth in shock. The streamer gripped the handle and noted that the tool had become longer. Gangshik squeezed his eyes shut and activated his chakra, thinking he didn't have time to do so, but he still couldn't move it. Suddenly, the weapon began to take on its former form as the hero begged her to become normal again. The guy smiled, glad that it worked. A blue badge appeared on the shovel. Gangshik glanced at it, assuming that it was the same donation that apparently allowed him to control the length of the weapon. Viewers of the stream saw this phenomenon, and wrote even more actively that this shovel is definitely some kind of legendary weapon. The brunette stabbed her into the ground. He grinned and decided that if it could be shortened, it could be lengthened too. The main character activated the chakra and said that he would get to them in a matter of seconds. Hu Jin grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her down the hallway. Outside the window, they saw the shadow of the monster, and he shouted that they had to leave urgently. Suddenly, the glass shattered, and the spider jumped inside, knocking him down. The long-haired man flew away and screamed. The girl looked around and called out to him. The guy tried to get up, but the monster had already swung. The spider shuddered and rounded her eyes. The main character appeared behind her. The monster looked around, not understanding how he got here so soon. Gangshik frowned and gritted his teeth. The streamer climbed upstairs on a shovel. The monster's eyes widened. A sudden blow pierced his chest. Spider threw back her head and opened her mouth. Her body lay at the feet of the main character, and a helicopter flew from above. Hu Jin and Hulin walked up to him, noting that he was just in time. The girl looked at the hero and asked if he was already leaving. The brunette looked around and replied that his work here was finished, although he had been deceived and was trying to figure out what to do next. He introduced the spider and the fight against it, and added that he had then learned new information about the awakening of the core and had gained good experience in fighting the sentient spider. The guy narrowed his eyes. The mark on the shovel was shining, and the brunette noted that the instrument continued to give a signal, and perhaps something had happened to the fortress. Hulin stepped forward and asked if he could go with him. The streamer knitted his eyebrows and paused. Then he approached her and called her by name. Then he put his hand on her forehead. A blue light flashed in the girl's eyes. Images of the protagonist's family, then a terrible monster popped up in her mind. Hulin was surprised to plunge into memories where the guy holds the body of his little sister in his arms and promises revenge. The girl recoiled, dumbfounded. She was sweating and breathing heavily as she looked at the guy. Gangshik looked at her and said that the path he was taking was not worth her company. Then he turned around and added that he was therefore acting alone. A helicopter was flying over the ocean at night, and a voice from the news said that the top 5 MS rankings had changed. The main character looked at the screen and listened that the main reason was the recent incident that happened to the Red Dragon Strike Force. Footage of the spider flashed on the phone, and the journalist said that, despite the fact that MS Dragon, the third number in the top, did not participate, the consequences of the failure could not be avoided. The presenters were sitting at the table, and the woman noted that what is bad for one is good for another, and now it is time to consider their updated rating. Photos of warriors appeared on the screen, including the main character. The woman smiled and said that the first place, of course, belongs to Captain Africa. She introduced the military man and revealed that he was a great hero of his continent who was fighting the entropy army alone, and people often said that without him, all of humanity would soon become food for these creatures. Then a photo of the second issue nicknamed the Army Man, the strongest man in Russia, MS Kaiser, appeared on the screen. Next was the masked man, number 3 Master Johan, the leader of the strongest strike force of the 6th star, who was able to unite this famous squad thanks to his data. Next, the 5th number appeared on the screen, Shiro Yamato, the strongest swordsman capable of cutting through anything with his 2 swords. The presenter pressed the remote control and turned. In the photo was the main character, cameraman, because of whom there were changes in the top. A shot from his battle appeared on the slide, and the woman said that the guy did what even Red Dragon could not, destroyed a monster with a supernova mutation. Her interlocutor made a gesture with his hand and said that he would like to observe his strength from a different angle. He presented a shovel and stated that it was a monster. The presenter arched her eyebrows and asked what he meant. The interlocutor thought of fortress and explained that the earth is filled with many monsters and many are inorganic beings, so his shovel may well be one of them. The man remembered one of the hunters and said that the tool was unusually heavy, and no one except the owner could carry it. He then imagined how this weapon had wounded Non-Burade. Gangshik was watching the news on his phone, listening to what they had recently learned about the shovel's new ability to stretch in size. The guy turned off the phone without listening to the man's arguments. The brunette chuckled and thought that sounded logical. He looked out the window and noted that aggression in this case is not the worst solution. At that moment, the helicopter was flying over the Sea of Death. The main character squinted at the bird and admitted that it helped him a lot to get to China intact. The streamer gritted his teeth in displeasure as he noticed the discussion of the gods and the questions if he was ready. The bird's left head frowned and began to croak. Suspicious activity was immediately noticed on the radar. A shadow appeared next to the helicopter. It was a huge bee. The pilot frowned and shouted that something was moving towards them, not noticing the threat from above. The brunette opened his mouth, surprised that everything was happening so quickly. The monster attached itself to the helicopter. Gangshik flinched and recoiled as the claws shattered the window next to him. The door was thrown out by the monster. It was trying to break in, and the guy shouted in surprise that it was entropy. The brunette swung his weapon and attacked. The monster lost its claw and screamed away from the helicopter. The guy leaned out and asked how this creature from Africa ended up here. The creature descended to the water. Then it turned around, flapping its wings. The main character gritted his teeth and swung, shouting that it would be bad if he broke something else, so he had to finish him off with one blow. The enemy raised his head and shuddered. At gunpoint, Gangshik stood out purple. Suddenly, the guy froze when a powerful beam struck next to him. He lifted his head and asked if he had run away. The monster soared higher into the sky. The guy sat down and muttered with a sigh that he had already decided that he was finished. The streamer looked around and asked what it was just now. The helicopter flew up to the city. A member of the assault squad approached the man and reported that Gangshik would be arriving soon. He gritted his teeth and replied that he knew it. The main character went down to the helipad and moved forward. He straightened his hair and muttered that he almost died, and it wasn't even non-bereaved. The man in front of him crossed his arms and exclaimed that the guy had apparently managed to survive the road across the sea of death. Ilayam looked at the hero attentively, and he asked what he was doing here, also in these clothes. The brunette raised his finger and noted that the interlocutor denied this, but was indeed the youngest son of the head of the assault squad. The streamer turned away from the guy, who said that a car was waiting for them to take him home, but he asked to stop talking nonsense. Why would he go with him? The interlocutor frowned and asked how the guy was going to get to Seoul at such a time. Gangshik looked around and said that it was none of his business. Let him leave behind in a good way. Ilayam gritted his teeth in exasperation, but said nothing. He sweated as he introduced Mian, who had given him this order. The main character froze when he heard that he would be taken home in a limousine. Stop being stubborn. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and asked if this guy had gone mad. He stepped towards him and asked him what he was up to, since he decided to lure him in this way. The interlocutor sweated and began to stutter. Gangshik grabbed the shovel in irritation and demanded to lay it out until he was completely angry. The youngest son of the head backed away and muttered that he did not know anything, and he was only ordered to help the commander of the second detachment. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked again. He imagined Ilake, who apparently had something on his mind. The end of the shovel began to glow, and the guy noticed it. The streamer frowned and realized that he couldn't stay any longer. The hero quickly rushed in the other direction, declaring that his time was up. Ilayam turned pale and tried to stop him. However, Gangshik ran away and jumped off the roof. He leaned forward and activated stretch. The symbol on the shovel began to glow. Its end rested on the edge of the roof. The brunette looked ahead and said that it was time to go to Fortress. His body abruptly moved towards the house. The main character raced over the city. He flew like a blue beam between the buildings and thought that this combination of the new shovel and chakra ability created a unique way to travel. The guy was almost flying under the moon, because chakra allows you to develop high speed, reducing air resistance, making him a real bullet man. Gangshik smirked as he read the notifications that the gods were happy with what was happening. Thus, the hero quickly found himself near Fortress. He landed on the ground, and the shovel took on its usual appearance. The brunette looked up at the tower. Weapons were sticking out of it, and the guy wondered what Fortress was doing. A heart-rending scream rang out from the entrance. A man was crawling outside and asking for help, and there was mucus sitting on his head, absorbing energy. He collapsed to the ground in front of the main character and promised that he would never appear here again. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows and clarified what it was. Fortress chuckled proudly as she sat on top of the stormtrooper soldier. Some time later, 3 men were sitting on their knees in front of the main character. They looked at him guiltily, and the guy concluded from what he heard that they had come here to find a rare iron core underground. He narrowed his eyes and added that then his little friends caught the intruders and almost killed them. The soldiers squinted at the slime in fright and began to apologize, begging to remove them. The guy frowned and thought that this was a strange way for them to get cooperation. Then, he remembered Hulin and admitted that that core's mind-reading ability was impressive. The stormtroopers raised their eyebrows in surprise when the brunette said that they could walk, and asked if he would let them go so easily. The streamer got up and grabbed the shovel for effect, and the men immediately began to bow and thank him, without bothering him with any more questions. The bird all this time sat with the camera and filmed what was happening. The main character smirked and thought that now they have a debt hanging on them. The slimes looked at each other, and the guy thought that he had to do something with them, otherwise it would be bad if these guys did something out of hunger. One of them crawled up to Gangshik, and the guy asked what he was doing. Slime touched his leg and began to absorb chakra energy. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise as he watched him. He petted Fortress, which had grown in size after absorbing mana. The guy took out his phone and remembered that today was the day of Thumbelina's visit. The streamer grinned and muttered that he had to meet her. Experts loaded parts of the monster from the cockpit of the helicopter. They shone on the bone, noting that the pilot was right. A claw lay in front of them, and the man said that more detailed research was needed, but this was undoubtedly entropy. The expert introduced the monsters and remembered that they were ants, but not at all the hard workers to which people were accustomed. He visualized the map and noted that the task of these creatures was to enslave humans, and the speed of their reproduction was simply incredible, and they had long since turned Africa into a real hell. The man imagined this monster with wings and was horrified by such a mutation, realizing that it indicated the appearance of a new queen. At the same time, the city shimmered with lights near the border of Korea. So-yoon hovered near the defeated monsters, checking her phone. She knitted her eyebrows as she received an alert about the appearance of monsters, presumably entropy. The blonde man rounded his eyes in shock, and Ho-young frowned as he read that all registered squads and hunters should respond to this message. After all, this was a first-degree emergency. The main character rushed over the city, also receiving a notification. He pushed off the roof and hovered over a tall building. Then he deftly landed on the ground. The brunette looked around and thought that he was here again. The guy flinched when someone asked why it took so long. The streamer peeked inquiringly from behind the bushes. He saw the hunters he already knew, and wondered what they were doing there. Glasses looked sternly to the side. The hunter of the highest rank, Omansu, adjusted his glasses and asked why it took so long. They didn't know what was going on. The middle-rank hunter Miho crossed her arms and muttered with a grin that this guy thought the world would fall apart without him. Joseph arched his eyebrows and added that the man clearly hopes that the situation will play into his hands, and he will look like his idol. So Yoon appeared on the doorstep, apologizing for being late, and asked, "How long did they wait?" She knitted her eyebrows and explained that the conversation with her younger sister had dragged on. The pink-haired woman frowned and said some kind of barb, but the guy nervously stood in front of her and interrupted loudly, noting that the brunette had spoiled her sister. They were standing near the minivan, and Joseph offered to move out, since everything was in place. He then gestured and invited the ladies to come forward, to which Miho clarified if he remembered that there was only gangshik for her. The interlocutor frowned in irritation, remembering the main character. He knitted his eyebrows in displeasure, and was indignant that even his sister was crazy about this bastard, and the bespectacled man asked him to shut up and get into the car. Gangshik watched them from the bushes, guessing that everyone had gathered because of entropy, but they had to figure it out themselves. The hero rushed around the city, remembering that he had his own business today. The guy climbed onto the balcony and thought that he felt like a thief. The brunette arched his eyebrows and asked him not to invent anything when the gods began to get nervous. The girl opened the curtains, asking if anyone was there. Her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the hunter. Gangshik flinched and sweated, assuring her that he wasn't a burglar. The interlocutor abruptly drew the curtains. The guy remained standing outside, and she asked if it was Gangshik in front of her. The brunette froze and confirmed, feeling awkward. The girl blushed and said that she did not expect him to come so quickly, and come out to him as soon as she was ready. The streamer was sweating and explained that he had just gotten to her in an unusual way and didn't want to scare her. The interlocutor peeked out and asked with interest if he really meant that he did it with a shovel. The hero squinted at the instrument behind his back and nodded, and the viewer noted that she did not even know about her ability. Then she quickly turned around and exclaimed that she would get ready and go out. Gangshik stood dumbfounded, watching the girl rush around the room and decide what to wear. The brunette grinned and thought that she reminded him of someone. A memory of his younger sister, who overslept and complained that she couldn't find things and was late, popped up before his eyes. The main character lowered his gaze thoughtfully. Then he shuddered when the girl said that she was ready. Embarrassed, she opened the balcony door, dressed in a dress, and asked if the entropy he was fighting was very strong. They stood opposite each other, and the guy admitted that he did not expect such a question, and the interlocutor said that she was very interested in monsters. Thumbelina blushed and looked away, assuming that it was easy for him to be the same cameraman who had defeated the spider with a single punch. In her eyes, the main character looked incredibly handsome. The guy smirked and replied that it wasn't that simple. The girl looked at him questioningly, and he said that even a strike force like Red Dragon could be easily defeated by an unknown species of monster. He leaned over a little and added that this was why, despite the situation, one could never be sure of the outcome of a battle. The interlocutor looked carefully at the guy and said that in front of her was a real modest hero. Gangshik awkwardly knitted his eyebrows as he listened to the gods already asking about plans for the children with her, and mentally asked them to stop. The brunette took the tool and suggested that we move towards fortress, and the girl asked if she would have to use this thing too. The guy hugged her as soon as she tried to ask exactly how to do it. Thumbelina looked excitedly at the hero, who smirked and asked her to hold on tight. Her hand clutched the jacket on his chest. The two of them soared up very quickly. The girl's eyes widened and screamed. The satellites swept over the city like a blue beam, and Thumbelina exclaimed that she had not even thought it was possible to move so fast. There was a night city around, and when the guy asked her, she replied that she was a little scared, but so exciting. Gangshik looked at her carefully, and the interlocutor said that she was sick all the time, so it was difficult to leave the house, but she was very grateful to him. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that if his sister were alive, they would be indistinguishable from each other. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. A bird nearby suddenly screamed. The protagonist looked around anxiously when he heard the omen of failure. They continued to rush forward, but now he thought that something was coming. Next to them, a yellow beam struck the ground, and Thumbelina screamed. The guy squeezed it and dodged, gritting his teeth. He frowned as he saw the monster in the air. It was a winged entropy. Gangshik turned around, trying to figure out where he came from. The monster snapped its jaws. The hero clamped the shovel between them, hanging on the monster, and held the girl with his other hand. The brunette gritted his teeth in exasperation, realizing that if they fell, Thumbelina would suffer, so he needed to kill the enemy quickly and land. The veins in his face swelled, and he offered to check who was stronger. The hero used shovel expansion, and the tool abruptly tore through the monster's claws. The guy threw the enemy down, leaving a wound. At the sight of the impact, he noticed a bright flash. Gangshik narrowed his eyes, identifying the core. Then he swung and shoveled through the golden stone, shouting that the monster was finished. The tip nailed the crystal to the ground. The main character sighed, glad that everything worked out. Thumbelina looked at him admiringly with tears in her eyes. She smiled and said that he was simply the best. They both turned to the bird, whose left head screamed again, foreshadowing failure. Gangshik frowned, asking if there were any more people left here. The interlocutor looked away, noticing something. Several winged entropy were approaching them, and the guy muttered that he would go crazy so soon. The hunter shielded the girl with his body and cursed in his mind. A small pack of monsters was approaching them, coming out of nowhere. The hero looked at them and could not understand how he managed to get into such a bad mess. The winged creatures stared at them and screeched. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and turned to the girl behind him. There were boulders next to them, and he asked her to hide there at a signal. Thumbelina looked at her interlocutor anxiously and asked what would happen to him then. The hero took a fighting stance and replied that he still had things to do. The enemies roared at him. The guy frowned and shouted at the girl to act. At the same moment, he activated the extension on the shovel. The tool dug into the jaws of the nearest creature. Then he cut it in two with a shining blade. The hero gripped the handle with both hands. He swung, gritting his teeth. With a quick movement, the streamer cut 3 opponents at once. Gangshik smiled and noted that 4 were already ready. He knitted his eyebrows and muttered that he was the last one left. However, the monster flew over his head. The brunette turned around, not understanding why he had ignored him. Entropy got closer to the girl. She looked up and screamed. The guy hurried to activate the expansion of the shovel, wondering why the monster flew towards it. His jaws almost closed on her, and the brunette thought in horror that it was too late. Suddenly, the monster's body exploded above her head. Fortress fired a shot. The main character turned to the tower and noted that it was just a jack of all trades. The brunette looked around sharply when he heard a scream. The monster was lying near the girl, crawling towards her, and Gangshik noted that it was difficult to kill even with fortress weapons. The blow with the shovel fell exactly on the ant's head. The guy stood on top of him and exhaled. The bodies of monsters were scattered around them, and the hero muttered that they were finished for the time being. He smiled awkwardly and said that he was very sorry that his invitation had turned into this nightmare. The girl approached him and assured him that everything was not so bad, because she had seen such an incredible battle live and learned how the strongest hunter spends his days. The interlocutor waved his hand embarrassedly and muttered that he was even embarrassed. Thumbelina looked at him in confusion when the hero offered to go to him. A tower towered nearby, and an exclamation of admiration was heard in it. The girl took the slime and noted that they were soft and cute, and the brunette invited her to go with it. He beckoned her to follow him, and the visitor exclaimed that there was a lot of space inside, and the hunter said that she was the first person here besides him, so let her look around. Thumbelina opened her mouth and blushed when she was in his room. The girl looked around and noted that it had become even better since his last stream, and the guy admitted that it was all thanks to these guys. He waved his hand and said that there were more showers there. Suddenly the door slammed between them. The hero frowned and asked when they managed to establish this, and why they frightened his guests so much. An inscription appeared above the door that men were not allowed to enter. The brunette knitted his eyebrows in irritation. He clenched his fist, wondering who these bastards thought he was. The hunter turned around in displeasure when there were notifications from the gods that this was sexual harassment, and they called the police. The girl leaned against the door and replied that she was not afraid when the hero apologized and added that slime was at her service if she needed anything. She shook the creature and muttered that it was so pretty that she wanted to take it home. Slime smiled and made a cute sound. Gangshik arched his eyebrows and said that since they didn't know what to expect, it would be better for him to stay here. He remembered the last fight, when the monster flew overhead. Entropy rushed at the girl, and he wondered why this happened. Thumbelina was smiling with the slimes, and Thumbelina was thinking that she might not be easy. It was raining outside around the tower. Lightning flashed over the hospital building. Photos of men were opened on the screen, and the man muttered that he thought so. Glasses grinned and added that his theory had been confirmed. He opened the contact list on his phone and exclaimed that everything was connected. The man leaned his mobile phone and asked if the interlocutor would be able to arrive at the hospital tomorrow. A light was burning under the ceiling of the room. The main character put on an earpiece and replied that tomorrow is unlikely to work. Besides, he has a personal schedule. Barnacle looked at the monitor with a grin and said that he could not refuse. There was a photo of a man in front of him, and the scientist said that this applies to the story of Gangshik and Non-Burade. Clouds were darkening over the city. The hunter sat at the table waiting. The guy frowned and asked where he was wearing it. Barnacle walked into the office and apologized for waiting. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and expressed the hope that the information was really worthwhile, and he asked not to be so angry with him. The man showed the folder and explained that it would be difficult for him to describe it all in a message. Gangshik swept his eyes across the page dumbfounded and asked what it was. His pupils narrowed. On the sheets there were dossiers of different people. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked if these were all the survivors of that monster's attack. The image of Non-Burade popped up before his eyes. The interlocutor raised his finger and noted that the place and time are different, but they all once experienced a meeting with him. The streamer's eyes widened when he heard that these were the people the monster had allowed to live. Gangshik gritted his teeth and asked if the monster had taken pity on him. The scientist chuckled and asked if the guy had never thought it was strange. The hunter frowned when the man asked how he managed to stay alive then. The brunette remembered sitting in the middle of the fire and hugging the body of his little sister. He shook her and muttered that she could not die. The child was left alone in the middle of the destroyed building, desperately calling for mom and dad. The boy turned sharply when he was shielded by a man. Gangshik stared and called out to his father, however blood spurted on the front face. The man looked around and said that his son must survive. His body was cut into pieces. The main character looked at this in horror and screamed. Now the guy sternly knitted his eyebrows. He clenched his fist and said that his father had covered his attack. Barnacle arched his eyebrows and asked if a man could stop that bastard who could cut steel like paper. The hunter's eyes widened as he asked why the monster didn't get rid of him immediately afterward. Gangshik gritted his teeth and clarified what the scientist meant by that. The man smirked silently. The hero remembered his reflection in the eyes of the monster. The guy stared in shock when the interlocutor stated that perhaps he could be a suitable vessel for non-burade. The streamer sweated and muttered that he was just making up a little too much. Glasses smiled and objected that this was a conclusion supported by evidence. He took a printout from the table and asked to take a look at the documents, where each survivor could not be connected to the cores of other monsters, and therefore there was a possibility that they were suitable for an unprotected core. The man turned the screen and added that the decisive evidence was in front of him. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and rounded his eyes. On the screen, there was a comparison between one of the survivors and the monster, between which there was a 94% match. The scientist chuckled and explained that the internal skeleton and the shape of the body coincide by more than 90%, and this is too surprising to be a mere coincidence. The guy knitted his eyebrows and asked what he meant by that. On the paper there was a photo of a blonde man. They introduced the monster, and the glasses guy suggested that non-burade deliberately kept his possible vessels alive, as now they had a comparison on the screen, and the man added that he did not know what his goal was, and could only guess based on research. He showed a picture of the fusion and said that if a possible vessel possessed the corresponding core, he could transform into that monster. The main character covered his face with his hand and laughed hysterically. The guy slammed his fist on the table and shouted that it was nonsense, that the monster was a human. The interlocutor looked at him and said that he had said the right thing. Gangshik glanced nervously at the man, who clarified that he had already observed something like this. The streamer narrowed his eyes, remembering the spider, and muttered that the core, like a sprouted seed, turns a person into a monster. The doctor presented a chain of molecules and said that there are organizations that secretly study this phenomenon. He leaned back in his chair and said that the monster core holds a lot of secrets. So can't the guy even admit that it's all true? Gangshik pressed his lips tightly together and said nothing. The guy presented the image of the monster, reflecting on the fact that some survivors may be non-burade. He frowned and asked how people without any ability then obtained the core. In front of the hero lay a photo of a man. Glasses knitted his eyebrows and replied that they had to start an investigation urgently. Various creatures popped up before his eyes, and he wondered what these creatures were hiding. The main character left the hospital, thinking that the killer of his family could be a person. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if he could also turn into a monster. The hunter remembered well the body of his sister on the ground and the moment of his father's murder. Gangshik clenched his fist and decided that it didn't matter if it was human or not. The brunette frowned and thought that it didn't change the fact that that monster was his main enemy. The guy walked forward, realizing that he would use everything to finish him off. Suddenly, a woman ran up to him and asked for help. The main character looked around inquiringly. She was Joseph's younger sister. The brunette looked at her and asked how she knew he was there, and the girl muttered that it didn't matter now. The interlocutor looked at the hunter anxiously and asked for help, otherwise her brother would die now. Some time ago, the blonde started a stream, greeting the audience, and saying that he came to hunt entropy. Mansa frowned in displeasure when he introduced him as a cold prince. The pink-haired winked playfully when she was called the best healer and asked to take care of her. The girl immediately grimaced when Joseph began to praise their companion as the main character. Soyun nodded curtly as the blonde man on his knees called her a goddess. She looked ahead and muttered that it was just terrible. In front of them was a massacre engulfed in flames, and the brunette wondered what had happened here, and the healer assumed that it was the work of monsters. Glasses came closer and asked who had killed them then. Soyun looked at him and suggested that he put out the fire first, and then look for survivors. The man rolled up his sleeves, and the bracelet on his wrist began to glow. He stretched out his hand, releasing icy energy. The hunter's power extinguished the flames near the people lying around. Miho immediately ran forward, concentrating the energy in her palms as the bespectacled man said it was their turn. She smiled and held out her hands in front of her. The girl directed a green beam at the victim, healing him. The pink-haired woman arched her eyebrows and noted that only one person had survived here. The soldier was sitting on the asphalt, and the healer added that she felt the movement coming only from him, which was very unfortunate. The blonde looked at the camera and pointed at his comrades, saying that they had found a survivor and would question him, and the audience asked them to come closer or better yet, just take pictures of Soyun. Miho leaned over to the wounded man and asked what had happened here. The soldier looked at her and quietly warned them that there was someone else besides entropy. The brunette knitted her eyebrows inquiringly. The man was sweating and moving his lips, but there were no sounds. He opened his mouth wide to shout that it was coming back, and he had to run, but only silence came out. Soyun leaned forward sharply, guessing. The blonde looked at her questioningly. The brunette rose into the air and held out her arms. The guy put his hand to his face and asked what she was doing there. Joseph's eyes widened and sweated when he realized he couldn't hear his voice. A bright light appeared next to him. A powerful explosion was visible on the stream, and the camera fell on its side. Dust and rocks were rising into the air, and people in the comments wondered what was happening. The girl looked at the main character and said that this was the end of the recording, and none of the hunters got in touch. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and thought that there was not much information to be obtained here. He pointed his finger at the tablet, and noted that the only thing he could see at the moment of the attack was an explosion and smoke. The guy paid attention to one comment, and wondered why there was no sound further. Gangshik's eyes widened, asking himself if there was no sound there. The streamer frowned and asked if the guys went towards the airport, and the interlocutor confirmed. She looked at him anxiously when the hero said that he could not assure that the blonde man had survived. He leaned on a shovel and promised to find him, and the gods began to come in and watch him. A blue beam struck the ground. The main character leaned on the instrument and sat down. Then he looked around and noted that there was indeed an all-consuming silence around. There were holes in the ground around. He looked into one of them. There were many of them, and the guy assumed that these were the norms of that creature. Gangshik gripped the handle of his shovel and decided to just lure him out. The bird was flying from above, and he asked it to start a stream. The brunette smiled at the camera and greeted the audience. He raised his hand and shouted that there would be a battle with someone today. The hero smirked as his voice disappeared. The hunter stood next to the hole, but there were no sounds. Commentators in the chat began to wonder what was going on again, just like in the Joseph broadcast. The guy knitted his eyebrows and turned around, sensing that the enemy was here. Silence appeared from the ground. Subscribers began to write actively, recognizing the creature that absorbs sounds and has 3 stars. The main character gritted his teeth. He swung his shovel and cut his opponent in half. The creature's body was divided into 2. However, it immediately began to connect and recover. And then the monster squinted its yellow eyes again. He dove into the hole. The brunette was sweating, thinking that the enemy was huge and clearly not ordinary, because he had outgrown all his own kind, absorbing the noise of yesterday's downpour. The monster moved quickly underground. Gangshik smiled and loudly told the audience that this overgrown kid had slipped away to his lair, and his voice could be heard again. He looked into the hole and revealed that silence's main food is sound, and they especially like to feast on human screams. Underground, his comrades were shrouded in slime, and the hero assumed that they were still alive, so he had to go save them. The brunette sighs heavily with a sick look. A group of guys was captured by a monster. They are shackled by green cocoons. A dark-haired girl tries to move. Green slime envelopes everything around. Gritting her teeth, she concludes that this is the poison of silence. Joseph struggles to move. A lady with a nervous face realizes that it is too dangerous here, because the poison creates vapors. She raises her head and looks at the cocoons, thinking that she has been breathing them for too long, and therefore she cannot use her strength. The girl clenches her teeth and thinks angrily that there is no way she can die here. The image of another lady appears. The warrior understands that she cannot die, because then she will be left alone. A joyful Miho lights her way with her phone and exclaims that she found a friend, and clarifies that she has been looking for Soyun for a long time. A tired, dark-haired girl notices her. The amazed friend hears if she is okay, because the poison of silence is everywhere. Through a smile, she replies that she actually has a double core. Soyun is bound by the slime, while Miho says with an important look that one of her abilities is resistance to this poison, because in normal battles it is of 0 use, so she even forgot about it, but the body remembers everything. Her sneaker moves over the green substance and squirts as she says that immunity plays a big role here. Splashes of poison fall on the hostage. She screams from this. Miho apologizes for this with a pitiful look. She looks at her friend with a smirk and notices that she is unable to use the force. The tired hostage looks up and asks again. The girl with pink hair sprays her leg once more in rage. The dark-haired woman screams in pain. Miho points her finger in mockery and exclaims that this is true, as she can't even dodge. An enraged friend asks why she is doing this. She, in turn, with a crazy face, declares that she wants her dead. Soyun asks again in horror. The villain in anger says that she will be adored by everyone, but the younger generation loves the dark-haired, and the next one will also be. The hostage is chained while Miho angrily repeats her name. She holds her head and shouts furiously that this is her life, and the girl does not understand why she hears her name from everywhere. Green droplets drip from Soyun's hair. She is told that the most annoying thing is her attitude. Flashbacks are shown where she stands in a beret with an important look. It is said that it feels as if she does not care about them, as if they are just servants. Soyun gets hit on the head before she can say that she has never done this. Miho with a crazy face presses his foot on her head, stating that this is the reason why she will disappear, while she asks not to worry, because she will even pretend to be grieving at her funeral. The warrior's face sinks into the green water. She realizes that the poison is already seeping inside. Suddenly, the ceiling begins to crumble. Miho screams in horror. The protagonist flies with a smile, holding a shovel, while shouting that the MS operator is already rushing to the rescue. At this moment, the villain raises his head in shock. The Soyun's head is half covered in venom. The main character lands with all his strength in the poisoned water. The spray scatters to the sides. Gangshik looks at the camera with a smirk while he is broadcasting. While declaring that he arrived safely, he thanks everyone for their support, while fans discuss his actions. Miho is on her knees in shock. It is said that this is a den of silence. Subscribers in the chat beg to save their pet. The protagonist picks up Joseph, stating that you can help everyone first. The pink-haired lady throws herself into the arms of the MS cameraman. The protagonist realizes with a serious look that she looks completely unharmed. He wonders if her body is really resistant to this poison. He looks up with a stern face. Behind the plaintive girl lies Soyun. He pushes her aside and asks her to wait a little, because he will take care of the wounded first. The scoundrel makes his face in displeasure. Gangshik picks up Soyun, asking if she can hear. He insistently explains that the monster can appear at any minute, so it will be difficult for him to save everyone alone, so he will not do without her help. The girl with a sickly look claims that this will not work, because she cannot concentrate because of the poison. The main character shakes her by the shoulders and shouts that she urgently needs to pull herself together and not give up. She listens in bewilderment to his cry that she is not like the other hunters. The lady remembers herself with other hunters and wonders if this is really the case. Lowering her head, the girl denies, saying that she no longer has enough strength. Suddenly, an earthquake starts. Gangshik turns around and says it's too loud. He calls out to Miho with a menacing look. The waves rise higher and higher. The protagonist yells for them to run away from here. A strong rumble is felt. Green water splashes in different directions. Suddenly, a huge monster emerges from the poison and grabs Miho's mouth. She desperately asks for help. The protagonist breaks off and runs towards her. Stunned, Soyun watches, not understanding why silence grabbed her. The main character swings his weapon, realizing that this is even better, because he will finish with it immediately. The girl at this moment is in his mouth and screams in shock. MC, gritting his teeth, realizes that he can't pierce his core now. She stretches out her hand. Her gaze is full of horror, screaming that she does not want to die. Soyun slowly rises. She has a straight face as venom drips from her face. Miho begs for help in fear. The main character at this moment strikes a hard blow with a shovel. With an aggressive face, he realizes that this is not the end, because you need to destroy the core with only one blow. A monster with giant fangs holds it in its mouth. The protagonist understands that if he misses and hits his girlfriend, with a sad face, he comes to the conclusion that he will immediately be buried alive. Suddenly, he turns back. Gangshik flies over the waves, realizing that there is no sound here. There is a tough clash. People in the chat discuss the fact that the stream is ending, because it was stabbed. The main character opens his eyes in surprise. He sees the glowing tip of the monster in front of him. Soyun resolutely restrains him with magic, preventing him from impaling the protagonist. She has a serious look. The guy turns around with a smile and exclaims that she can do it whenever she wants. The girl concentrates powerful energy in her palms, splashes it out on the giant worm. Miho flies out of its mouth. She flies down in terror. The dark-haired warrior clenches her fist. In shock, she tries to understand why she was saved. Soyun holds her back with sorcery and thinks she doesn't care if it's an ordinary in front of her or a rival to defeat. She has a distraught look. She is sure that she will save everyone. Water scatters around her. The waves overtake the hostages in cocoons. The joyful protagonist looks at this and realizes that the poison of silence is receding. A tired Soyun continues to cast spells while MC asks that she just pretended to be weak, as it's not easy to have superpowers. Poison splashes onto the walls of the dungeon. Miho, wide-eyed, wonders if she really survived. She has a mad look on her face when she realizes that she is alive thanks to Soyun. At this time, she lies on the ground, barely alive. She looks tired. She understands that now she is definitely at the limit. A giant worm appears in front of her again. The girl thinks that everything is now on the main character. Gangshik hits the monster with all his might after the cameraman is called. He fights enthusiastically, realizing that he has just pierced the core. He cuts it with a shovel, exclaiming that it is all over. The guy turns around and asks with a serious look if the girl can move. Suddenly, his face changes to one of bewilderment. Miho stands in front of Soyun. The main character does not understand what is wrong with them. She looks at her sternly, stating that she saved her even after what was done to her. Then she claims to hate her. The lying woman raises her head and tries to say something. A new earthquake begins. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, is indignant. Miho screams at the top of her lungs, asking how long she'll be made out to be so pathetic. The sorceress holds her hand in front of her and screams. The opponent feels the magical effect while a ferocious monster appears behind her. The necklace around her neck begins to glow brightly. Her rival in a rage breaks her sorcerer's shackles. Worried, Soyun realizes that she has broken out of her telekinesis, and this is bad. She flies a few meters away after the monster catches up with Miho. The dark-haired girl flies on, thinking of her. There is a huge monster in front of her. She understands that it is because of her. The main character catches his comrade in arms. He is furious and demands that she pull herself together. The bewildered lady looks at him and tries to read his lips. She is infuriated that she cannot hear anything. They take off. The guy points his fingers at the head and declares that now is not the time to sit around, as it is necessary to join forces. He points to a giant worm. Then he points at the fighters and shouts that this thing will soon spew poison again. The guy asks if she really wants them to get hurt. So-yoon is shocked to see him pointing at her. Gang-shik immediately points at the monster, hoping that she will understand. The sorceress looks at him with a desperate face. Then he puts out a magic hand. The protagonist wants to finish off the monster once and for all. The lady covers them with a magical barrier while the enemy spews tons of poison. The bewildered monster looks at them. She confidently holds her hands in front of her and conjures. With a few movements, it deals heavy damage to the worm. At this moment, MC, clenching his teeth, flies to attack. With his weapon, he cuts off the monster's head. The golden core breaks in half. The system says that the clearing of the lair of silence has been successfully completed. In the middle of the bright city there is a multi-story hospital. So-yoon lies in a hospital bed and looks out the window. She sadly wonders what happened to Miho. A search party explores the dungeon. It is said that they did not find it in the body of silence, or anywhere else in his burrow. In her memories, she desperately reached out to the girl. Miho stood under the influence of magic in amazement, but the sorceress realizes that her powers were at the limit. Disgruntled, So-yoon lowers her head. Her name is heard. Worried, So-yoon walks into the room and calls for her sister. She, in turn, indignantly declares that her body is too weak. She does not understand how she got here. The sister excitedly straightens her hair and assures that everything is fine, because she is much better. A blue pet sits on her neck. She says that her new friend is helping her. In a flashback, the protagonist stands in front of her and explains that this slime is able to absorb and release energy, and will become a new assistant. So-yoon, nervously, realizes that although he is tiny, he is still a monster, so she is unlikely to be happy about him. So-yoon looks at her with a slight smile and is glad that her condition has improved. The sister nods with a satisfied face, while realizing that she did not notice when she made an acquaintance, because she did not pay enough attention. Joyful So-yoon is lying on the bed. She is asked how she feels, because she spent too much energy. She, in turn, replies that she spent too much energy. She has a purple bracelet on her arm. She says that she even got good out of it. The colossal energy was released from her. She realized that that day she exceeded her limit of strength by 3 times. She remembers Gang-shik and realizes that she doesn't like the feeling that she owes it at all. But perhaps thanks to him, she was able to find out her true abilities. The persistent girl looks at her bracelet, deciding that she needs even more core energy. Astonished, So-yoon asks what benefits she is talking about, and she replies that it doesn't matter at all. She hides her attribute under the blanket. Frowning, he realizes that things are bad. Crystal shines on her hand, realizing that So-yoon was sitting across from her, and she almost took advantage of it next to her. The brunette sits next to her and assures that she is perfectly fine. The injured girl turns on her, hearing that after what has passed, she can no longer lead her usual miserable lifestyle, and it was not her fault. So-yoon turns to her sister with a serious look. She, in turn, smiles sweetly. The sorceress does not understand when she managed to grow up so much. The small pet on her neck began to be indignant. She says that it is time for her, because her friend has been waiting for a while. The surprised sorceress asks if it is really necessary to leave. A girl in a dress stands near the door and exhales. She gladly looks at Fortress and asks that he is getting too stuffy, while explaining that she was afraid of her sister's reaction to him. The events take place in a high tower in the middle of the desert. There are many robotic systems on the walls. Various cables are connected to the fighters. The main character, crossing his arms, watches this with pleasure and says that things are going super. A plane is gathering in front of him. Slimes are working around. In the past, he found a crashed plane. Now he realizes that he did not expect any result. The man in the suit smiles slyly. Gang-shik speculates that the idiots from the government laughed at him because he picked up some trash. The enthusiastic protagonist raises his hand and exclaims that they are idiots because he has slimes. Then he looks at the fighter, admitting that he doesn't know a bit about it. Images of housing and weapons appear. The guy exclaims that everything here, from the building to the missiles, is made of scrap metal, so nothing is impossible for an army of slimes. MC inspects the missile, stating that it is brand new and modern, so any attack with it will end in an instant. The protagonist looks into the camera and greets everyone, stating that he has prepared special content for them today. He turns to the flying video camera and exclaims that this is not a Q&A or unboxing. People in the chat are enthusiastically discussing. The main character opens the door with a grin and offers to look at it. There is a giant rocket in the silo. He solemnly says that today they will conduct a test launch for weapons designed for giant monsters. Fans in the chat show an ambiguous reaction. The protagonist did not expect this. He enthusiastically says that they will aim deep into the sea. The ceiling opens above the rocket. The main character offers to count down. MC counts down to 8 with a serious look. Suddenly, there is a powerful explosion. The missile flies out, leaving a giant explosive cloud. It starts from the tower. A dumbfounded Gang-shik exclaims whether the rocket really launched on its own. The weapon flies directly towards the city. The protagonist notices a change in direction. People in the chat understand that they are going to die. The main character looks at the monitor in horror and sees her target. And the goal is the city hospital. The missile flies through the air, beginning to separate its warheads. Several shells fall on the city. Strong explosions are heard in the area. A series of powerful explosions rise on the territory of the hospital. The protagonist opens his mouth in complete shock when he sees what is happening. Fans in the chat realize that they need to say goodbye. Gangshik, horrified, asks what they've done. He thinks of a newspaper that says there are countless victims, then he realizes that his life is over. The guy looks around the monitor, thinking about what they write in the chat. Subscribers discuss that he somehow managed to make everything much better. The main character sees this in shock. He looks away, not understanding what has just happened. There is a story about what happened 10 minutes ago in the city hospital. A red-haired lady with glasses tells 2AK that this is unexpected. Because the commander of the second squad arrived in person, she clarifies if he does not instruct his subordinates to do this. The guy with an important face replies that he is just doing his job, and the commander is better aware of his tasks. She turns around and says that the stakes are too high and they can't let him screw up again. The disgruntled commander realizes that he wants to kill the Miyun someday. They go further down the corridor. A rustle was heard near the building. So-yoon lies disgruntled on her bunk and asks if they really want to lure her away. The commander stands with the assistant and agrees, assuring them that they have excellent conditions. The 2AK remarks that the mistress is wasting her abilities. The dark-haired sorceress asks again. In the past, the girl was shackled by slime. The guy suggests remembering the recent battle with silence, because the incident could have been avoided if there had been the support of the assault squad. Joseph and Hoyang smirk. Experts at this time explain that as long as she is found with such garbage, she will mark time. The image of the main character appears. They claim that in this way he will forever save her. So-yoon indignantly wants to ask something. She interrupts and states that she understands her. So-yoon, lowering her head, says that everything is clear to her. 2AK says with a serious face that he knew so, because who else is able to understand? The interlocutor suddenly interrupts and asks why they came to her, and not Gangshik. The man, clearly nervous, hears the suggestion that they are not quite able to control him. So-yoon with an important face says that if they are interested in abilities, then this guy will be more interesting to them. The interlocutor tries to contain his anger. The commander silently sees this. Miyun is perplexed to realize that he's screwed up again, and it needs to be reported. The enraged specialist turns to the girl in the bed. She says that the reason why she became a hunter is to save lives. With a stern face, she claims that she does not know his motives, but they are clearly on opposite sides. 2AK hears this in a rage. Suddenly, a strong earthquake is heard. All the guys are startled. The fighter, gritting his teeth, asks what is happening. Stunned, So-yoon recognizes the sound and vibration and can't believe it. Giant murops appear near the building. They look out the window, not understanding where a whole swarm of these creatures comes from in the center of the city. She unleashes her magic. 2AK sees this in anger. She jumps down and shouts to her sister that it's too dangerous here and it's better to wait still, while realizing that if nothing is done, her sister will be in danger. The sorceress forms a cloud of mana in a rage, lands directly on ferocious monsters. He breaks them into pieces, but at the same time notices that there are too many of them. Clenching his teeth, he comes to the conclusion that he will not last longer. In anger, he puts his hand in front of him and conjures. In front of it, a series of powerful explosions occur. Charred mutants lie on the ground and moan in pain. The dumbfounded girl turns around. 2AK uses the ring with a smirk, asking what she can do alone. In fear, So-yoon begs for help for her sister, as she has not yet recovered. He realizes with a stern look that if he uses this girl, So-yoon may be in his debt. Miyun hears with a desperate face that there is no need to worry, because their organization will take care of it. The fighter directs the ring and shouts that the monsters need to see the power of the assault squad. Beams of energy land on the corpses of mutants. So-yoon generates a purple blast, knowing that his attacks are really fast, but the 2AK is only able to destroy enemies one at a time. He cannot withstand a large number of monsters. Mana is released from her. She understands that if she doesn't do anything about it. So-yoon turns in fright when he hears some strange sound. Suddenly, a giant monster with fangs flies out at her. He begins to growl ferociously. Miyun is conjuring, stating that it will take some more time for the assault squad to get here, so they need to focus on defense. Making a face, the sorceress continues to hold back the onslaught. A swarm of insects continues to attack her. She looks up in amazement, noticing something bad. Strong explosions occur in the area of the hospital. Flame clouds rise into the air. Insects fly apart. Gangshik flies to attack in a rage. He goes to help, armed with his shovel. So-yoon turns on him in shock. The excited guy suddenly declares that he thought he was finished. A swarm of insects buzzes ferociously. In the system windows it is written that one god took out bug spray, then began to cook popcorn and take a place with a better view. The protagonist at this time thinks that he considered the rocket the cross of his life. He sees his frightened partner in front of him, reflecting on how no one was counting on the Murope army here. She is shocked to see the MS operator, who says that if she is not going to deal with them alone. He walks past her and with a smirk offers to pass the baton to him in this case. 2AK is furious as to what the protagonist is doing here. A happy So-yoon exclaims that the cameraman has finally arrived. MC, shovel on her shoulder, thinks about the Muropes gathering around the polka dot princess once again. People peek out of the blazing hospital, asking if they will survive. The confident protagonist hears exclamations in his honor. He realizes that this is a great opportunity to increase his popularity. Winged mutants continue to buzz ferociously. The main character refers to them as arthropods. He swings his shovel, offering to have fun in this case. The monster receives a powerful blow to the head. Gangshik effectively cuts them into pieces. Enraged, Tuike is shocked that an ordinary guy has such abilities, who has also become even stronger. Frowning, MC swings his shovel. He strikes the ground, the energy scatters on the insects surrounding him. The shovel bayonet is stuck directly into the ground. Gangshik, with a worried face, mentally asks the lazy gods to help him. Insects feel the impact while the main character is overflowing with energy. Giant spikes pierce their bodies. Monster bodies are impaled on them. Tuike watches in shock. The MS operator looks around with a smile. An exclamation of praise and gratitude is heard in his direction. Tuike grumbles in displeasure as everyone around her scans the protagonist's name. Envious thinks angrily about MC. Birds fly over Gangshik. At this moment he thinks that everything seems to be planned. The protagonist raises his head and realizes that this is not the end at all. He turns around, noticing something serious. A swarm of insects is heading in his direction again. He does not understand what is happening. Ferocious monsters with claws rush towards him. Soun stands frightened next to the hunter, who wonders why this mob is flying here. The girl opens her eyes in amazement. Soyun shouts her name in discouragement. The determined protagonist shouts to the Fortilleria that it is her turn. Bright rays shoot out of its tower directly at enemies. All the hunters open their mouths in shock. A series of powerful explosions occur in front of the protagonist. The soldiers in helmets see this. One of them shouts that from now on the situation comes under the control of the assault squad. Tuike stands at the head of these warriors. With an angry look, he thinks about the main character. A smiling MC sits on the monster's corpse and waves his hand, asking if they really just came. He remarks that he has already dealt with everything. The chick settled nearby. The guy declares that there is no need to worry about the cannonballs either, because even if everything is blocked, maybe they will find some crumbs. Enraged, Tuike can barely contain his emotions when he hears that other people are wondering why the assault squad came as support, as they are no match for an MS operator, except as assistants. Veins swell in his temples. The commander puts her hand on his shoulder. He shouts in anger what the hell is going on. Mion with an angry face asks not to escalate the situation. The man can barely hold back his anger. He is told that this is a message from the head, to be braver. At this moment, the protagonist happily broadcasts, asking if the new rocket is amazing, while the fans in the chat are completely delighted. He raises his finger with a smirk and wants to say something to end the stream. Soyun sadly thinks that a huge swarm of Murops has flown to the center of the capital. She wonders if this means that there are no more safe places left. The girl turns to her sister's exclamation. The dumbfounded protagonist pays attention to her screaming to her sister. Soun wakes up his sister, who asks her not to worry, because everything is fine, who in turn declares that she has not yet fully recovered, so advises her to postpone the battles. With a desperate look, the girl wonders if she is capable now. Sister smiles sweetly as Soyun ponders his sister's protection. Gangshik was looking around when suddenly he was called. The sorceress stands next to her sister and sincerely asks to take care of her. MC looks at them in discouragement. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror. Soun has exactly the same reaction. The main character indignantly asks what she is saying. She replies that she cannot protect her now, because she needs to stay in the hospital. He listens carefully to her about the fact that there are no more safe places in the city. Besides, the guy is the strongest hunter. The protagonist masterfully defeats monsters. Shots are fired from the tower. The girl claims that he has incredible strength, and he has the best fort. The dark-haired lady claims that only he can trust her sister. She bows to the astonished protagonist and asks him to fulfill her request. Soun's tears welled up as she realized that her sister had never bowed to anyone before. Gangshik looks away with a serious look. An enthusiastic Soyun thanks him after he agrees. He turns around and remarks that he will do this until she recovers. She agrees. Frowning his face, the main character thinks that it will be a little awkward. Soun looks down excitedly. The system window says that some god is preparing for his honeymoon. The news anchor states that the Murops appeared in a hospital in the middle of Seoul. The screen shows the image of the protagonist, saying that what could have led to a monstrous disaster was eliminated by a monster streamer, who appeared suddenly like a shooting star, as only a small number of people were slightly injured thanks to his intervention. Experts look at how the old man bangs his fist on the table, while on TV they broadcast that society is dissatisfied with the fact that the Department of Defense did not foresee this situation. He jumps up from his chair and angrily asks how they should have seen this coming, since Murops are found only in Africa. An advisor with a tablet in his hands tells the minister that other countries require information about the Murops. He shouts in a rage that for this you need to know at least something. The head nervously realizes that if this continues, his place will be in jeopardy. He suggests that he still needs to rely on that fighter. The minister turns to his colleagues and asks what he is doing there. The worried counselor replies that according to rumors, he is now having a date with a girl in the fortress. The boss gritted his teeth, angry that he was doing it at such a time. A tall tower is shown. A loud cry is heard asking if he really has a date. Soun looks forward in shock, the protagonist having the same reaction. In front of them is a huge bed. The girl asks if this is really her room. Smiling, the guy replies that Miss likes Fortilleria. At the same time, he realizes with strange joy that this room is much better than him. The protagonist is shocked to see the system windows that some god wants to say it was a matter of time, and wonders how many children they are planning. Gangshik thinks he is even carrying. Surprised, the main character looks at his companion, who says that she can't do this. She claims with a worried look that her older sister is still somewhere where she is in pain, and there is no telling when the Murops will appear again, so you can't stay here. She turns to the cameraman, stating that she knows it's selfish, but Soon would like to ask for the room to be given to her sister. The main character shows his palm with an important look and says that it won't, because Soyun will be better if she stays here. She asks in amazement. MC in turn states that this is just a guess. Then, with a serious face, he says that it is really better for her to stay in the fertility. The lady, with her mouth open, tries to find out what this means. Suddenly, the guys feel a strange impact. A two-headed bird with a camera begins to scream. They decide that this is a bad omen. A giant swarm of flying insects rushes towards the tower. The protagonist asks if they really want to fight right now. He takes up his sword and says that everything is faster than he thought. Then Gangshik gives the order to start intercepting. Surprised, Soon wonders if he really knew they were coming. Turning around, the protagonist says that he did not know, but he was expecting. He rushes forward, declaring that he is now sure of it. The heroine looks after him with a pitiful look. Powerful shots are heard from the tower. Flying enemies scream loudly when taking damage. Aimed shooting is carried out from the cannons. Flaming flashes illuminate the sky. A swarm of insects furrows the sky. The protagonist with a shovel in his hand notices that the Fortaleria cannot deal with everything on its own, but it can buy some time. He is monitoring the situation and says that there are very few missiles left. Monsters sit on the walls of the tower. The main character thinks about what if everything continues like this. The guy rushes down, shouting that in this case, there is only one way left. Murops gradually climb the tower. A powerful energy beam cuts them into pieces. A bright flash can be seen across the tower. The main character stuck a shovel into the tower and stopped. The protagonist is diligently preparing for the jump. He clenched his teeth. At great speed, it is heading forward. A giant swarm of Murops can be seen in the air. Gangshik sees them and starts screaming angrily. With just one movement, he cuts them in half. Soon watches in amazement. With tears in his eyes, he talks about the operator MS. The protagonist gripped the shovel tightly. She stands by the slimes, remembering the words that she had better stay here. In shock, the girl comes to the conclusion that she was the one who attracts monsters. Flashbacks appear with her sister repelling the attack. She realizes that it was because of her that the mutants appeared in Korea. Soyun sits next to her, Soon realizing that she sacrificed herself for her. Miss falls to her knees, realizing that she has only exposed her to a blow. With a desperate look, she wonders if she will really spend her life. He lowers his head, calling himself a burden for others. The slimes hear a scream in amazement. The main character flies dumbfounded through the sky, shouting to be careful. Soon looks up in shock. He flies a meter away from her. The protagonist lies upside down, noticing that fighting with a shovel in the air is more difficult than it seems. The guy looks ahead in surprise. A pathetic girl turns to the MS operator while she is told that it is dangerous here. She sits down next to him and asks if she is really the cause of all these troubles. Furrowing her brows, Gangshik realizes that she has noticed. The girl lowers her head, clarifying whether it is true that as long as she lives, she will attract Murops. MC scratches his head and says that this is probably true, but first we need to deal with this invasion. The amazed guy hears how he is interrupted. Soon, putting her hand on her heart, begs to be killed. Furious insects fly at them. The girl against the background of the explosions declares that they are following the hormones of their queen. This is her ability, because she is their queen. The main character suddenly knocks on her head. She screams, holding on to her, while MC asks if that's why the girl is asking for death and if she really wants to make a killer out of him. The dumbfounded lady replies that as long as she lives, everything is under threat. The astonished girl turns around when she hears the protagonist wondering why superhumans are so stupid. On his knees, Soon clarifies, and he replies that they just need to figure out how to use her powers, since she has collected a swarm of Murops. The protagonist confidently points his finger, stating that in this case he can expel them. In fear, she notices that she does not have a core. A giant swarm appears in the sky. MC takes the girl in his arms. With a deft movement, he cuts them with a shovel. The discouraged lady sees this. The main character with a smirk offers to solve the problem together, because until then he will protect it. The surprised girl does not take her eyes off him. Soon stands in front of him, asking if it will be for the rest of her life. Surprised, Gangshik asks her again. In anger, he sees the system windows that a random god is crying and wondering how many of their children are. The guy in a rage yells that they should work together to solve the problem, nothing more. The slimes are already starting to celebrate, but the main character does not understand where they got it from. The main character angrily asks if he is really the only one here who takes everything seriously. The sad lady looks away and replies that she is also serious, and would not say such a thing as a joke. The discouraged protagonist holds back his emotions when he hears the girl say that although she does not look alike, she is Mushin's daughter. Shown as a serious man in a suit, he is said to have been a legend of the first generation of hunters along with Iowang, the hero of the nation who saved the entire country. The excited guy trembles. He introduces Soyun, thinking that he hit the hero's daughter on the head, and even a dark-haired sorceress. Columns of fire burst out of the cannons. Shells fly directly into the insects. The protagonist with a shovel in his hands exclaims that now is not the time for this, because there are still a whole bunch of them. He turns on the girl and demands to go back with the slimes. The guy with a serious look wonders what to do, because the Murops themselves are not a problem, however. The protagonist remembers the battle with them, realizing that there are so many of them, and besides, it is much more difficult to fight them in the air than on the ground. He is preparing for a powerful jump. MC flies with the skill flies directly at the swarm. A determined fighter mentally urges himself not to even think, because it is better to do what he can. Soon looks after him and calls him by name. A worried girl watches, stating that even for him, there are too many enemies. She sadly realizes that there is nothing she can do to help him. Miss folded her hands and mentally appealed to all the gods. Lowering his head, he begs Gangshik to help them. Suddenly, a blue beam of energy appears from the sky. The main character flies at great speed, thinking that fighting in the air is not fun at all. He directs his shovel, knowing that he needs to land. He has a stern look, and the system window says that some god is shouting that his wife is in danger. MC turns in shock to the tower, which the monsters are approaching. Gritting his teeth, he notices that he has not thought at all about another swarm. He opens his eyes in shock. Soon stands in fear along with the slimes. The protagonist realizes that she is in danger and needs to get to her. Stones fly around the girl with a bow on her hair. Suddenly, there is a blinding flash. The main character is amazed to see a ring on his finger. The girl got exactly the same, but pink. A flash of light illuminates everything around, and the system window says that a new gift has been received. A dazzling ring shines on her finger. The protagonist with a shovel in his hand flies through the sky in shock. Suddenly, he begins to fly in the other direction. The girl feels her palm pulling her forward. A swarm of monsters buzzes. Gangshik lands on the tower at full speed. Surprised slimes watch. The system says that it is a symbol of the blessing of their love by the gods. Their hands join together, emitting magical light. The protagonist is shocked to see her face in front of his own. It is said that she will never let them part, because this is the strongest thread of the fate of the universe. Amazed, Soun asks the guy what he can even do. With a smirk, he offers to slow down. He looks at the ring carefully, realizing that this gift is different from the others, because he feels great power in this artifact. Their fingers touch. The main character notices that she even resonates with the other half. A happy girl looks at Gangshik and wonders if these are really wedding rings. The main character smiles nervously and agrees with her. He turns around with a cunning face, stating that apparently someone is trying to bring them together. The bloodthirsty Murop snaps its claws. The MC moves around the tower at super speed, killing them. They excitedly cut them into pieces, shouting their name. Soun happily watches him and shouts that the power of the ring is incredible. The main character flies through the air, deftly furrows the space, realizing that light as a feather, as if he can do everything in the world. The last swarm is visible nearby. Smiling, the protagonist shouts that he will be covered. At full speed, Gangshik crashes into this cloud. He clenches his teeth aggressively. A swarm of Murops is shrouded in his blows. Insects receive lightning strikes. Soun is shocked and asks everyone to look up at the sky. People look up in discouragement and do not believe in what is happening. The disgruntled minister pronounces the protagonist's name through clenched teeth. Soyun in the hospital room wants to ask something. Other guys on the street are dumbfounded and ask if this is really a hunter. MC fights masterfully, wondering if he can rest now. The remains of insects fly away. A surprised girl stands behind Gangshik, saying that they have dealt with them now. He turns around to hear that the Murops will return again. She worriedly states that while she's here, it's a problem. Miss looks at him carefully and listens to the fact that the insects were originally in Africa. The continent is shown. It is said that Captain Africa initially did not allow them to leave this zone. A fighter with a sickle stands on a rock. It is said that even if we assume that the species with wings appeared there, the main character with a serious look declares that it is impossible that no country in the world will not notice them on approach, which means that there is only one answer. The guy points his finger, stating that they flew from a neighboring country. On the map, the schematic arrows are connected together. MC, smiling, tells his companion that she just needs to track where they are going. The remains of the beaten Murops fly across the sky. The main character says that then you need to get rid of them. The news anchor states that there were as many as 2 monster invasions in one day. He presents a photo of the main character and states that they were stopped again by Mr. Cameraman. The nervous minister speaks on the phone with the president, assuring that he will be more attentive. At the same time, the host explains that citizens are again outraged by the inaction of the state. A bespectacled old man with a spiteful look says that in order to avoid this situation, you need to enlist the partnership of this guy. A disgruntled advisor sits in a chair while his boss tells the president that he will do anything not to disappoint him. The old minister begins to grunt with anger. He slams his phone on the table and shouts that Gangshik is a guy who came out of nowhere. The old man rides his face in anger as the phone rings again. The boss picks up the phone and answers the president. Suddenly, he is surprised to hear the main character, who says that he is pleased to meet you. MC tells him with a smile that he worked hard to drive them away, but he is embarrassed by all the honors that have fallen on his head. The bespectacled old man is angry. The protagonist with a serious face offers to stop the pleasantries, because there is something that the minister needs to do. The guy says that now a small swarm of murops is heading east, and they need to be tracked. Murops fly over the rocks. The main character explains that you need to find out their nest. The minister is very angry, shouting how dare the bastard order, and why the country should obey some streamer. At the same time, the advisor frighteningly shows the inscription on the tablet that the president personally ordered cooperation. A man with beads of sweat on his face silently begs him. The old man with glasses declares that they will do anything. MC turns to Soon and says that they have figured out the tracking, so they can prepare for the next step. She asks again. Gangshik clenches his fist and states that he means storming the nest. They're walking down the street. The guy says he's asked the government to track them down, but he has an idea of where they might be. The amazed girl listens attentively to the fact that if they flew east, then the nest is not far from Japan. The main character waves his hand, exclaiming that as soon as they know the exact location, we will boom, while the partner in turn laughs. The guy watches her with a smile. She is surprised to hear that she hasn't had a smile for a long time. The guys are standing in front of a giant opening gate. The fighter promises that he will show her the most ambitious project, a new and cool fighter that will take them to another country in an instant. In front of them is a blue plane. Soon exclaims in complete shock. Slimes happily stand near the bizarre fighter. The girl says that it is very cute. Miss sees her partner's bewildered face. The main character starts screaming in a rage. The little helpers hear that he wanted a cool plane. The guy remembers a normal fighter. MC then looks at the resulting one and asks how it came to be like this. The protagonist takes his head and swears, while assuming that he is probably asleep. The remains of insects fly to the island. They fly up to the cave. A mysterious fighter stands inside and wonders if they are the only ones who survived. He grabs the hilt of his sword, calling them cursed bugs. Murope squeaks in shock. In the next second, he receives a powerful blow to the head. The masked fighter states that they could not capture only one girl. A mysterious villain in a hood claims that he will have to take matters into his own hands. Heavy snowfall is raging in the mountains of Japan, Hokkaido. A bizarre-looking fighter is rushing along the mountain range. The main character sits in the cabin and tells the henchman that you should not judge the book by the cover. As the plane plows through space, MC notices that they got from Seoul in less than 10 minutes. The guy smiles slightly, because he does not believe that he is so fast and comfortable. He sits comfortably in the cockpit, wondering if it's all thanks to the stuff the slugs are made of. Soon happily hugs the slime and exclaims that it feels like quality latex. The protagonist turns to her and states that he was worried that she would get tired. Gangshik remarks that he is happy that she is satisfied with everything. Miss looks at him excitedly and says in a low voice that everything is just fine, but she is still not sure that it was worth flying with him. A flashback appears in which the girl asks in shock if she really needs to join the destruction of Anthropy. MC happily holds his smartphone and says that he just got a call from the Ministry of Defense, told that the Anthropies are heading to Hokkaido. Ilake stands solemnly with the disgruntled minister, saying that neither the Ministry of Defense nor the large groups can act as easily as they do, because there is too much politics involved, and besides, they are afraid of the Sea of Death. The self-confident protagonist points the finger at himself, exclaiming that this is why he is being nominated as an international contingent. An alarmed girl stands opposite and says that she will be a burden for him. He replies that this is just nonsense. She listens to him in amazement about how her power helped defeat the bastard insects then. The main character looks at her carefully and declares that if he is not around, how can he protect her? The enchanted lady quietly pronounces his name. They're flying in a fighter jet, and Soon, covered by a slime, realizes it's true. The protagonist looks out the window and gets bored while the girl wonders if she can help him. The main character with a puzzled face thinks that she really fits the role of the Queen of Anthropy, because when they approach the nest, the beetles will begin to think that they now have two queens, and they will go crazy. Gangshik realizes with a sly grin that he will take this opportunity to find nests. The guy is furious and sees pop-ups that say that God wonders if it's okay to use the girl as bait, because it's too much, while MC exclaims that it's all part of the plan. He persistently looks around, declaring that in any case he can't see a damn thing because of the snow. The protagonist turns to Fortress, wondering if there is a solution, and he screams. The pet suddenly seeps through the structure of the fighter. The guy at this moment is in shock. A joyful slug climbs out to the other side. He looks carefully at what is happening below. The enthusiastic protagonist sees this and asks that he can even do that. Soon climbs up from the back row in surprise and wonders what's going on. In the middle of the mountains, the silhouette of a giant building appears. The question arises where it came from, because there was nothing like this on the maps. A fighter flies over it. Gangshik considers the location of such a place strange and without infrastructure. He assumes that people abandoned it after the appearance of monsters. The indignant guy suddenly shouts that these are not buildings at all. At the bottom, you can see stone blocks of gigantic size. The puzzled guy demands that Fortress immediately gain the altitude of the fighter. At this moment, an earthquake begins on the ground. A blue plane deftly flies past the monoliths. Soon at this moment can barely contain himself in the back seat. The guy, gritting his teeth, thinks that he believed in himself too much. Behind him, a giant yellow-eyed monster named the 4-star Concrete appears. On his powerful back is a mountain of blocks. It is explained that he can freely manipulate stone and iron and is a formidable opponent. Snow falls on stone blocks. It is said that the monster is able to destroy or build a city in an instant, so it is a very mysterious and strong creature. The monster stretches its giant hand in their direction. The main character turns his head and sees this, then shouts that he will never allow it. Suddenly, a small explosion occurs, which is closely watched by Concrete. The monster's arms stretched for hundreds of meters. The fighter is blown apart. The pieces slowly fall to the ground. The mysterious villain, with his arms crossed, watches this, and says that if he continues to behave like this, he will get into trouble. With an insistent look, he asks what he will do if the girl also dies, because it is difficult to find a suitable queen. A warrior with a sword on his back watches the battle, stating that the bastard won't let her die just like that. Suddenly, a fast shovel flies from the sky. She crashes right into a huge monster with a bunch of rocks on its back. He gradually falls to the ground. The scoundrel looks at the stuck shovel and realizes that it is the same one. The masked blonde looks up in bewilderment at the approaching scream. MC flies straight at him at high speed. An energy explosion occurs on the giant's body. A trace of the blow remained on the stone. Tired, Gangshik holds the shovel and sighs. Nearby, the silhouette of the enemy is visible, who states that the protagonist is stronger than they are said to be. A masked fighter with a calm look asks where the girl is, because he could not leave her. The protagonist, grinning, asks who knows, with MC wondering if he's talking about Soun. The hooded villain silently looks at the protagonist, who notices that he looks like a Japanese hunter. Gangshik wonders why he needs this girl. The main character frowns with anger. Red energy hovers around the opponent. MC does not understand what this aura is. Shiro stands with a calm face under the snow. There is a story that he is a special hunter, a representative of Japan, and until this point, not much was known about him, except that he uses double blades. Frowning, the protagonist watches him, saying that one more fact can be added about him. A giant monster stands under the snow, explaining that the enemy can control a 4-star monster. Gangshik opens his eyes wide, thinking about what if he has such cheating power. The opponent skillfully makes movements with his sword. The main character deftly blocks with a magic shovel. Shiro holds onto the katana, noticing that it was able to parry the blow, which means that the shovel is no joke. Resolutely calm MC holds a fighting stance. The question arises whether this is a donation. The guy turns in surprise at the pop-up windows, which say that the god welcomes the other and wonders if what is happening should be considered PvP. Shiro looks carefully and confirms it, stating that it is a pleasure to meet him. Stones surround the protagonist. It is said about another henchman. The villain forms a stone clot with the help of magic. Disgruntled Shiro sees system windows that say that God thinks the viewer counter remains the same, and he asks not to disappoint him. The masked fighter remarks that the jerk also has 23 patrons, and he thought he was a noob. The confident scoundrel understands that he will be the next to fulfill the conditions of the entry bonus. The masked warrior skillfully lifts the boulders around him. He exclaims that he is about to put on a great show. With a distraught look, he orders his assistant to erase the bastard. The stones immediately join together. The rumble is all around. A clot of stones moves along the ground. The owner orders to turn it into powder. A masked warrior holds a katana and says that you need to take his shovel as loot. Suddenly, he notices something. Rays of energy suddenly seep out of the stone clump. The cobblestones are shattered into pieces. The light is getting brighter. An energy vortex bursts out of the stone captivity. The villain flies a few meters away with a scream. The protagonist smirks and stating that Shiro is only capable of 23 patrons. The protagonist smiles haughtily, wondering if he is really fighting such garbage. He mockingly wishes his opponent only to dream of his death. The enraged blonde restrains his anger. Soun opens her eyes and doesn't understand what's going on. Happy Slime speaks his own language, and the girl asks what happened. A frightened Miss remembers that they were attacked by a monster. Pieces of stones are shown flying in different directions. The surprised girl looks back at the bubble in which she sits and asks the pet how he managed to do this. Suddenly, a thought hits her head and asks what happened to Gangshik. Suddenly, the bubble with Soun jumps. She in turn screams at this. The girl turns around in shock, not understanding what is happening at all. The yellow-eyed monster placed his foot beside them. At this moment, the opponent holds his hand on the katana. The main character deftly fights with Shiro. The blonde angrily delivers a series of blows. He looks depressed, because he understands that for some reason his blows do not work at all, and if the fight turns out to be boring, the gods will begin to leave. The fighters attack each other with hatred, realizing that they need to cope with the jerk. Gangshik smiles and demands that Shiro listen to him. He hears with displeasure that he looks weak even despite 23 patrons. The villain in response calls him a freak. The villain in anger summons his assistant. On the back of the giant monster you can see blocks. The determined protagonist rushes into the attack while holding his shovel, while remembering that the opponent has the ability to control the monster as a bonus for joining, but his physical strength is better. The main character jumps high, swinging a shovel. He asks the villain if it is true that he sent the anthropium. A frightened Soun is taken hostage. The villain with a smirk claims that this is all in order to capture this girl. The worried protagonist notices her. She sits in shock with the slug. The enemy is in front of the protagonist, and shouts that his chance has come. The excited companion cries out the name of the hero. Gritting his teeth, Gangshik asks why the bastard is aiming at her. Shiro mockingly wonders why the dead man would know about this, since he just needs to watch helplessly. MC remain trapped, at which point the enemy orders the monster to go to the nest of entropy. Stones fall on the girl, the protagonist shouts her name. The villain with a katana in his hand stands in the middle of the cave. Frightened, Soon, being under the rubble, calls the protagonist for help. The rocks squeeze her body more and more. Suddenly, a red crystal appears, emitting a powerful light. Stunned, the stone monster notices the glow. Shiro, his face twisted in displeasure, turns to the huge henchman. Puzzled, Gangshik is unable to move at this time, trying to figure out what is happening. Everything around begins to collapse. A guy with a shovel exclaims that the concrete is crumbling. The embittered scoundrel begins to scream. The monster's yellow eye watches closely. Suddenly, a strong explosion is heard on the monster's body. At this time, the protagonist moves from stone to stone. He mockingly says that he can't even believe it. Soon hangs in the air and casts spells. Gangshik notices that she has resonated with the monster's core. A discouraged girl flies in front of the crystal, holding a slime on her head, while the main character is completely shocked by the fact that she is a superhuman with 2 cores. The shocked opponent screams pitifully about his monster. The monster gradually crumbles into pieces. A cry is heard that it is crumbling. Soon falls down with Fortress in fright. Suddenly, the main character appears and grabs her. He looks at the girl with a smile and asks if she is injured. Surprised, Soon does not take her eyes off the red crystal. The protagonist wonders if she really did not know that she could resonate with the monster. The girl with an innocent look says that she knew about it. They fly while standing on a rock. She declares that the monster's cores are very rare, and besides, she did not think that she would be able to get them like this. The serious protagonist turns to her and declares that he understands what he is talking about. Suddenly, a weapon passes a meter away from them. Gangshik, rejoicing, asks that who would have thought that there would be some idiot who would give them a cannonball right in their hands. An angry Shiro flies at them and demands that the core be handed over immediately. The confident protagonist replies that he does not want to do this. The blonde swings his katana in anger and promises that he will kill him. The villain uses the Yamoto-style ultimate skill, Hell Flesh, with a cunning smile. The protagonist looks at him with a serious face, anticipating an attack. A giant stone block hits a rock. Gangshik opens his mouth silently. He is speechless. In front of it, there is a hard collision of rocks. Multicolored flashes scatter to the sides. An assembly of blocks furrows the space. It flies away at super speed and hits the ground. MC, along with Soun and the slime, is in complete shock. The guy, squinting his eyes, looks away. The worried girl holds the crystal and assures that she did nothing. Only imagine the enemy flying away. A stairway to heaven appears on the ground. The guys come down from it. The main character exclaims that it's just amazing. MC looks away and realizes that his partner can already use the core properly. He is surprised that she is able to create such structures with the power of thought. The lady smiles sweetly, holding a slug in her hands, but the main character understands that now he needs to watch his words. The guys come to the edge of the cliff. The protagonist looks around and says that the opponent has run away, and he still has a few questions. Soun apologizes guiltily for accidentally dropping him. MC replies that it's okay since they have another way. In shock, she puts her hand on herself when she hears that she is suitable for the role of the Queen of Entropy. Snow falls on a dense forest. The guy tells the girl that even now she is emitting hormones that make them go crazy, and in the end, they will not be able to restrain themselves and show themselves. There are monsters with claws underground. They walk around the cave. One of the mutants squeaks furiously. In front of the insect there are thousands of eggs. The silhouette of a girl is visible nearby. She says with a calm face that when another candidate for the role of queen appeared, low-ranking Entropy stirred. Shiro stands in front of him with an angry look, addressed by his first name. He waves his hand, telling Yuki to shut up, because the fighter already knows everything. He approaches her with displeasure and demands to know how many entropies are left. A terrifying lady with claws and a giant belly behind her wants to answer him. With suspicious calmness, she declares that 286,000 entropy are ready for battle. An enthusiastic Shiro clenches his fist and is glad that there are so many of them. He also asks her to prepare them for the exit. The henchman looks at him attentively and says that many of them have already died. She suggests that he be careful. He snaps his fingers with a grin and asks how many bugs die, because if you send them all, even he won't be able to do it. A girl with half of her face covered notices that the protagonist is not alone after all. The angry gentleman hears that there is also a monster and a lady with the powers of a queen. Suddenly, the villain affects his ally with magic. She feels the damage in horror. She opens her mouth and screams at the top of her lungs. The villain with a smirk asks if such a nonentity, as she really dares to lecture him. A giant with a stone body is shown. Shiro at this moment thinks that after the battle, the patrons are dissatisfied with him, so if he can't change their location, then not only can he forget about the bonus. The distraught blonde introduces the main character, and is sure that he will also lure them to him. The villain uses magic on the henchwoman, while ordering her to shut up and do what he says, because after she was pierced with a blade, she is his slave. The monster with the face of a girl looks frightened in his direction. There are thousands of eggs on the ground. Shiro demands to keep laying them. Neuropes move their paws. She sighs in pain and agrees. The queen kneels down and says that she will do as the master wishes, until he fulfills his noble mission. Gritting his teeth, the villain sees this. In front of him is a mutant with a blade sticking out of his chest. He realizes that she is good for nothing at all, because it is noticeable that she has slowed down the rate of reproduction, so he needs to replace her as soon as possible. Amazed, Soun stands with the protagonist. Their opponent is sure that she needs to be replaced. The brunette stands under the snow and looks ahead in surprise. Gangshik, worried, wonders what happened. The partner exclaims in shock that something strange is approaching. Frowning, the main character takes up a shovel and asks about entropy. He watches with an angry look. Behind the mountain you can see a small glow. A single insect peeks out at the top, and the protagonist wonders if there really is one enemy there. The girl also looks there and says that this is not true. She turns around with a puzzled face. Suddenly, a rock cracks under the guys. The mist shouts that the opponent is below. MC covers himself with his hand as he watches a pillar of energy erupt from the ground. He indignantly notices that something strange is happening. The guys fall into a cave with Mirops, and in the system window it is written that the gods are pleased with this development of events. The main character, gritting his teeth, flies down and swears. He sees thousands of mutants in front of him and asks what they are. Soun rolls into their claws in fear. A powerful beam slices through one of the monsters. The protagonist happily asks if bugs are really all he has. Insects look at them bloodthirsty. Yellowish slime bursts out of the monster's mouth. Gangshik hugs his partner. They, along with the slug, jump away from the vile attack. Acid corrodes the earth. He says that beetles are not so simple. The guys snuggle up to each other. The main character sees that insects are surrounding them and squeaking. They all release acid from their mouths together. The puzzled protagonist wants to ask something. He twirls his shovel and fights off the slime, asking if the enemy really thinks it's enough to kill him. Gangshik, frowning, urges Shiro not to hide. He jumps, not stopping to twirl the shovel. He resolutely swings his weapon, shouting that he will act backhanded. The guy skillfully cuts through the bodies of mutants with one blow. Suddenly, a monster appears above him. Several creatures start striking with their claws at the same time. They trample the protagonist non-stop. Soun sits on a higher cliff and watches as she shouts out the protagonist's name. A bright flash appears in the middle of the crowd of mutants. An enthusiastic MC chops them with a shovel with obvious pleasure. He looks away and realizes that something is wrong here. The monsters release acid. The guy realizes that it's certainly him off. The furious protagonist continues to fight, realizing that this bastard must understand that this will not take him. The serious-minded guy struggles and at the same time ponders what Shiro's plan is. A two-headed bird with a camera on its body begins to scream. The unflappable protagonist swings his weapon and thinks what is happening. He opens his mouth in surprise and screams. He looks at the empty rock and declares that this cannot be. The frightened protagonist immediately rushes to the girl. He has a frightened face. Gangshik sees an empty space in front of him. He exclaims the name of the opponent. The blonde mockingly declares that he should not be underestimated. The fighter sits in the middle of the beetle eggs, saying that they are just expendable, so you need to understand what's what. Shiro, smiling, states that if he doesn't find the place and kill the queen, then the bugs will just continue to breed. Soun, frowning, sits beside an indignant slime. Stone branches grow in different directions. It is explained that the nest of entropy is an infinitely expanding scheme of tunnels, like a labyrinth. A group of fighters is standing in the middle of a tunnel. There is a story that many hunters tried to raid the nest. They are killed by mutants and then eaten before they even get to the queen. Stone monoliths rise to the sky, explaining that the tunnels will continue to grow until the city collapses. Shiro claims with a slight smile that the only one who can control this is him. Soun holds out his hand in anger. She begins to conjure, raising rocks. The blonde man with a bewildered face suggests that the girl is more of a joke. The scoundrel cuts through the egg in which she is sitting with one swing of his blade. The bubble scatters, it falls to the ground. Shiro takes the crystal in his hands and says that he will take what is rightfully his. Miss is surprised to hear that in return for this, she will be granted a new power. While tentacles reach out to her, the villain exclaims that she should be happy, because she is the only one suitable for this role. They wrap around her body. The girl does not understand what is happening. Yuki with a sword in her chest appears before her and declares that Soun will be the new queen. The lady tries to pronounce the word no in horror, but stutters. Shiro arrogantly says that it is a great honor to help him achieve his goals. Small yellow tentacles reach for her face. She declares that she doesn't want it at all. They touch her hair and cheeks. Suddenly, the girl opens her eyes. There is a bright flash. The tired lady sighs. Suddenly, she wakes up, kneeling. He looks around anxiously and wonders what kind of place it is. Entropy appears in front of it. A giant red-eyed monster looks at her. She screams. A monster with fangs and claws roars. Soun sees her frightened. A powerful blow occurs. Miss covers herself with her hands from this. Shiro holds a katana with a smirk and states that there is no end to these bugs. The girl is in complete shock, trying to understand the situation. With a stern face, he turns around and asks if she is sure that they need to go there. Soun presents Yuki and his head in discouragement. Miss looks at him in bewilderment and wonders what he is doing, as if he does not see her. Yuki points her finger with a serious face and states that she hears a strong call, because she is suitable for this role. Soun recalls in amazement that she was still human then. There is a bright pink flash of energy. It is said that these memories are from the time when she was not yet queen. Yellow tentacles affect the sleeping girl. The mutant says that in order to turn into a new queen, he will inject everything into her. The discouraged Miss asks again. The villainess points her finger with a smirk and explains that once she is done, the new queen will be much stronger, the most powerful in history. The frightened girl exclaims in response that she does not want this at all. Suddenly, Soun turns, hearing that it's up to him. Shiro looks at his partner and asks if she is ready. She agrees. Yuki with a cunning look assures that there is no greater honor for her than to help the chosen one of the gods to save humanity. The gentleman with a satisfied face hears that she will do everything she can to control the queen's core. Shiro hugs her and assures her that she is all he has, and only her ability will be the key to saving the world. The embarrassed companion is surprised by this. At the same time, Soun is indignantly watching them. The cunning scoundrel smiles, looking at the deceived lady. Dozens of monsters roar, standing in the tunnel. The villainess with giant claws behind her back exclaims that the entropy hear her voice, because the core is in her power. She looks away and says that although she lost her human body due to the power of the core, it doesn't matter, because now she can save so many people. A frightened Soun talks about Yuki. Suddenly, a blade plunges into her chest. She stares at the blade in complete horror. Shiro smirks, explaining what that means. The traitor looks at her with mockery and declares that she is now a monster. The dumbfounded girl tries to ask why she was treated this way. The blonde arrogantly declares that this sword is a gift from the gods, because it allows you to control monsters that are weaker than him, and he, in turn, has been waiting for this moment. Yuki's face turns pale. He is told that she will now be used to take over the world. Soun wonders in utter shock how he could have done this. Shiro shrugs his shoulders surrounded by thousands of mutants. He exclaims that now he will show a real show, so the gods should subscribe to him. Tentacles move near the sleeping girl. The self-confident villain at this moment claims that as long as this woman is in his power, no one will stop him. Soun sighs in pain. The villain smirks, stating that she is resisting even harder than he thought. The ways of the ants are shown. The question is whether it really still warms hope, because this bastard will never get here. Entropy has accumulated in thousands near the city. The girl is advised to just put up with it, because she will make many more children and with their help the master will conquer the world. Shiro happily throws up his hands and exclaims that he will start with this country, and the whole world will bow to him. Suddenly, the ceiling collapses above him. The discouraged villain does not understand what is happening. A strong blow occurs, the stones scatter to the sides. MC effectively holds a fighting stance on a rock. A two-headed bird with a camera screams. The angry protagonist states that they have found the right place, because he feels a friend. He sees Miss lying nearby. The guy jumps towards Yuki and demands to get away from her. A piece of stone is cut in half. The persistent protagonist sees these attacks. Shiro, clenching his teeth in anger, looks at the protagonist. He has crazy red eyes. He asks how he found them in this endless maze. Smiling MC does not understand what it is about. He wonders if he has watched his streams at all. A happy Gangshik asks him if the opponent really thought he would stop him. Yellow tentacles touch the sleeping Soun's face. A blinding pink light bursts out of Yuki's body. It fills the space around the lady. Coils of energy scatter through the air. The mutant tells the master that she rejected the synchronization, who, in turn, claims that this is nonsense. The insect queen turns around in surprise when she hears her name called. The main character with a shovel in his hand fights against monsters. The villain orders to set all the entropy on him. Gangshik smirks at this and asks if the opponent really doesn't understand. In a second, he delivers a series of deadly blows, exclaiming that it won't work on him. A discouraged Shiro is in complete shock. A blue light appears in front of his face. The protagonist applies a shovel with all his strength directly to his head. It flies tens of meters back. His nose is bleeding. The villain is trembling all over. The confident protagonist wonders if he really doesn't realize that he's just better. A ruined city is shown. Warm sunlight falls on the government center building in Tokyo. The bald old man rides his face when he hears something strange. He indignantly turns to the assistant and asks what the noise is. He replies to the prime minister that there is an emergency. Millions of anthropies attack civilians. The worker exclaims that this is happening all over the country. An injured Shiro sighs in pain. The main character stands in front of him and assures that the end has come. The scoundrel with his teeth knocked out is trying to say that this is not the end at all. A moment later, bloodthirsty monsters appear, flying at the back of the main character. He turns back indignantly and exclaims that he has already warned that it is useless. The guy cuts the mutant's belly in one move. Other monsters also fly to pieces, acid spraying to the sides. A dumbfounded MC looks ahead. A series of slime explosions occur near it. Near the sleeping Soun, the same thing happens. The shovel flies through the air, emitting multicolored energy. The protagonist's weapon instantly cuts through the tentacles of the monster that shackled the poor girl. Yuki screams in pain. The protagonist strikes in a rage, asking how they dare to do this. He kicks the tentacles near his partner. Soun finally wakes up. Gangshik carries her in his arms and asks if she's okay. The insect queen desperately orders the monsters to go on the offensive. Frowning, the protagonist shouts that her impudence will end now. The guy deftly hits a group of monsters with a shovel. He looks ahead in bewilderment. There is no one in front of him at all. He understands that the queen has suddenly disappeared. Gangshik looks around at the wasteland, thinking that Shiro has escaped as well. A worried girl apologizes to the fighter for running away because of her. She looks up guiltily, told that he behaves this way for no reason. The smiling protagonist explains that they just destroyed the nest of entropy, and besides, they were able to find it only thanks to her. The stunned Miss suddenly hears that she has saved the world. He lowers his head and cries, at the same time thanking the fighter. She falls to her knees and sincerely says thank you to him. The disgruntled protagonist wonders why Soun is crying, really just because of the praise. The guys are standing in the middle of the tunnel. The guy realizes that no matter what, the core has enslaved that girl and made a monster out of her. He wonders what kind of relationship he has with Shiro. The brunette opens her eyes in surprise. She looks at the main character and assures that she will be able to answer this question, because she saw her memories. In the middle of the destroyed city, a bright fire can be seen. The aide stands with the Prime Minister and says that a day has passed since the attack of the entropies, and they can no longer hide everything. Doors open in front of them. The advisor claims that they need to come up with a plan. They stand in front of the Lord on the throne. The events take place in a secret underground bunker. The old man falls to his knees and asks what happened. He wonders if he was told that everything would be like this. Shiro sits arrogantly on the throne. He is asked if he did not promise that he would stop the attacks of all monsters, including entropy, in exchange for financial support from the state. The discouraged servants hear from him that he really promised this. The enraged scoundrel says that this is why their miserable lives are still with them, because now it is time to pay off the debt. The bespectacled advisor asks in horror what it is about, while the Prime Minister clarifies that they have fulfilled all his requirements and give 30% of all taxes in the country. The villain's gaze is unshakable. The tip of the blade rings on the stone floor. Yuki appears behind him. The gentleman asks if they really poured him some change and dare to snap back, because such a debt must be repaid with their lives. The servants are on their knees in horror. Shiro points his finger and reminds them that they are politicians, so it is worth mobilizing soldiers and people. The minister and the assistant are surrounded by monsters. The white-haired gentleman declares that if they do not like this approach, then he has other methods. They froze in shock in place. They are called pigs. The distraught villain looks at them attentively and says that it is time to repay the debt. At this time, the protagonist stands under the snow and asks if there is really a nest of entropy under the capital. His partner stands next to him and explains that Shiro used the capital as the beginning to take over Japan, and disbanded the tunnel network from there. A disgruntled fortress falls to the cold ground. The protagonist assumes that the base is in their capital. The main character scratches his head and declares that this is quite a task, because it will be difficult to negotiate with the Japanese government, not to mention the fact that it is not clear how to get to Tokyo. The slug became even angrier at this time. In an instant, it takes the form of an airplane. The guys are shocked. They open their mouths in amazement. The protagonist notices the broken parts of the fighter. Joyful Slime hears that he is simply the best. A bizarre plane flies through the air at full speed, flies past a mutant with claws. He has red eyes and an angry look. Yuki reports with white eyes that they are on their way. He stands next to the master and declares that the enemies are already approaching. Disgruntled, Shiro looks at his smartphone and tells the Prime Minister. A blue plane rushes along the mountains. The villain explains that all flying machines over the capital must be perceived as enemy aircraft. In the middle of a snow-covered forest, a complex with missiles appears. A large installation points its muzzles at the sky. A determined Gangshik flies in a plane along with Soun, while the villain demands that the minister destroy everything that is there. The main character's plane was flying over the city, and at that moment the order was transmitted to shoot down all objects that were approaching the airspace of the capital. Shooting began. Even missiles were fired. Explosions were heard in the sky very close to the plane. Then another one lit up the sky. Something swooped down on the ground. The official was sweating and asked to check everything well. Then he looked at Shiro and reported that they shot down an unidentified flying object on approach to Tokyo. The blonde frowned and didn't answer. System notifications flashed in front of him that the gods considered him a boring coward. The windows continued to pop up, and the audience threatened to stop donating and not follow him anymore, because there was no promised show. The hunter narrowed his eyes in irritation. He slashed the Prime Minister's throat sharply and ordered him to stop making noise when he tried to clarify what the next action would be. His secretary watched in horror as the boss's body collapsed. Shiro frowned, and the gods were still writing that he was just the personification of a wimp, and this was his last chance. The guy turned away and clattered. The blonde pointed his sword at the surviving man and declared that he was now the new Prime Minister. The vein on the hunter's forehead swelled, and he demanded that the corpse of this bastard be brought to him. The military approached the crashed plane that the Prime Minister was talking about. They narrowed their eyes, discussing whether the pilot was really dead, but they remembered that it was too early to relax, because someone said that he was not even human. The warriors pulled on their gloves, and one of them claimed to have personally killed the hero to make sure that it was the enemy who had brought entropy to Japan. Gangshik was behind them, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The soldiers turned around abruptly, and recognized the famous streamer. The brunette smirked and exclaimed that his shovel had many useful functions, but more importantly, what they were talking about. Instead of answering, they began to shoot at him and wish him death. An explosion occurred from their attack. One of the men shuddered when the guy reminded him that they were, by the way, hunters. Gangshik jumped over him and asked if it was really possible to attack a person without unnecessary foreplay. The guy waved the tool and shattered the crystals on their hands, saying that they had no right to own the cores. The soldiers looked at the broken stone on their hands in horror and screamed, feeling that the arm itself was also broken. The main character looked around and advised him to explain himself before he suffered even more. The hunters looked at him, stating that they would not forgive him, because many people had died because of him, and they would do anything to finish him off. The interlocutor knitted his eyebrows inquiringly and asked again. He gritted his teeth and asked what Shiro had said about him. The blonde man walked forward with the new prime minister, and everyone shouted his name. The hunters looked at the leader and offered their help in the battle. Shiro stopped and whispered whether this was all, and the interlocutor positively noting that the hero of Japan himself called for help. The guy knitted his eyebrows and grinned, thinking that everything was going according to plan. He introduced the monster attacks and noted that he successfully framed the protagonist, and everyone thinks that Gangshik is the one to blame for Entropy's attack. The blonde thought about how the brunette fought off hunters and decided that he needed to use the anger of the masses to defeat him. And in the finale, Shiro would finish him off, cornered, and in the meantime, the number of views will increase, and the gods will watch him again. The big screen showed the face of the blonde man, who thanked the hunters for gathering here. The warriors looked at him enthusiastically and rejoiced. The speaker raised his hand with a sword and shouted that because of one person, they were facing a crisis that had never been seen before, and in order to end it, they needed to get rid of the villain. A photo of the main character was shown on the screen, and the guy said that their enemy is also known as Cameraman, a streamer from Korea. Listeners looked at the photo in bewilderment, discussing whether the guy really had some new power. Shiro gripped the hilt of his sword and declared that he was the source of all the horror and chaos, the most brutal hunter in the world. The crowd raised their hands and roared in response to the leader's announcement that Gangshik should be killed. The new prime minister gritted his teeth, shuddering mentally at how simply the blonde was lying to everyone. The man sweated and thought that this was a dangerous person, and it would be better if the main character dealt with him as soon as possible. A blue ray flashed over the city. He struck right behind the back of the crowd. The famous cameraman landed, and everyone recognized him. The blonde arched his eyebrows and noted that the guy had come after all. The hero pointed his finger at him in irritation and was indignant that he decided to slander him. At that moment, an explosion rang out behind him. The hunter gritted his teeth and turned. Several monsters crawled out of the ground, and the guy was indignant that this was too much, whether Shiro himself was tired of it. The streamer grinned that he was throwing these bugs right and left. His eyes widened in surprise when someone shouted that the guy had brought entropy with him. The hunters pointed at him and claimed that Shiro was right and that this man was in charge of an army of monsters. The main character stared dumbfounded and asked again. He knitted his eyebrows. The monsters behind him stood and did not attack him, so the blonde man really set everything up in favor of his lies. Gangshik chuckled and cursed in his mind, noting that the enemy had decided to use his brains. The blonde man looked at him contemptuously from the stage. The streamer smiled and admitted that he had surprised him. At that moment, a crowd of hunters rushed to attack. One of the men concentrated the energy in his palm and demanded that the guy die. Everyone shot magic at the main character. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and chuckled. Quick movements scattered the opponents in different directions. They flew into the air screaming. One of the warriors in a panic rounded his eyes and shouted that the brunette couldn't even see what was happening. The hero landed on the ground with a smirk. Shiro watched him, muttering that he didn't expect the enemy to be so good. He narrowed his eyes and grinned, noting that everything was going according to plan anyway. Men were lying on the ground, and the villain decided that now the streamer would be branded a killer. However, then one of the vanquished stood up and complained of pain in his hands. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. The hunters noticed that their cannonballs were broken. Shiro jerked dumbfounded, amazed that in this chaos, his opponent was able to focus on attacking the cores. The main character continued to fight back, delivering accurate pinpoint blows, which seemed impossible at all. The prime minister peeked out from behind the shelter and asked if cameraman was winning. The man looked back at the silhouette behind him, muttering that everything was fine, but the Japanese hunters were too much inferior. He rounded his eyes as he recognized the man. The blonde man frowned at this time, convincing himself that he still had a trump card up his sleeve if it came to that. Yuki appeared among the monsters on his orders. Her eyes were shining, and the guy ordered to start killing the hunters. The main character knitted his eyebrows and turned around when he heard a scream. The monsters attacked the warriors, and the boy asked why it was attacking Japanese hunters. The guy looked at Shiro with displeasure and asked why he was killing his comrades. The interlocutor grinned and replied that the brunette does it himself. Behind the hero's back, the warriors were dying and screaming that they could not fight without cannonballs. The veins on Gangshik's face swelled with tension and rage. It slammed into the ground, and a powerful beam pierced through several monsters. One of the hunters plopped down on his heel. The man looked up, dumbfounded. Above him stood the main character, gripped by magic. The guy rushed to attack the monsters. One after another, Entropy received blows with the shovel. The brunette moved around the battlefield with lightning speed, protecting the hunters. The three warriors grouped together, fighting off the monsters that surrounded them, and said that they would not last long. Suddenly, a blue flash flashed next to them. Only the remains of enemies remained in its place. The man's eyes widened, not understanding anything. The streamer brandished the tool, saving everyone. The brunette gritted his teeth and noted that things were only getting worse. Could it be that Soun was still not ready? A red ray struck the ground. The main character put a shovel in front of him to block the blow. Shiro pressed him, saying that it must be a bit difficult to fight and protect these pigs. The crowd around cheered and cheered the hero of Japan. Men fought monsters, believing that thanks to the blonde, they were backing away. Shiro arched his eyebrows and muttered that they didn't even realize they were being used and worshipped him. The brunette frowned when he heard that he would be destroyed today, and then ascend to a new heaven. The villain frowned and added that he would find this girl later. The hero gritted his teeth, and then it dawned on the blonde that he had not seen the streamer's companion anywhere. Had he really hidden her somewhere? The hunters continued to fight, and Shiro decided that even if so, it would be just a matter of time before they found her. The men looked around when they heard a voice into the microphone. The blonde shuddered when he was addressed. His eyes were rounded in shock. Soun stood on stage and smiled. She looked at the audience and announced that she would now be showing exclusive cameraman videos. Shiro turned around in a panic and ordered her to be grabbed immediately. A moment appeared on the screen when the girl in captivity asked if he was the one who sent Entropy to Korea, and the blonde replied that he was, and thanks to this he would get this woman. Shiro paled as the protagonist's voice rolled in the background, asking if he dared to call himself a hunter after that. In the video, the samurai smirked and ordered the captive to be taken to Entropy's nest. Listeners looked dumbfounded at the stage, discussing whether it was he who controlled the monsters. Shiro shook as he stood in the angry crowd. He waved his hand and shouted that it was all fakes. How could such a video even appear? The main character straightened up and asked if the opponent had forgotten the name of his channel. The brunette poked his chest with a smirk and reminded him that he was cameraman. The blonde man sweated and exclaimed that this was nonsense. He did not have a camera. Above his head, the bird flapped its wings, and Gangshik reported that she was filming everything all the time. The villain rounded his eyes and asked what the hell was going on. On the screen, the moments with the exposure of the blonde were scrolling. Soun smiled and said that this was the trump card that the main character had told her about. The Prime Minister looked at her in confusion as she thanked him for his help, noting that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to reveal Shiro's true nature. The man looked down in embarrassment and muttered that he was a simple criminal who believed that nothing mattered as long as Japan was safe. The blonde man stood among the monsters while the official admitted that he had listened to him without any objections. The Prime Minister was sweating and shouting that so many people had died because of him, and more casualties could not be allowed. He bowed to the girl and asked them to save Japan. Soun smiled and asked him not to worry, noting that there was no one stronger than Gangshik. At this moment, the main character hit the villain in the face. The blonde got a slap in the face and screamed. The streamer looked at him contemptuously and said that a traitor to humanity could even be beaten with a shovel. He clenched his fist and declared that he would defeat him with his bare hands. The interlocutor frowned irritably and asked again. The blonde man clenched his sword, revealing a smile with a knocked-out tooth, and called the guy names. His magic engulfed the monsters around him, and the villain summoned them to him. The enemy grinned and said that he would not hold back, but would use the full power of entropy. He abruptly pushed off the ground with a red beam. Shiro swung and hovered over the hero, shouting that his final blow had absorbed the power of the gods and the power of his core, and such a weakling would not be able to withstand. The blonde man looked at his opponent with fury and demanded that he die. The main character deftly stabbed the enemy in the stomach, neutralizing the attack. Shiro tearfully squinted at him and asked what had happened. The streamer gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. He forcefully charged the enemy with his fist, saying that he could just get away from the attack. Why withstand? Shiro fell to the ground, not realizing how this was possible. Blood flowed from his nose as he quietly cursed at the protagonist. He turned around when someone asked if it was really his doing. The hunters surrounded him, accusing him of deception, because they trusted the swordsman. The blonde frowned and asked what it was, calling them pigs. He swung and stabbed one of the men with his sword, but he put out his hand and only gritted his teeth, blocking the attack. The villain stared in bewilderment. Notifications flashed in front of him that the gods were bored with all this, and they left, regretting that they had wasted their time on this, and the guy in a panic asked to give him another chance. Shiro frowned, feeling the power leave him. His eyes rounded. One of the hunters slapped him in the face and cursed. The main character watched them closely, but did not interfere. Someone stepped on the villain's face, shouting that their families and friends died because of this traitor. The blonde man waved his hand, summoning monster claws from the ground to fight back. The hunters stared dumbfounded, asking what it was. Gangshik lifted his head and gritted his teeth. Yuki appeared above the villain. The blonde man stood up and exclaimed that he was still in charge of entropy. The hunters frowned as he complained that some pigs would dare to touch him, and they were just a rabble who did not know how to be grateful. Yuki hovered nearby, and the villain demanded to kill all these people. Shiro suddenly grinned in order to better summon all the monsters and destroy absolutely everyone. People looked at him dumbfounded, hearing that the guy wanted to kill everyone in the country. The Prime Minister arched his eyebrows and flinched, and Soun opened her mouth in surprise. Yuki spread her arms. One of the men frowned and muttered that his family was in town. Someone kicked off his head. The main character rushed forward, jumping away from the men. Then he pierced the queen's chest with a sharp blow. The woman frowned, and a hole appeared in her body. Soon Yuki began to crumble. The main character knitted his eyebrows and said goodbye to her. The possessed woman opened her mouth, disappearing into thin air. Her eyes closed, and a smile appeared on her lips. Yuki died completely, leaving a bright core in the air. The monsters watched the death of their queen. The blonde fell to his knees, not believing what was happening. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows as he looked at him. He clutched the shovel until the woman was gone. Shiro frowned and ordered Entropy to devour whoever killed their queen. The monster's eyes flashed red, and the boy repeated the order again. The guy sweated when the hero asked if he didn't understand it yet. He was standing among the monsters, and the streamer wondered why his rival thought he had power over them when they were left without a queen. The monster opened its mouth, and Gangshik noted that the blonde man somehow got too close to them. Shiro's eyes widened, and he was immediately attacked by the monster. The guy watched as part of his body was cut off. Entropy rushed at him, absorbing the heartbreaking scream. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and muttered that Shiro was a thorn in the side. In front of him lay the tormented body of the blonde, but he was still alive. The guy smirked and said that he was the chosen one. He was lying on the ground and asking if the streamer really thought that this was how it would end. Shiro coughed up blood, stating that he would not die, and in general, the power of the gods was with him. The swordsman leaned back, not understanding why the bleeding did not stop. His eyes widened as he read the notice that the god was noticing that he was dead. The guy twitched, realizing that his patrons had left him and withdrawn all donations, leaving the broadcast of his life. The blonde man looked in panic at the last post from the only remaining blog, which stated that there was little that would entertain him like his death. Shiro sweated when he saw that no other patrons were watching him. He immediately collapsed on his back, bleeding. The main character stood in front of an exhausted body. The hunters looked there dumbfounded. The Prime Minister rounded his eyes and exclaimed that Shiro was dead. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows and muttered that he seemed to have been leaked. A bright notification appeared above the guy's head about the victory over Shiro, and he shuddered from surprise, after which he received the achievement of 24 spectators. The brunette looked back at the crowd, noticing that everyone froze. He remembered the cubes in the air and thought that the power-ups were appearing like that time. Dice appeared in front of the main character, and then the system notified that the ether bonus was unlocked. The streamer's body was engulfed in radiance. His eyes rounded. He was among the monsters. Diagrams were displayed in the boy's pupil, and the hero realized that he could see everything. Gangshik reached out to the sphere and muttered that he could distinguish the elements, the structure, the threads of all things, and even the foundations of the universe, as if everything was flowing into his mind. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and looked around. He looked at Entropy. His eyes rounded with awareness. The monster's eyes sparkled, and the guy thought that after all, they were just the offspring of the core and matter elements, and it was possible to cut this connection. A crack appeared on the monster's shell. The main character drew a line in the air. The monster's body began to deform. Then they were all thrown back from the streamer by a wave. Soun knitted her eyebrows as she noticed what was happening. The further the hero's energy spread, the more monsters disappeared into thin air. The hunters opened their mouths in shock. The Prime Minister arched his eyebrows and exclaimed, "Are all entropy disappearing?" Space was distorted, closing the cracks in the ground. A subordinate ran up to the official and addressed him. The man turned around when he heard that there was news that monsters were disappearing all over Japan. In the city and beyond, entropy vanished into thin air. Soun smiled admiringly and called out to the protagonist. The guy stood with his hand outstretched, intertwining reality. The bird hovered nearby, filming everything on camera. The news anchor looked dumbfounded at the sheet and said that the Korean streamer Gangshik saved Japan live by destroying the Queen of Entropy. A photo of Shiro appeared on the screen, which caused all the tragedies with monsters. However, the video clearly captures the moment of the hero's blow to the face of the enemy. The Prime Minister smiled at the interview and said that what happened today is an incredible achievement that will strengthen the position of their country. And from now on, the Korean government will work more closely with Gangshik. Lights were burning in the city, and jubilant voices were heard everywhere praising the main character. The streamer himself warmed himself in a hot spring, asking to turn off this news, otherwise his head hurts. He narrowed his eyes and thought that it had been a week since he had beaten Shiro, and was only now starting to feel alive. The guy remembered the spider, winged entropy, and noted that his schedule was loaded with all sorts of crazy nonsense. The streamer imagined how in the last battle he hit the blonde in the gut. He looked away and thought that he had earned a new strength because of this. A bluish energy and ether swirled around his hand. Gangshik waved his fingers and remembered that the force allowed him to manipulate the properties of matter, even changing its state. Sparkling crystals appeared from the water, and these were not all of his capabilities. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and noted that, as with chakra, he could only use a particle of its true power. The hero leaned back on the rocks and muttered that he would rest here for the time being and watch the situation develop. The tablet screen lit up from receiving a video message. The guy looked around, saying that no one knew this number. A silhouette appeared on the screen. A woman with white hair stood and greeted him, calling herself Dana from Russia. The main character tilted his head inquiringly. The brunette stretched his shoulders when he heard that they had an emergency that required his help, and decided that it was another monster. His eyes widened as the stranger announced that no blade had appeared. The streamer frowned, and the woman said that Russia was hiding it to prevent panic, but they couldn't handle it anymore, and it became clear that only he could solve this problem, and their country would provide everything necessary. Dana looked at the camera and added that she would wait for his answer. Then the screen went dark. Slime looked carefully at his master, who asked him to contact the fort and prepare the fighter. The guy put on a robe and said that they were going to Russia. Gangshik and Soon went to the helipad over which the plane was circling, and the hero thanked Fortress. He smiled and exclaimed that this was what he wanted. The girl arched her eyebrows and asked if he really wanted to defeat No Blade. The brunette turned around and looked at her decisively. The interlocutor raised her head and thought that when it comes to this monster, the streamer is unstoppable. She imagined the enemy and wondered if the hero could cope with him if he had never even been really attacked before. Gangshik put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry. The guy smiled and asked who she thought he was. The brunette recalled the moments of the battle and said that he was the first person who was able to land a null blade strike and save the world from the threat. The girl looked at the hero uncertainly. However, he only smirked and asked not to worry and just wait for him to return. Fortress looked out of the plane. Soon looked back at him. The main character approached the plane and said goodbye to her, promising to return with the monster core to Seoul. The interlocutor remained standing, looking at him anxiously. A blue plane appeared in Russian airspace. The brunette crossed his arms and thought that he had become incomparably stronger than the last time he had fought him. He looked down at his fingers and noted that not only did he not have chakra, but he also didn't have this ether, even though his power was quite limited. Gangshik narrowed his eyes and decided that the more aces up his sleeve, the better. The hunter frowned, imagining the enemy, and mentally asked to wait for him to tear him to pieces. He looked inquiringly to the side. A bright beam struck the plane. The brunette began to fall down, asking what was going on. Slime frowned, trying to straighten up. A real laser attack fell on them. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that it was similar to Ialeke's attack, only a few times stronger. Red rays cut through the sky, and the guy decided to track them. The streamer knitted his eyebrows and exclaimed that he thought so. A crevice appeared below, from which a bright light sprang out. The guy frowned and guessed that he had been attacked by Voltur. An animal silhouette could be seen in the snow. The creature stretched out its arms, concentrating its energy. His eyes flashed red. Other monsters appeared behind. They grinned and growled. Voltur turned around and began to attack them. Red flashes flashed in the air. Laser beams shot at the crowd of monsters. The explosions incinerated their bodies. Powerful attacks raised snow and smoke into the air. The Birdman continued to shoot back at the opponents. 2 people were watching him on the rock, and the man muttered that there were 5 stars and 5 stars in Africa. Kaiser knitted his eyebrows and said that with such low-ranking minions, they were only delaying the inevitable. The blonde put her hand to her ear and asked him to put the attack off as the hero had arrived. The girl looked at the interlocutor and thanked him for his help. The hunter looked at his companion and asked if that streamer would really be useful in their plans. The blue plane was descending rapidly. The interlocutor looked forward indifferently, answering that if the rumors about him were true, then he would be useful and would become a key figure in their plan. Voltur stuck out his hand, firing beams. He tried to get on the plane, which was landing. The protagonist smirked and exclaimed that this was a decent warm-up before No Blade, so we should go straight to this feathered one. Slime opened his mouth puzzled, but obeyed. Suddenly, a blue beam struck from the plane. The monster looked at him in surprise. An energy sphere appeared in the air. Gangshik rushed forward with a smirk. The enemy raised his hand and immediately fired. The brunette gritted his teeth and frowned. Transparent plates appeared near his fingers, and he thought that before starting a fight with No Blade, he needed to get used to the ether. A barrier appeared around the guy. The brunette smiled and assumed that so much energy would be enough. The shield consisted of dark particles that would not let the light of Voltur through, and it would be possible to repel the attack. The enemy opened his beak in surprise. The streamer swung his shovel and asked how he was doing. He landed on the ground and struck, noting that this was the first time the monster had to encounter a situation where his laser didn't work. The opponent opened his mouth and shouted. The hero smiled resolutely. The blonde stared down at him. The monster stared at the blow, and the guy grinned and reminded that he was the first to attack. Voltur grabbed the place where the second hand had been until now. He pushed off the snow with his paw. Then he quickly rushed to run. The hero looked at him and muttered that he understood how to use the ether for protection, but he needed to check something else. The guy swung a shovel, from which sparks were coming after activating the plasma. The blade of the tool shimmered, producing powerful energy. The brunette's hand tensed, and he noticed that the recoiling of the ether was affecting his body. Gangshik gritted his teeth and decided that this needed to be sorted out. The streamer took a fighting stance and activated his chakra. Blue and purple discharges flashed in the air. The brunette exhaled and knitted his eyebrows, thinking that he had stabilized him. A powerful projectile flashed inside the rift. The monster looked back. His eyes widened in horror. An incredible attack was approaching him. The sparkling beam blew away half of his body, leaving no chance. Kaiser and Dana opened their mouths, not believing that the hero had killed Voltaire with a single punch. They stood over the crevice, wondering where the guy got such strength. The brunette was breathing heavily, and his body was still enveloped in energy. He looked at his hand and noted that it would not be possible to use this twice in a row. The blonde looked down, thinking that she had foreseen that the streamer should have at least 2 bonuses. The guy straightened up and knitted his eyebrows as the air around him sparkled. The red-haired man frowned when the girl asked what he thought about all this. Dana narrowed her eyes and suggested that everything could work out with such a hero, if stretched out for 10 years, of course. Kaiser arched his eyebrows and asked if she could talk him into it. The blonde looked down and replied that she had no other choice. The shovel plunged into the ground, releasing small discharges. The brunette took her in his hands and knitted his eyebrows. He turned his attention to his body and thought that unlike chakra, which increases abilities, it is an incredible power, but there is a huge risk during its application. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, imagining Nullblade, and noted that if this happened during a fight with that bastard, there could be problems, so you shouldn't count on this ability. The streamer looked around and suggested that we stop hiding and come out here. In front of him was a snow-covered canyon. The woman came closer and apologized. Dana put her hand on her chest and introduced herself, saying that she was responsible for the security of Russia, and it was she who called him here. Gangshik narrowed his eyes, remembering that it was the girl in the video. But how did she get so close to him? The blonde looked at him calmly, assuming that he had a lot of questions, but everything would be explained on the way. The interlocutor frowned and asked again, noting that he didn't have time unless it was about Nullblade. The girl narrowed her eyes and interrupted him, stating that they would go to the monster right away. The main character rounded his eyes dumbfounded. He knitted his eyebrows, and Dana said that Russia was not stupid enough to deceive him. Equipment drove up to them. The streamer turned in surprise at the noise of the engine. A car was parked next to them, and the blonde asked if the hero was going with her. In a few moments, they were already driving through the crevice. Gangshik smiled and noted that such a good truck could withstand a lot of attacks. The interlocutor looked at him and explained that her country, and especially the central part, is a very dangerous place. She presented a map and added that the territory of Russia is large, and they cannot protect all of them, so they had to divide it into 2 parts, and manage the east and west separately. An orange stripe was marked on the diagram, and the woman said that this central zone serves as a border, and this is where high-ranking monsters fight for territory. The woman remembered Voltaire, whom the hero had killed, and said that he was a monster who had been forced out of the battle for territory, that is, a hermit. The brunette squinted at her puzzled and was surprised that the 5-star monster had lost to anyone. He narrowed his eyes and thought that this made sense, because Voltaire gave 5 stars for his ability to stealthily attack, but his attack and defense are not very strong. Even with the same stars, someone is stronger. Dana arched her eyebrows and said that even though the bird had been forced out of the turf fights, the 5-star remained a great threat to humans, and then thanked the guy for defeating him and saving their resources. The brunette imagined the minions that surrounded the enemy then, and guessed that it was about them. He thought of the blonde woman who had been watching him during the fight and assumed that the second was Kaiser. The streamer gritted his teeth and staggered, muttering that it was just a warm-up. The interlocutor stood up and noted that they were there. The companions looked out of the truck. The brunette raised his head and asked if they were exactly where they needed to be. There was a snow-covered city in front of him, and the guy first thought that it was a residential area. He stopped, feeling something unfamiliar but strong. The hunter looked back at the blonde and asked if Nullblade was here now. The interlocutor tilted her head and said that he needed to make a choice to get what he wanted. Gangshik stared at her indignantly. The hero gripped the handle of the shovel, muttering that it could not be left just like that, and the gods discussed in the notifications that it was all interesting. The guy put down the tool and turned around. He strode forward through the snowfall. Suddenly, the brunette sweated, wondering what this feeling was. The streamer stopped in the darkness, feeling like he had stepped into a tent, but he knew something was wrong. Gangshik turned around, asking what was going on here, and noticed a flash in the sky. He turned around abruptly and frowned. Nullblade appeared in front of him. The bird hovered above them and filmed on camera, as always. The main character exchanged glances with his opponent. They immediately crossed weapons. The brunette gritted his teeth, realizing that he hadn't noticed him. The guy fought back with a shovel, thinking that the enemy was not alive at all. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows and shouted. His attack was blocked. He gritted his teeth and glared at his opponent in displeasure. The enemy flashed red eyes. The brunette gritted his teeth and noticed that it was another Nullblade. The rivals jumped away from each other. The guy frowned and thought that although he wasn't expecting him, this thing was also a Nullblade, and this was a chance for him. Several bright blades appeared behind the enemy's back. The main character shuddered and asked why the number of blades was increasing. He jumped up and swung. His eyes rounded. After that, an explosion rang out. A golden stripe flashed on the large building. It was the place of the cut, after which the top of the house moved. The high-rise building collapsed into the street, raising a cloud of snow and dust. The main character jumped up and exclaimed that he had not even heard of such a thing, what it was. The guy knitted his eyebrows when a thought struck him. The enemy stood opposite. New blades appeared behind him. The brunette rushed into the attack, deciding to try to implement one idea. His body was engulfed in blue energy from the application of chakra. A powerful force was concentrated around. The monster crouched, ready to block. Its blade flew forward. They were approaching the streamer. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows and activated the chakra thread. The magic around him began to rotate, imitating a drill. The woman was standing in the snow. She rounded her eyes dumbfounded and exclaimed that her predictions were correct. Gangshik frowned and shouted that he wasn't the real No Blade. The enemy stared in surprise, and the guy said that the blades of the true creature were not so soft. His attack slammed into the ground. The blonde watched the blue sparks in front of her. She chuckled and thought that in that case, the test was over. The protagonist leaned on a shovel, crouching on the ground, and Dana said that if he really was, then they could put an end to this tragedy. At the boy's feet lay a broken copy of the monster. There was no core inside. It was like a toy made of snow. The hunter gritted his teeth and asked if he had been deceived. A blonde woman appeared behind him. She looked at the hero and addressed him. The brunette turned around, wondering how she managed to get behind unnoticed, and asked for an explanation of her actions and deception. The interlocutor narrowed her eyes and said that she had not deceived him. The hero frowned indignantly. He stepped up to her and exclaimed, "Could it be that she slipped him a cheap one?" and was now lying to his face. The brunette clenched his fist and shouted that he was spending a lot of energy trying to track down this scum. The girl's face remained impenetrable. The interlocutor gritted his teeth in irritation. Dana looked at him and repeated that she would take him to No Blade. Nothing changed. The guy frowned and asked him to stop powdering his brains. He turned around in surprise. An avalanche was approaching the city ahead. The woman took the hero by the arm. She stood next to him and apologized to him. The streamer looked at her questioningly. In the next second, they both disappeared. The blonde teleported them to another place. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows and opened his mouth in surprise. The companions were standing on a rock, and the guy asked what was going on. The interlocutor looked at him and explained that the situation was an emergency, so she used her ability without warning. Snow covered the houses standing outside. The brunette frowned and muttered that there was a snow dummy here that looked like a No Blade, and an avalanche out of nowhere. Dana looked at him while the guy wondered what was going on in this Russia. She narrowed her eyes and said that the worst monster that rules the east of the country is the key to finding No Blade. The hunter frowned and bit his lip. The town was buried under the snow, and the woman claimed that their common enemy was the snowman. The guy turned to her and asked again. The blonde calmly pursed her lips while he shouted that this was some kind of nonsense. The streamer frowned and exclaimed that she had no idea what No Blade meant to him. The other woman arched her eyebrows and replied that she did. The brunette shuddered in surprise. The blonde woman stretched out her hand, and energy swirled around her body as she declared that she was the same as him. Gangshik rounded his eyes and muttered, "Could this really be?" Notifications from the gods appeared above him, who replied that this was quite real. The girl looked at him and told him that he was also a player chosen by the gods. She narrowed her eyes and added that she wasn't going to lie to him. The guy looked at her warily, but said nothing. Then he looked away and said that he would listen to her. He remembered the recent monster and the avalanche and asked what it all meant. The woman knitted her eyebrows and began her story. She imagined the monsters and said that 10 years ago the whole of Russia was in a state of war between monsters, and everyone was in despair, because it seemed that there was no end in sight. The image of a man in a cloak appeared before her eyes. It was Snowman with his army. One day, the inhabitants of the city were running through the streets from an avalanche. One of them grimaced, and blood gushed from his wound. Monsters attacked the townspeople, piercing them with blades. Their eyes sparkled red, and people shouted that these creatures were crawling out from under the snow. At that time, little Dana stood between her parents, who protected her, and her mother asked not to leave. The man was pierced by several monsters at once. His wife and daughter looked on in horror. Suddenly the woman opened her mouth and screamed. A blade protruded from her chest. The baby was kneeling next to the bodies of her parents. She closed her eyes and asked for the help of God, if there was one. Suddenly, a greenish energy enveloped her body. And now Dana was already sitting on a cliff above the city, not understanding how she ended up here. System windows appeared in front of her with a message from the god who greeted her. The girl rounded her eyes when the viewer asked if she would amuse him. A green crystal appeared in front of her, a gift from God. Monsters peeked out from under the snow. They began to surround the baby, and the viewer invited her to try to survive. The blonde's eyes widened in fright. One of the monsters swung. However, its blade did not hit anyone. The girl was instantly above them in the air, avoiding the blow. The monster's eyes glowed with displeasure. They stretched out their blades and roared. Dana knitted her eyebrows and screamed. She continued to teleport, fleeing from enemies. The girl spread her arms in surprise, contemplating that this must be the power of the core. The baby flashed in different places. The blonde loomed over the city, deciding to return to her parents, because they might be alive. Suddenly, her body was encased in a crystal held by a man. Dana opened her mouth, realizing she couldn't move. Her hands and mittens did not move, as if frozen. The long-haired man tapped her with his fingernail, and noted that she had a special power. so he would give her the opportunity to choose. Footage from the death of her parents surfaced before the girl's eyes, and the man said that she could be buried with the others. The blonde cried, calling for her family. The interlocutor smirked and added that she could still become like him and continue her miserable life. The girl gritted her teeth and shouted indignantly that she would not be like the killer of her parents. She looked at the notice that God was noticing that everything was up to her. Dana's eyes widened when the viewer asked her to focus. The little girl sat in the stone, guessing that she could see these messages alone. The blonde smiled and admitted that she had entertained him, so he would take pity. The girl's eyes widened as he said that if she became the same and obeyed, she would save the souls of those two people and protect this country. The eyes of the interlocutor shone, and she understood that something was wrong. There were crystals behind the man's back, and something was shining in his chest, and she thought that she needed to concentrate, because the reward was strangely good. The girl knitted her eyebrows as she realized something. A thorn protruded from the long-haired man's belly, another source of strength in it. The blonde leaned forward. She noticed that it was a blade. Dana lowered her gaze and noted that the power was flowing from the hole made by the weapon. The little girl frowned and decided that there were no more doubts. She sat in the crystal in front of him, guessing that this monster needed her help. The blonde nodded and replied that she agreed to become the same, thinking that now she had to do everything she could. Her gaze turned angry, and the girl decided that in the future she would kill him when the time came. The interlocutors stood opposite each other, and the woman confessed that she had the same hatred as he did. The brunette scratched the back of his head. He looked at her and asked what Snowman's goals were, and why he had been lured here. The blonde remembered the blade in her opponent's body and explained that it belonged to No Blade. The hero rounded his eyes in surprise and asked again. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that Russia was teeming with high-ranking monsters. A battle scene appeared before her eyes, and Dana revealed that Snowman and No Blade fought here. Then the wound appeared in the abdomen of the first one. She had to defend herself, and she used up almost all her strength. However, she managed to lock No Blade in space-time. The long-haired woman looked at the blade in her stomach with hatred, and she had to make a deal with the enemy. Two monsters stood side by side. No Blade leaned over to the woman and agreed that if she helped satisfy her bloodlust, her life, which was leaking away from behind the blade stuck in her body, would be extended. The blonde recalled how she was imprisoned in the crystal and stated that Snowman agreed and used her to attract high-ranking monsters to her territory, which were fed by No Blade. The main character knitted her eyebrows and asked if her opponent would not die sooner or later anyway. The interlocutor introduced Snowman with monsters and replied that this is true, but that she uses the time gained as an opportunity and turns the monsters into her own kind, and at a certain point she will be completely ready. Then No Blade, who is imprisoned to the stone, will be freed, and the woman will try to kill him. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked if Dana had been her tool all along. She arched an eyebrow and remarked that if that was all she was doing, the other hunters would have finished her off long ago. The guy looked at her warily and asked her to explain. The blonde frowned and admitted that they get something out of these fights between monsters. The girl introduced Kaiser, to whom he provides the corpses of monsters, and his army uses the bodies, so now their powers are equal to those of the Snowman. The woman narrowed her eyes and added that now we can say that they have the strength to defend the country on their own. The streamer turned up his nose and noted that it sounded pretty confident. The hunter frowned and clarified how she thought to deal with No Blade. The interlocutor glanced sideways at him and replied that this is why she contacted him. She remembered moments from his battles and said that they had been watching him for a long time, and when he dealt with the situation in Japan, they became completely sure. The brunette grinned, remembering the fake monster, and said that in Russia the exams for hunters are quite severe. The girl smiled and added that she was not asking him to solve this situation out of the kindness of her heart. She imagined a monster in a crystal and said that while No Blade was imprisoned in the subspace of Snowman, no one could get to him, and after that No Blade was destroyed and he broke free, the blonde would be able to use her power and make sure that the protagonist's wish to duel with the enemy came true. The guy stared at her. Dana arched her eyebrows and asked if it was a fair deal. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and paused. He froze, thinking that this was what he wanted. In front of him was a woman whose abilities could help to accomplish everything. The streamer looked at her resolutely and realized that he could not refuse this. The blonde smiled when she heard that he would accept her offer, and immediately happily began to say something. However, at the same second, blue blades sprouted from the ground around them. The woman's eyes widened and asked what it was. The hunter narrowed his eyes and looked around. 3 huge monsters were approaching them, and the guy clarified where they came from. Energy was concentrated in the mouth of the Minotaur. A powerful beam burst out and attacked the satellites. The main character looked at the bird above his head and gave it a signal. The assistant with the camera stood directly under the monster's beam, dissipating it. The enemy rounded his eyes dumbfounded and grinned. The streamer swung his shovel sharply, slicing through his body, but it turned out to be white. Gangshik frowned and asked if these snow monsters were also snowman abilities. The blonde was sweating and thought that so far the villainess had not reacted to her in any way, no matter what she did. Now the guy was fighting in front of her, and apparently, the opponent was so afraid of him. The brunette smirked when he saw the notification that he had a new god among the audience, and said that the newcomers would not regret that they had joined in. He swung his shovel sharply. The guy narrowed his eyes and activated his chakra. The energy around him mimicked a drill, slicing through the enemy's body. Their debris scattered around, turning into snow. The hero gritted his teeth and looked around. Crystals appeared at the sight of the cuts. The brunette rounded his eyes and saw that the enemies were regenerating because there was snow around. He jumped and hovered over them, deciding that he had to chop them to pieces. Gangshik narrowed his eyes and assumed that an earthquake would be suitable. The guy hit the ground with the tool. The monsters opened their mouths and screamed. The hero rounded his eyes dumbfounded. Lava poured out of the cracks around him. The streamer looked around, not understanding what was happening. The flames consumed the bodies of enemies. The fiery water carried them away with the current, burning them to ashes. A notification appeared in front of the guy about the receipt of a new donation. A minotaur's horn protruded from the lava. The companions looked down at the resulting lake of fire, and the boy noted that they seemed to have gotten rid of the snowman's henchmen. The blonde squinted at him and muttered that she didn't know that he had such an ability as well, and it could greatly help their plan. She rounded her eyes in surprise when her companion asked her not to accelerate. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that he didn't fully trust her. He threw the shovel over his shoulder and with a smirk asked to let him in on the plans. It was snowing in the mountains. The hunters came to a high gate in the rock. The main character walked inside, looking around, and muttered that it was incredible. They found themselves inside an underground complex of incredible proportions, right under the city. The girl came closer and explained that this is a very important Russian object, which is classified and plays the role of a fortress for their hunters. They walked past the flasks with the creatures, and the blonde told me that Kaiser was doing his research here. Parts of various monsters were floating in the greenish liquid. The guy looked to the side and asked who else they were, and the woman replied that it was the core of this object, Lenin's shock group. There were men in uniform standing there, and she added that without them, they would not have been able to build such a place. The military looked incredulously at the hero. Gangshik gave them the same look, thinking they didn't like it. The brunette turned to her and asked again. She introduced the man and said that he was the leader of the second highest ranking strike force in the world, and the media portrayed him as a cold-blooded man who chased profit. But he sacrificed a lot for Russia. The interlocutors got out of the elevators, and the girl noted that they were there. The blonde man smiled broadly and happily asked if it was the same hunter in front of him. The main character stared at them in surprise. In a chair with glasses sat the famous Kaiser. The second cheerfully shook the guy's hand and introduced himself as Vesti, adding that he was flattered to meet the famous cameraman. The brunette smirked and replied that he was glad to meet him. The man looked at him and thanked him for joining in time, and since they had such a strong ally, he could exhale. But how could he repay him? The streamer looked at him carefully and assured him that he had already been promised a solid reward. Dana nodded in confirmation. The hunters were standing in a small area, and the girl said that in exchange for help, she promised to arrange a duel with Nullblade for him. The hero smiled when she added that after defeating the monster, the core would remain with him. The blonde grinned and noted that this was the least of what the guy deserved. Gangshik knitted his eyebrows and said nothing. The redhead crossed his legs and muttered that now was not the time to relax and talk about rewards, because the blonde man didn't seem to understand how serious the situation was. Vesti glanced at him with displeasure. He turned around and said that the more serious the situation, the more he should try to calm down, but a scientist should not understand such things, because there is no longer a fight. Kaiser sat in a chair in front of the monitors while his fellow soldiers said that he was resting in safety and playing with the loot earned by the blood of his comrades. The men looked at each other, and the blonde man added with a grin that it was not surprising that he was afraid. He clenched his fist and declared that Lenin's shock troop was not afraid of death. The redhead took off his glasses and said that it didn't matter if they lived or not. If they lost, millions of people across the country would disappear without a trace. Vesti looked at him intensely. Kaiser knitted his eyebrows and added that if the enemy liked him, he might be on display. What a sight to behold. The girl stood between them and asked them to stop. The blonde knitted her eyebrows and reminded her that they should work together, not squabble. The main character crossed his arms, watching them. He narrowed his eyes and thought that it seemed that things would not go smoothly. The four of them stood around a virtual map to begin the briefing, and the blonde revealed that it was Snowman's Land. There were some places marked on the diagram, and she added that, not only were there a bunch of her henchmen, but there were also high-ranking monsters trying to escape, and since the number of unpredictable variables increased in the chaos, it was important to end it as quickly and as quietly as possible. Gangshik narrowed his eyes and asked if this was a surprise ambush mission with a small number of elite soldiers. The interlocutor looked up and confirmed, noting that they would covertly attack the enemy with the help of their best fighters. Between the rocks was a mark with the name Kaiser. He stood and looked at the floating castle. The man frowned. A huge monster appeared behind him. He flashed his yellow eyes and growled. Minions climbed out of the snow, and the girl said that the redhead would use the army of chimeras they had prepared for the first attack. The monster grinned. A battle ensued between the two, and Dana added that his chimeras had been used for decades of research, and were now being used as the strongest army in the world, and he would overwhelm the Minestra guards and serve as a distraction. The girl looked away and said that while Kaiser was buying them time, the three of them, along with the elite of Lenin's shock troop, would get inside. The main character looked at Vesti. The military fled near the castle, hiding behind the storm and snow, advancing quickly and skillfully. Among them was a streamer. The blonde man turned. He smiled at his subordinates and asked if they were ready. The group stopped in front of the purple barrier, and Vesti stated that this place would be their battleground. Frowning, the protagonist exclaims that this is Snowman's magic barrier. A group of fighters stands in front of a purple energy shield. The protagonist, making a face, declares that it is Dana's turn. A girl with a stern face lands down. She conjures green magic and says that she will start now. She opens her eyes wide. They sparkle with magical energy. Form seals near the palms of the hands, using the skill of insight. The protagonist looks at this and clarifies about the epiphany. The partner replies that this is another of Dana's abilities that allows her to see the true essence of things. She diligently conjures, while it is said that the girl understands whether the object is animate or not. That is, the strategic ability helps to see weaknesses. Geometric patterns sparkle in front of her hand. Gangshik speculates that she most likely received this ability as a bonus for her performance. The protagonist turns around and asks her how much longer she has to deal with the barrier. Tired Dana replies that about 10 minutes. MC with a puzzled face says that it depends on how long the Chimera army lasts. His partner notes that this is a strange situation, as there are more enemies than expected. A horde of white monsters attacks a giant monster. The protagonist suggests that it is better to help them. The guy goes forward. The man after exclaims that if the cameraman abandons his position, then things may become bad. Because he is the main fist of their team, the main character in response asks not to worry about this. Gangshik turns around with a smirk and declares that he will simply buy time for the commander, and will not ruin any plans. Dana looks at him with a faint smile. He heads to the place of a fierce battle and offers to start. He has a shovel in his hands. The guy talks about his new ability combined with ether. MC, clenching his teeth, swings his weapon. The bayonet of the shovel sticks into the ground with all its strength. The masked fighters are shocked to see the sparkling energy in front of Gangshik. A series of explosions occur on the ground. The giant monster screams, feeling the damage. The protagonist uses the fire snow skill on remote control. A soldier stands next to a comrade in arms and exclaims about underground lava. Another wonders if he really wants to fry even chimeras. The blonde man with a grin denies it and suggests that you look more closely. The clawed monster continues to fight back, at which point it is said that lava only falls on snowman monsters. The stunned protagonist opens his eyes, stating that as he thought, the ether is severely draining his stamina. But even so, they have bought enough time. In front of Dana's hand, space is distorted and seals sparkle. She diligently conjures and shouts that it is ready. A small hole appears in the energy barrier. The girl turns around and exclaims that it will not be open for a long time, so she needs to hurry. The guys jump inside the crack. The masked fighter looks around in surprise and does not understand where they are, noting that they seem to be in another world. The guys jump on the fragments of rocks. There is only a blue space around. Gangshik looks around and says that this is true, because everything around is frozen. The leader with an important look declares that they were not warned about this. But he did not think that everything would be so bad. The henchman at this moment shouts that communication with the outside world has been lost. He turns around in displeasure and shouts that the strike force need not be afraid, because they have foreseen that such a thing is possible. The man turns to Commander Dana with a cunning look, clarifying whether this is true. She agrees. Objects and buildings are floating in the empty space. It is said that it is under the rule of Snowman and an incredible number of people and monsters are imprisoned here. There are creatures in the blue ice, explaining that as planned, the members of the strike force must steal the course. People are frozen in crystals. It is said that the creature keeps them for battle, so you also need to save the sealed people. Dana states with a stern face that they destroyed both Snowman and Nullblade. The protagonist turns to her and hears that if they fail, they can start bombing the area to attract as many monsters as possible. Powerful explosions appear in the mountains. The commander says that while they are distracted, it is possible to save civilians. Dana hovers in front of the leader and apologizes for dragging him into this danger. He, in turn, asks not to say stupid things. The blonde frowns and declares that if it were not for her, they would have to live under the tyranny of the scum for the rest of their lives. So everyone survived thanks to her sacrifices 10 years ago. She opens her mouth in amazement, hearing that now it's their turn to repay her. The commander, furious, orders the strike force to begin the operation. The protagonist and Dana calmly watch their actions. He turns to the girl and wonders if he should move forward, because it will take time to find them in such a vast area. The partner with a serious face is silent. She looks at the cosmic glow opposite and asks if the main character is really not afraid, because compared to the monsters he fought before, these two are on a completely different level. Rocks are floating in space. She says that if she loses, she will not be able to avenge her family. Gangshik replies with a slight smile that he will lie if he says that it is not scary. He says with a serious look that he is even more afraid that his hatred for this creature will fade away. The guy, smiling broadly, says that he has already suffered enough. Dana, closing her eyes, agrees with him. A bright flash occurs in front of them. The sorceress uses the skill of insight. The dumbfounded protagonist sees this. It tears the space, forming a crack. The confident girl thanks MC, stating that thanks to him, she is no longer afraid. A silhouette of a person appears, saying that they do not need to look for the snowman at all. A giant image of a hooded girl appears in front of them. Dana exclaims that she has been here since the beginning. Snowman in a turquoise dress and ice flows behind looks at them. Gritting his teeth, the monster turns to his stupid servant, declaring that she dares to deceive her. The main character, holding a weapon in his hand, stands in front of Dana. He looks at her with a stern look. The rival in a rage begins to shout that the girl is very stupid. Ice bayonets fly in their direction. The protagonist and his partner fly away. He says that she fights with icicles. She replies that you should not underestimate them, because this is not an ordinary attack. The guy turns around in surprise, trying to find out what she means. Sharp ice spikes close in one place. The guys with the bird look on. Dana explains that the ice blades can freeze just the right time, so it's best not to touch them. Gangshik asks what they will do then, since they can't dodge indefinitely. She replies that the ability is powerful enough, but it also has its limits. The enraged monster attacks. It is said that in order to use it, it uses its life force, so it is necessary to force it to use as much as possible. The long-clawed scoundrel claims to have known about her plans from the beginning, and has only left her alone because she was amused to watch her flutter, but Dana has gone too far. Ice spikes rush towards them, with a loud cry that she is now going to die. Gangshik turns to her with a serious face and states that it may be difficult to dodge such a thing. She in turn denies it. The dumbfounded protagonist feels his companion take him by the jacket. She grabs him and flies, assuming that this should be enough. Gritting his teeth, Snowman calls them small parasites. Icy sharp spikes pierce the space from all sides. The villain with the nasty hand says that they are certainly good at running away and dodging. At this moment, the main character with a serious face wonders if there really is no other way, because if you continue in the same vein, then she will run out of stamina. A tired Dana smirks and says that there is still a little bit left. Fire sparkles in her eyes. She assures that just a little more, because she already sees. A light appears in the villain's belly. From its back, you can see a pierced point. The guys are hanging in the air in front of her. Dana explains that these are the last throws, because the creature is now fighting not only with them. Images of monsters and a squad of fighters appear. The girl says that she needs to keep an eye on the Kaiser's army and the shock squad. Clenching its teeth, the monster feels the blade piercing it. At this moment it is said that the opportunity will definitely open. MC holds the girl and suggests that she should wait before attacking. She states that she will give a signal when the right moment comes. Ice spikes are flying towards the guys. A reddish monster with a large mouth roars furiously. Strikes directly at the energy portal. The villainess is furious and notices the barrier that has appeared. Dana's eyes are glowing at this moment. The girl holds on to the main character and exclaims that she needs to act right now. The protagonist, furious, swings his shovel and screams. Discouraged, Snowman opens his mouth. A dazzling light appears right in the chest of the villain. A powerful energy beam pierces her. Gangshik observes the situation with his partner and notices that everything seems to have worked. She notices that they attacked when she was distracted. The clawed sorceress begins to scream at the top of her lungs. Ice spikes rush towards the directions of the flashes of light. The villain in the dark hood clenches his teeth in anger. The protagonist jumps up, holding his shovel in his hands. Her opponent receives a powerful blow that pierces her chest. He cries out in pain. She breathes desperately, declaring that a pathetic person dares to do this. The surprised protagonist, together with his partner, see a strange glow around them. MC, frowning, notices that space has suddenly begun to freeze in all directions. Dana states with a stern look that her rival is trying to gather all her remaining strength. The villain forms an ice storm around him. The protagonist exclaims that she wants to freeze everything around. The guys hold on to each other. The sorceress warns that if this happens, even her ability will not help. MC asks that in this case they will have to retreat. The partner insists that there is no need for this at all. The main character asks in bewilderment. In the darkness, the red eyes of an unknown mutant appear. Stunned, Gangshik notices him. The guys look at him with stern faces. Dana asks if the protagonist noticed him. He replies that he has. Behind the villain, sparkling eyes can be seen. The main character calls it an incredible aura of murder. Veins protrude on the face of the surprised sorceress. A huge claw pierces through her back. She is shocked. The excited lady realizes that the seal has just broken. She squeezes the claw in her hands and asks her to go back. The villain clenches his teeth in incredible pain. Her body dissolves from no blade's heavy impact. The villain coughs loudly. The orange blade tears through her body. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realizes that this is the only thing Miss Dana could see. A shining blade plows through space. The guy means that this is a no-blade blade. Dana tells Gangshik with a serious look that the villain most likely used all his strength, so they won. Snowman's body is torn apart. She screams in pain. He stretches out his hand to the guys and declares that he can't. There is a red flash inside her body. The lady says that she cannot die like this. Clenching his teeth in anger and pain, he says that it took a little more time to prepare everything. Unfazed, Dana holds out her magic hand. It affects the body of the villain. The determined sorceress claims that it was necessary to kill her when there was such an opportunity. The villain is frightened and asks to stop. A ferocious energy rages around the red crystal. Dana resolutely tears the stone out of her opponent's body. A strong explosion occurs. The fighters stand on the ice floes and tell the leader that the space is shaking. He tries to understand what is happening at all. They feel a blinding flash in amazement. The disgruntled commander understands the situation. A red-haired fighter with a beard exclaims about the barrier. A giant monster with claws appears. The man suggests that they most likely succeeded. The fighter holds a sparkling crystal in his hand. He looks at it in surprise and claims that this is the first time he has seen a snowman core. Dana tearfully addresses her father and mother. Closing his eyes, he holds the crystal and tells them to rest in peace. Gangshik thinks seriously. The protagonist, shovel in hand, wonders if he will be free if he kills this bastard. The two-headed bird squeals loudly. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realizes that if Snowman is dead, then where is the bastard who is sealed? The main character grabs the girl. The ice around them begins to collapse from the blows. A huge monster with claws attacks them. He strikes towards the large castle. Powerful shells fly directly into buildings, thereby causing explosions. The protagonist and his partner fall down. The bird cries anxiously. Gangshik clenches his teeth nervously. He spins the shovel and deflects the blow with this technique. The guys look with serious faces. The protagonist says that they remembered. The shovel radiates energy. The main character is sure that if he did not have chakra, he would be left without an arm. The disgruntled protagonist wonders if they really want to intimidate him now. An opponent emerges from the ice with giant blades instead of hands. He has red, bloodthirsty eyes. Dana wonders in shock if this is really the power of no blade. The excited girl is nervous, realizing that he destroyed Snowman's castle in just a second. The orange villain breaks the ice. The girl realizes that she was wrong, because this is a mutant who is much stronger than 5-star ones. Dana exclaims worriedly that they need to step back and come up with a new plan. The imperturbable MC urges him to calm down, because the commander cannot make such a face. The lady is terrified and tries to say something. An opponent with sharp claws is in the air. The protagonist claims that he knew that the mutant is beyond any ranks and boundaries. The joyful protagonist wants to say one thing. The guy hits with a shovel, noticing that he is also good. The sorceress opens her mouth in shock. A determined Gangshik holds a fighting stance and says that they are going according to plan. She needs to make sure that it is only him and Dana who are around. The main character with a stern look declares that when she jumps on him, the girl needs to teleport them out of here. No Blade looks at his opponent bloodthirsty. The sorceress anxiously asks to stop. Smirking, MC turns her head and claims that she's going to show what the monster core looks like, so she needs to wait here. The mutant delivers a series of lightning strikes. At this moment, the main character creates an energy barrier around himself. Frowning, he exhales. Mana hovers around his fist. With all his strength, he rushes up. He hits the monster with a shovel right in the chest. The monster frowns on his foul face. Gangshik fights in a rage and yells at his partner to act now. A turquoise aura begins to appear around them. The monster looks at the guy in bewilderment. He, smiling broadly, swings his weapon. He hits him right on the head with a shovel, exclaiming that they are finally left alone. The villain flies down. Dana stands near them and says that's all she can do to help. She resolutely declares that the fight remains with the protagonist. After hitting the ground, an explosion occurs. MC lands near the crater. He turns around with a stern look. A two-headed bird flies above it. The guy with a smirk talks about the chance. Gangshik suddenly starts laughing out loud. No Blade is on his knee, smoke clearing around. Generates a powerful flow of energy and attacks the protagonist. The main character with a shovel in his hand sees this. He says with a crazy grin that everything is different now, and now he is sure that he will cope. The beam is reflected from the bayonet and redirected upwards. The monster watches him closely. The main character, smiling broadly, exclaims that he will start with it. The protagonist hits him with a shovel at high speed. The mutant, in turn, blocks blows with its claws. A very loud scream is heard from Gangshik. The monster gets hit in the chest. Bright flashes illuminate the battlefield. He is happy to realize that such blows work. No Blade looks at him angrily, but the protagonist is sure that he has enough strength to kill him. The energy blade flies through the air. The main character deftly jumps up and dodges him. With a smile, he offers to try what is better. Gangshik hits him in the body with his weapon. The scoundrel feels this damage. The persistent protagonist continues to hit, realizing that he is definitely hitting him. The mutant calmly stands still. It seems to the guy that he does not take damage at all. The fighter strikes again. He feels as if he is hitting a sandbag. A bright bolt of lightning flies behind the protagonist. He notices this in amazement and asks if the opponent really takes up this technique again. The guy dodges the beam, stating that it is better to try something better. He looks up at the enemy in amazement. An orange glowing blade protrudes from his chest. The dumbfounded protagonist does not understand how his own blade could attack her. The red-eyed monster stands still. MC notices that the blade is getting bigger. The discouraged protagonist declares that this simply cannot happen. Blades fly near the mutant's floating body. Gangshik notices that he now considers them to be an enemy. Suddenly, they crash into the mutant's body. The shocked guy calls him a bastard. No Blade's eyes sparkled. The mutant unleashes a series of quick claw strikes. The protagonist is shocked to see the impending threat. Powerful energy beams fly near him. Clenching his teeth, the guy dodges them. He runs away from bright flashes and explosions. The persistent Gangshik turns. His shovel sparkles with a blue aura. Throws it at the enemy with all his strength. The bayonet is aimed directly towards the villain. The discouraged protagonist sees the result. The monster calmly blocks the blow with its claws. His gaze remained unperturbed. Suddenly, dozens of the same blades appear. Null Blade stands with his shoulders squared in front of a cluster of blades. The dumbfounded protagonist opens his mouth, not understanding what it is. The two-headed bird begins to scream loudly. All the blades per second are directed straight at the MC, who wonders if it's a spark. The monster has 4 glowing eyes and calmly observes the situation. The discouraged guy sees a flying ball of energy. A powerful explosion occurs. Everything is blown to shreds. Stones fly through the air for tens of meters. Smoke disperses on the ground. An angry guy holds his shovel while kneeling. Suddenly he opens his eyes in surprise. He has a charred hand. The protagonist realizes that he was barely carried through. He remembers activating the barrier at the last moment. MC realizes that if it weren't for the ether shield, his body would have been torn to pieces. The enraged guy thinks about this attack, realizing that it is a railgun. Null Blade stands near the blades. It is said that by rotating metal blades at high speed, it created energy under high pressure, and used it to rotate the blades at high speeds. The opponent emits lightning. The protagonist realizes that he has more combat experience than expected, because in fact, the enemy is smart to use this experience just like humans. Gritting his teeth, the main character realizes that he was too overconfident. Hundreds of blades connect and begin to emit a bright beam of light. The scoundrel fires his weapon. A series of explosions occur near the running MC. He dodges the blinding beams, realizing that since the attacks are so simple, they can be dodged. After the next explosion, Gangshik flies away. He flies over the ground and screams. The indignant protagonist begins to swear. The guy falls on the snow, which scatters to the sides. Blood flows from his mouth. He realizes that these are supersonic waves that can harm. The charred hand continues to smoke. MC decides that if the fight drags on, his body will definitely not be able to withstand it. MC turns, thinking about what that means. Another powerful beam of energy flies out of the railgun. Enraged, Gangshik sees an enemy approaching him. He swings his shovel, realizing that he needs to get even closer to him, because if the attack is strong, the determined protagonist fights the enemy. A blue aura hovers around the villain. He plunges the shovel into the villain's chest, realizing that this way the opponent will not be able to fire an attack so close to his body. A piece of the belly scatters after the protagonist's advance. A joyful MC realizes that everything works. The monster looks at the monstrous damage. The main character states that he knew that the railgun was too strong even for him. Stunned, Gangshik notices something strange. The flesh of the mutant gradually regenerates. Small blades can be seen from there. An angry guy wonders if his opponent is really using blades to repair his body. The monster has red, fierce eyes. With one poke, he directs the hero away. A powerful flash lights up the sky. The main character flies to the ground. He cries out in surprise and pain. Dozens of blades head towards Gangshik, who wonders if it's really them again. Several energy blades are directed towards the guy. He flies down rapidly and mentally orders himself to come up with something. He remembers the course of the battle and realizes that the enemy has repeatedly shown that he knows how to learn and adapt. The decisive protagonist comes up with something. After a hard landing, the snow scatters in different directions. The main character at this moment is standing in the middle of the crater. He spits blood and realizes that there is no monster that cannot be killed. Several blades are on the offensive again. MC deftly fends off these attacks. He dodges a powerful poke. Blades collect energy, explaining that the color of the null blade's body reflects the material it was made of, given the color and consistency. An orange mutant is shown. The protagonist is sure that it is made of copper. Gangshik frowns and focuses, knowing what is best. The monster suddenly sees a bright glow in front of him. The main character, picking up a shovel, forms a magical aura. He hits the snow with all his strength. He looks furious. He cries out in anger. Fire blades appear, and MC uses the lava skill. The monster sees this flash. A pillar of fire crashes into the ground. The ice instantly crumbles and scatters for hundreds of meters. Everything around is engulfed in flames. Dana stands on a cliff and wonders what kind of earthquake it is. She looks up in shock, standing next to her dumbfounded partner. The frantic protagonist in complete madness prepares to counterattack. The girl exclaims his name. His white eyes are filled with light. A monster with blades for hands stands in front of a pillar of fire. His red, fierce eyes scan the area. Drops appear on the vile face. It is said that no one has yet been able to overcome him. The mutant strikes with the blade. The protagonist thinks about the fact that for the first time since he was born, the claws gradually begin to melt. The monster sees flames in front of him. It is said that this is a bastard who attacks with an endless stream of blades. A fire dragon appears in front of Nullblade. Gangshik realizes that he is feeling fear. The enraged protagonist flies into the attack with his weapon. A bright column of fire crashes into the ground, causing explosions. The monster sees the body gradually melting from the temperature. The resolute protagonist holds a fighting stance and exclaims that he understood everything correctly. Because since the opponent's body is made of copper, it means that he is afraid of heat. MC's sleeve is torn. He realizes that a long fight leaves its mark, all because of the effects of the ether. A dazzling beam crashes into the ground. The protagonist is sure that it is necessary to finish with it quickly. The mutant's face is lit up by a flash of energy. Several powerful cuts occur on the Nullblade's body. The magic sphere reaches the mutant's body. Its claw gradually dissolves under its influence. The main character, holding his shovel, crashes into him at full speed. Drops of copper drip from his face. The protagonist, in absolute anger, asks about the fact that this is probably the first time he has all 4 limbs torn off. Radiating a bright light, they fly across the sky. A cry is heard that this is the same pain that people who fell at his hands felt. They crash into the lava at full speed, MC declaring that he will make him feel it all. In the middle of the ice you can see orange lava. The mutant begins to burn and scream in pain. The face gradually spreads into copper drops. Gangshik is standing nearby, holding his weapon. The discouraged monster hears that the guy is not done yet. The main character with a crazy smile wonders where he is running. The persistent fighter assures that right here and now. Then suddenly he interrupts his speech and looks down. He looks around at his wounded arm and wonders if this is really the limit. Suddenly, a bright yellow beam flies over him. The villain is bouncing over a river of lava. Gangshik sees his opponent frightened. The monster stands with one blade. The guy understands that the enemy has a trump card up his sleeve. With a shovel in his hands, the protagonist rushes forward. He realizes that he will not allow him to escape. Opening his eyes with anger, he understands that in this case, the opponent will return much stronger than now. A moment later, the main character falls to his knees and mentally asks himself to get up. He opens his eyes in a rage and tries to get up. The protagonist remains sitting on his knees, realizing that if only a little longer. The 4-eyed mutant looks at him. The guy sits still, aware of what Nullblade has seen. A monster with stains on his face is looking. The main character is on his knees, radiating energy. He thinks about the fact that the opponent saw a pile of ashes, into which all his energy has turned. A fire is raging in the middle of a snowy field. The fighter understands that there is still a small ray of hope whether to run away, or to end the MC once and for all. Nullblade generates a blade. It is said that he chose the second option. Carefully observes the protagonist, who realizes that it is clear from the experience of battle that Gangshik is too dangerous up close. The mutant charges the blade, realizing that it is necessary to use an attack from a long distance. The blade of the main character's weapon appears. The monster is shocked to see this multicolored glow. Nullblade stares in horror at the shovel stuck in his stomach. The main character effectively holds the other end of the weapon. He sneers that the enemy did not expect this at all. The guy opens his mouth wide and orders to retreat at the top of his lungs. The bayonet of the shovel can be seen from the back of the monster. MC lifts the opponent above him. The fighter, holding tightly to the handle, moves forward. He shouts at his enemy in a rage. The monster's blade continues to sparkle as the protagonist catches up with it. The enraged guy delivers a crushing blow. The 4-eyed monster watches silently. In the next instant, the bayonet of the shovel slices through his head. The protagonist effectively cuts the enemy in half. A bright red crystal appears in the air. On the fly, Gangshik grabs it with its teeth. A stream of blood spurts out of Nullblade's shattered body. The mutant begins to gradually dissolve. The main character's arm was torn off, but he holds the crystal in the other with a satisfied face. The scarlet stone emits dark energy that dissolves into thin air. His determined face is caked with the blood of the enemy. The system says that he defeated Nullblade.